Brevard County is a community on the move as one of the fastest growing counties in the state. With increased business opportunities, a booming tourism industry, and a key role in the return to space, living in Brevard County means being where the action is. And in the middle of that action is Brevard Public Schools. Brevard Public Schools is a community leader actively working to shape young lives into individuals capable of making real-world impact. Accessibility is of high importance, and as such, 84 schools are offered throughout the county, spanning from Mims to Palm Bay. Proud to be an A district with a 90% graduation rate, Brevard ensures students have every opportunity to succeed. This can be seen in the 414 graduates who earned their associate's degree while still in high school, and the 47% of graduates who earned certificates in STEM and CTE courses. Further showcasing national leadership in career and technical education, Brevard students dominate in science, with 7 high schools ranked as America's best for STEM. For those students interested in other areas of study, our schools offer 82 different industry certifications, a unique aviation assembly and fabrication program, a top-notch robotics program, and a maritime program that uses technology only found in one Florida high school right here in Brevard. All of our CTE programs prepare students for college and the workforce, whether in automotive tech, 911 public safety, or culinary. These programs strengthen the future of our children and Brevard County. Not just available to high school students, CTE programs are in middle school and, yes, elementary schools too. When it comes to academics, our students shine using a robust AP program, dual enrollment, Cambridge program, International Baccalaureate program, and National Honor Society. If you want the best educators in Florida, they are inside Brevard classrooms. Experienced, energized teachers and staff are leading our kids from kindergarten to graduation. At Brevard Public Schools, the sky is not the limit. We aim for beyond.
Apollo Elementary was built in 1966, right in the middle of the Apollo program, which brought the astronauts to the moon. This school has a special place in Titusville because of that, and I think it's important for us to continue our relationship with Kennedy Space Center and the space program. The best thing about the school, it's an environment where students are nurtured, where they are given what they need to become global citizens, where everybody works together collaboratively so that they can be successful.
My favorite thing about Apollo is just the culture that it promotes. The teachers are kind and they work together, and the students respond well to them.
When you have everybody working together, it just makes a stronger school. Just being such a tight-knit community, we really want to work with those kids that maybe are struggling in an area. We work a lot with the kids that maybe are excelling in academically. We have a lot of programs. We will make sure that every child is taken care of, no matter what the need is. They know no matter what, when they go home, that they're loved, and we just want to see Apollo continue to succeed.
It is really easy at Apollo to make friends, and I got lots of great friends here. I really love how the teachers help me here at Apollo Elementary.
I actually want to be an astrophysicist when I grow up because of all the space type things we do here at Apollo. We actually have a moon tree. There's seeds that they took to space and took them back, and one of them is actually planted right in front of the school. It's really great to walk through the school knowing that this school has a part of history that will forever live on in our lives.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School are the students. The students make everything that we do worthwhile. I think the most unique aspect about our school is that we serve a diverse population. We have outstanding, experienced educators who really put the students first and celebrate our ability to serve our students here at Astronaut High.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School is the community. The culture is about every student being successful. From the moment you step in here, it's a different feeling. There is no other school like Astronaut High School. We are just here to support our students, support our community, because we are a family. There is something for everyone here at Astronaut, from accelerated academic programs like our AP Academy to our career and technical programs such as welding, construction, and nursing. We have great opportunities for all of our students.
We have a group of teachers who feel like Astronaut High School is home. They're truly invested in the students and they want to see them succeed. The connection between our administration, it's what makes the school work, and it's what makes this such a special place.
I feel like everyone's really involved here. It's a really positive environment. Everyone here is like a family. Everyone's here to support you and make sure that you succeed in everything that you do.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High is just the experience and the friendships I have here at the school and the relationships I build here. There's many things that you can do here at Astronaut High School, and they give you so many opportunities. The teachers really do care about your future. Astronaut just gives me that home feeling.
If I could describe Astronaut High School in one word, it would be passion.
Family.
Community.
Excellence.
Learning.
Special.
It would definitely be pride.
Upon arriving to this campus, they're going to arrive to an atmosphere of caring faculty. Teachers are energetic about what they do. Their passion is undeniable. The reputation is undeniable throughout the county, and not just throughout the county, but throughout the state of Florida.
Whether the student has ambition to go to Harvard or Yale or to be a machinist at the Cape or one of our local industries, those opportunities exist, and they're well-rounded for any student, whether it's in the classroom, the athletic department, our clubs and activities, our JROTC program, which is a very popular program here at Bayside High School. Even our BLAST program, which is students that have graduated but have decided to continue on in their education, they have real-world experience in transitioning from school to independent living.
I can't say enough wonderful things about the CTE department and all of the variety of courses we offer, from machining to culinary, TV productions, drafting. Not only do we have world-class instructors, but we have world-class equipment. There are a lot of academic opportunities here for kids at Bayside High School. The dual enrollment program and the early admissions program is where students can enroll in Eastern Florida classes. And if they complete the program, they can graduate with their AA degree and their high school diploma. We have a wide variety of AP courses here that they can take on campus and earn college credit for. There's something for everyone.
The staff definitely does care about us here. I feel like they tailor us in a certain way so that we all feel comfortable learning certain things, because not everyone's the same. They really try to make it beneficial and comfortable for everyone.
At Bayside High School, I always feel like staff and faculty are putting an extra step forward when it comes to their student success. They're very easy to reach out to and will always help you with anything academic related and non-academic related. The people you'll meet here are just wonderful and they're super easy to get along with. Community is just fantastic.
In Heritage High School, you can find a lot of different cultures, diversity, and everybody respect each other. And it's kind of like a really, really big family.
We have very successful students that are striving for excellence in many different ways. We have Cambridge programs, we have dual enrollment, we have CTE programs, automotive programs, the Academy of Environmental Water and Technology, have a very strong athletic program, and then of course we have the best band in the business, and our performing arts programs are very good also. So all types of opportunities here at Heritage High School for a well-rounded student that enjoys the performing arts, that enjoys athletics, but also has college and career in the back of their mind.
My favorite thing honestly has to be our Cambridge program. The kids will have a chance of earning college credit while they're right here on campus with us. If the students earn their Cambridge diploma and also get 100 hours of community service, they qualify for Bright Futures, which will pay for their college for up to a 4-year degree plus a book stipend. our kids, they get along. Our teachers, they love them. And we hear this back and forth from the kids. We have visitors that come onto campus and they make comment about how pleasant our kids are to interact with. We are inclusive, we are robust, and your kids will feel welcomed here.
I feel like the staff here really does care about the students' success and just their well-being. We have great teachers here to get you prepared for the exams.
Here at Heritage, you can do everything at once. I can manage TV productions, live stream all the football games, and earn my Cambridge diploma at the same time. I love being a student here because it's so easy to meet new people. People aren't segregated into their groups of band kids or athletes or this or that. Everybody mixes together. So you can really make a lot of different friends at once.
Imperial's a fun place to be. The school is family, and that's what my classroom is. You as a parent become part of the family. You work close with the teachers. The teachers know each student. I have third graders that come to my door to wave at me and tell me good morning. So it's just a family atmosphere.
Your child's coming to a school that they're going to feel the love. They're going to feel that we care about them and their growth. We have a lot of teachers and staff members that put in the extra effort and time to get to know our kids and work with our kids. You come here because we do have quality educators, and we thrive ourselves on getting better and doing our best with our students in the classroom and outside of it.
We have some great programs, the robotics program. We have wonderful computerized programs where we're dealing with technologies. And we have a great art program where students can stay after school and, work on their creativity. The students are able to help each other out. They've got a lot of spark.
Everyone's helpful and friendly. And if you don't know something, if you just ask someone, they'll lead you the right way. You can be yourself and no one will make fun of you.
This is a special school that is always wondrous to come to in the morning. They're really special because these teachers, they've taught you for years, and they know you, they know your family, they know all of you basically.
We have the greatest kids, we have the greatest teachers, and we have an outstanding community. We believe in every child's ability to learn, and we believe it's our responsibility as educators to create access for them to access the educational world and have the success that they deserve. We are an AVID school. We're one of the few AVID elementaries, one of only 2 here in Brevard schools. And AVID, I believe, really helps create the purpose for why students come to school. It helps them understand what elementary school is going to do for them in the future. We have a lot of great programs like our drone teams, our sea perch teams. We have STEM clubs and STEAM clubs. We have orchestra. They've been growing vegetables in the garden. They're learning and exploring, and I have no doubt that we're cultivating the next generation of thinkers, innovators, and creators, and I'm very excited for what our kids are doing.
At Palm Bay Elementary, we have quite a few programs that are unique. We're a Special Olympics Unified Champion school, so we're super proud of our large exceptional education program. Part of that is our gifted student program. Our kids are super involved in lots of different academic competitions and different community events. So we have a lot of opportunities for kids outside the classroom to participate in authentic learning.
Palm Bay Elementary is a special place to work and learn and grow because of our sense of community and our commitment to our students. We give them the platform to practice their leadership skills.
At Palm Bay Elementary, the teachers make you feel really welcoming and comfortable here. It feels like family. The first day you came here, it feels like you're automatically just a part of it.
What's awesome about Palm Bay Elementary is where they always have something new every year or a month. And they offer new clubs or more hands-on activities. And I also like that you can make a lot of new friends in this school and have opportunities to learn new things in this school.
We have really grown and really been able to
offer some very unique learning opportunities for students. I fully believe that the school is one of the best kept secrets in South Brevard. We have anything and everything you can imagine, and you're not going to find much like this in the district.
We're the only magnet high school in Brevard County where our focus is STEAM. We have so many opportunities within that. Not only the rigorous courses such as dual enrollment and AP and honors, we have a Pirate to Panther program where you can take college courses at FIT while you're in high school. It's complimentary to our students. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. We provide leadership and community service opportunities. We have an AVID tutoring center. Students volunteer during their lunch to help all students on campus, so everybody gets support. We all have one goal in mind, and that's for our students to succeed.
Palm Bay Magnet High School is an emotionally safe environment. Its diversity is its strength, and when I say diversity, I don't just mean cultural or linguistic diversity. We have a wide range of academic abilities. We have a wide range of programs to meet every student at every level that they come to us, and we have such knowledgeable faculty, but they're not just knowledgeable, they're really genuinely caring, and they want to meet the students where they are and work to make them come up to where we need them to be and to where they need themselves to be.
It's been amazing. I've seen aspects both from in the classroom and in sports. We all support one another. The coaches are great. They're gonna push you to be your best on and off the court. Our teammates are gonna push each other. We know our strengths and weaknesses, and we continue to strive for the better for all of us and not just individually.
One of the things you notice if you talk to any of the adults on campus is how much they genuinely care for the students here. The goal of Palm Bay High is for everyone to feel included.
The culture of Port Malabar can be summed up as positive, supportive. Many of our teachers have their own kids enrolled here. Many of the teachers were students themselves here. So I'm very proud of that family-oriented, family-focused, very warm, welcoming feeling that we have here at Port Malabar. Academics and social emotional growth will be the focal point, and we will take pride in making sure your child grows and progresses.
Port Malabar Elementary is an incredibly unique place for your child to attend. We have several unique programs. We have an exceptional gifted program. We focus on multiple intelligences such as art, music, STEM, and the kids really shine. The teachers take such good care of the kids here. Honestly, safety is first, and after that, we just love your children so much.
When you walk in, you can feel it. There's love here, there's caring, we take good care of the kids, and they want to come back every day. We also have 5 teachers that are bilinguals. So we're very proud of that. We try to have 1 per grade level. So if your student is struggling with English, we can accommodate them. Usted tiene un alumno que no habla todavía inglés, nosotros podemos ayudarlo y acomodarlo, porque podemos ponerlo en un salón donde la maestra habla español.
I like coming to school because the teachers care about me and like my own way. My favorite thing at Port Malabar is recess because it's the time where you make new friends and you get to spend time with them.
I feel like our teachers really do care about us, and they comfort us when we may be having a bad day or something's going on either at school or at home. It does feel really special when we're recognized for our hard work because of our Pelican Pride Awards. Prepared, respectful, improved, dependable, and enthusiastic. I've had a really fun time here at Port Malabar, and I totally recommend it.
Riviera is a very open school. We'll do almost anything for our students in order to make sure that they're successful. We do believe in that village mentality where it takes a full village to raise a child. The thing that excites me the most is we're not stagnant. Every year, our expectations here for our students expand and they get greater and greater.
What gets me excited about coming to work each day are the kids, seeing them learn. I enjoy greeting them in the morning, seeing their excitement for coming to school every day, and the positivity that they have, knowing that no matter what happens, we're here to support them and they're safe while they're here doing it. I'm really proud of the work that we've done at Riviera to make our core academics really strong, specifically in the areas of reading and math and science. I am very proud of the fact that we're all a tight-knit community and we're all working towards a common goal, which is for the students to be successful. We're full of instructors and staff that reflect, and so our number one goal is to make every day better than the day before.
For me and my team, we love seeing the progression that the students have. The light bulb going off is basically why we do what we do. We work hard with these students 5 days a week. So you're sitting with that student and those students working hard, and to see them progress, see them understand something, it makes it all worth it.
For someone new coming to Riviera, you can expect kind people and people that can help you. They don't just say the answer, they teach me how to get the answer.
I like science because we get to do some experiments time to time. They provide kindness, respectfulness, and mostly fun.
I am a product of Brevard Public Schools. I've been with Brevard Public Schools for approximately 18 years. Southlake is an amazing school, and what makes it special is the collaboration between the teachers and the faculty.
Well, students have different learning styles, and part of what we do in the Smart Lab is that choice. If they're interested in 3D printing or video or building, engineering, and I think that giving students the opportunity to follow their passions in the Smart Lab helps with engagement, helps them find that success. As students decide on the careers that they want to do, what they learn here is really going to help them.
I love the fact that we honor, respect, and take ownership in all the diversity and the differences and uniquenesses of all of our teachers, staff, and the students. Every aspect of Southlake is a teaching opportunity. Be ready to be enriched, get ready for the adventure of learning, and not just having one teacher, but having 50 teachers. Not just having one friend, but having hundreds of friends.
In my opinion, I really liked PE and the Smart Lab. You do things on the computer and things with robots, and I really like it.
You can go into school and go oh, I wonder what is gonna happen today, because there's just new things every day to try. For me, you can kind of feel the friendliness about Southlake. You can wave at people and they'll wave back. You smile and they smile. I love Southlake because of stuff like that.
When I talk to fellow people and I say I'm at Sunrise, they say, oh, I've heard of that school. Oh, I know that school. It's always for really amazing things. We are making the kids more responsible for their learning now. We are all here for the children and just holding them up to, I think, higher expectations. Knowing that we will reach every child here on whatever level they need is why they should come to Sunrise.
Sunrise Elementary is a school community where it just radiates joy and love and a super passion for learning. Sunrise is well known for academic success and helping every student shine. Our teachers love what they do. They learn right along with the students, but they also collaborate with one another to plan and execute amazing, fun, and engaging lessons. And that's what I want for the future of Sunrise Elementary School. I want our little sea turtles that come here to be able to come, start when they're young, grow up in our school, and we want to be able to help them meet their full potential and help them shine as they become young adults in the world.
We came up with 3 standards that aligned with our core values, which is be safe, work hard, and be nice. And we run our day-to-day lives here at Sunrise that way, and we recognize students and staff and faculty that follow that mindset. You know, it's just a great guideline of what you should be doing at all times. Every teacher's classroom rules aligns with the Sunrise standards. You can ask any student and they'll tell you what the Sunrise standards are. We really work on having those kids take ownership of their behavior.
All the teachers care about all the students, and all the students look up to the teachers. Everybody's very kind, everybody's very nice, and it's just a great place to be.
All the teachers, they're wonderful. They don't treat the students differently. They treat all the students the same. They never treat you because of how smart you are. They treat you because of who you are.
We are a hidden gem. Where else can you walk outside and see a rocket launch? Deep traditions in this school, the spirit, the pride in this community is just unbelievable. You see it on this campus, you feel it as soon as you walk through the doors, and there's just so much pride in Titusville High School, you can't not love it. There's academically different pathways that we can lead our students. One is through the AP coursework or the more advanced coursework. We have the dual enrollment path, or we have the CTE path, which is the career technical education path. We definitely feel responsible for the child, the person, and then the academics on top of that.
We have so many things here at the school. We have great academics. We have all these amazing art programs. We have an amazing culinary program. We have an amazing auto program. We have a CNA 911 program. That there is really something for every interest of every child at our school, and it makes it feel like a family instead of just where you come to do something you have to do.
We have an actual community. It's not just a school, it's not just an institution, it is a community in which people are willing to help each other. The students and their enthusiasm and their gusto for learning is unparalleled. The academics here are tremendous, as well as the caring of the faculty and the teachers we have here.
I love all the teachers here. They're awesome. They make the day better, honestly. Like, half of the school is the atmosphere that is given by the teachers and staff and administrators, and you can tell that they really care about their students. It's really fun to have people that are passionate about the school and want to participate, and it's really good to have the whole school spirit at the level that we do.
Inclusion is super important to us at Titusville High School. Everyone's really friendly and you can really talk to anybody and everyone's here to help you. I'm proud of the atmosphere. I'm proud of the things we get to do. It's a good environment, especially for you to join clubs and be involved in the school. You'll have a good time.
I think one of the most common misconceptions about a virtual school is that a student sits behind a computer, doesn't talk to other human beings. The computer is there and that's the vehicle, but it's the vehicle for engaging with teachers and with their peers. We still have an amazing culture here at Brevard Virtual. We're all local, we're here in Brevard, and that allows us to do those face-to-face activities.
Brevard Virtual is a great opportunity for parents to be able to have their kids with more flexibility. I have a travel nurse parent, and so she's traveling and the daughter can travel with her, but she can still be getting her education, and it's more opportunities for them to be able to participate as a family and have flexibility.
Did you go on a field trip with her on the computer?
Yes.
Where did you go? Remember where you saw lots of animals?
Yeah, I know it's a zoo.
It was a zoo. I don't remember where it was either.
It was the Astronaut zoo.
Well, we started with BVS at a rough time in our lives when my oldest daughter was diagnosed with cancer. And I pulled my son Khalif from brick and mortar because I spent a lot of time at Nemours Children's Hospital. He was a very, very timid child, but Khalif was inducted into the National Junior Honor Society as well as the National Honor Society when he started BVS. He was so quiet, and now outside of our community, he is an activist for pediatric cancer.
I like to call students just to say they're doing great. And that's part of the monthly contact. So when we call the parent or email the parent, we're letting them know not just the bad things, we're letting them know, hey, they're doing great. And so it's just a way that we build the community even further with parents as partners with our teachers.
At Westside, we are a family. Every single day that my students come to school, they want to be here, they feel safe, they're in an environment where they're having fun, and they can respect each other. We make sure that all individual needs are met.
We have educated generations of families here within our school community. Our school focuses on high academic expectations. We have standards-based instruction. writing programs, gifted programs, and supports for our struggling readers. But in addition to that, we have a variety of enrichment programs to build the whole child. We have a very strong music program that involves orchestra and chorus and the only steel drum band here in Brevard County. In our athletics, we have one of the largest running clubs, our elite running club, that places multiple times in local races. We also have STEM and science. And then we build good character traits in our kindness club and our happy hands sign language club, so students are becoming aware of inclusive children. We develop a community in our school where students are feeling loved so that it's okay to fail and they feel that confidence and that belief that the staff has for them.
Westside has a wonderful school family. We are able to implement a lot of different strategies with how diverse our population is here, and being able to allow students to learn about one another and interact with one another regardless of their differences.
Everyone is so respectful here, and that you can always be yourself here, and the teachers are so welcoming, and that they'll help you with your grades and they'll make sure you're doing okay.
Everyone at school is very caring, and even though we're different, everyone feels the same. It's very easy to make friends here.
Brevard County is a community on the move as one of the fastest growing counties in the state. With increased business opportunities, a booming tourism industry, and a key role in the return to space, living in Brevard County means being where the action is. And in the middle of that action is Brevard Public Schools. Brevard Public Schools is a community leader actively working to shape young lives into individuals capable of making real-world impact. Accessibility is of high importance, and as such, 84 schools are offered throughout the county, spanning from Mims to Palm Bay. Proud to be an A district with a 90% graduation rate, Brevard ensures students have every opportunity to succeed. This can be seen in the 414 graduates who earned their associate's degree while still in high school, and the 47% of graduates who earned certificates in STEM and CTE courses. Further showcasing national leadership in career and technical education, Brevard students dominate in science, with 7 high schools ranked as America's best for STEM. For those students interested in other areas of study, our schools offer 82 different industry certifications, a unique aviation assembly and fabrication program, a top-notch robotics program, and a maritime program that uses technology only found in one Florida high school right here in Brevard. All of our CTE programs prepare students for college and the workforce, whether in automotive tech, 911 public safety, or culinary. These programs strengthen the future of our children and Brevard County. Not just available to high school students, CTE programs are in middle school and, yes, elementary schools too. When it comes to academics, our students shine using a robust AP program, dual enrollment, Cambridge program, International Baccalaureate program, and National Honor Society. If you want the best educators in Florida, they are inside Brevard classrooms. Experienced, energized teachers and staff are leading our kids from kindergarten to graduation. At Brevard Public Schools, the sky is not the limit. We aim for beyond.
Apollo Elementary was built in 1966, right in the middle of the Apollo program, which brought the astronauts to the moon. This school has a special place in Titusville because of that, and I think it's important for us to continue our relationship with Kennedy Space Center and the space program. The best thing about the school, it's an environment where students are nurtured, where they are given what they need to become global citizens, where everybody works together collaboratively so that they can be successful.
My favorite thing about Apollo is just the culture that it promotes. The teachers are kind and they work together, and the students respond well to them.
When you have everybody working together, it just makes a stronger school. Just being such a tight-knit community, we really want to work with those kids that maybe are struggling in an area. We work a lot with the kids that maybe are excelling in academically. We have a lot of programs. We will make sure that every child is taken care of no matter what the need is. They know no matter what when they go home that they're loved, and we just want to see Apollo continue to succeed.
It is really easy at Apollo to make friends, and I got lots of great friends here. I really love how the teachers help me here at Apollo Elementary.
I actually want to be an astrophysicist when I grow up because of all the space type things we do here at Apollo. We actually have a moon tree. There's seeds that they took to space and took them back, and one of them is actually planted right in front of the school. It's really great to walk through the school knowing that this school has a part of history that will forever live on in our lives.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School are the students. The students make everything that we do worthwhile. I think the most unique aspect about our school is that we serve a diverse population. We have outstanding, experienced educators who really put the students first and celebrate our ability to serve our students here at Astronaut High.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High School is the community. The culture is about every student being successful. From the moment you step in here, it's a different feeling. There is no other school like Astronaut High School. We are just here to support our students, support our community, because we are a family. There is something for everyone here at Astronaut. From accelerated academic programs like our AP Academy to our career and technical programs such as welding, construction, and nursing, we have great opportunities for all of our students.
We have a group of teachers who feel like Astronaut High School is home. They're truly invested in the students and they want to see them succeed. The connection between our administration, it's what makes this school work, and it's what makes this such a special place.
I feel like everyone's really involved here. It's a really positive environment. Everyone here is like a family. Everyone's here to support you and make sure that you succeed in everything that you do.
My favorite thing about Astronaut High is just the experience and the friendships I have here at the school and the relationships I build here. There's many things that you can do here at Astronaut High School, and they give you so many opportunities. The teachers really do care about your future. Astronaut just gives me that home feeling.
If I could describe Astronaut High School in one word, it would be passion.
Family.
Community.
Excellence.
Learning.
Special.
It would definitely be pride.
Upon arriving to this campus, they're going to arrive to an atmosphere of caring faculty. Teachers are energetic about what they do. Their passion is undeniable. The reputation is undeniable throughout the county, and not just throughout the county, throughout the state of Florida.
Whether the student has ambition to go to Harvard or Yale or to be a machinist at the Cape or one of our local industries, those opportunities exist, and they're well-rounded for any student, whether it's in the classroom, the athletic department, our clubs and activities, our JROTC program, which is a very popular program here at Bayside High School. Even our BLAST program, which is students that have graduated but have decided to continue on in their education. They have real-world experience in transitioning from school to independent living.
I can't say enough wonderful things about the CTE department and all of the variety of courses we offer, from machining to culinary, TV productions, drafting. Not only do we have world-class instructors, but we have world-class equipment. There are a lot of academic opportunities here for kids at Bayside High School. The dual enrollment program and the early admissions program is where students can enroll in Eastern Florida classes. And if they complete the program, they can graduate with their AA degree and their high school diploma. We have a wide variety of AP courses here that they can take on campus and earn college credit for. There's something for everyone.
The staff definitely does care about us here. I feel like they tailor us in a certain way so that we all feel comfortable learning certain things, because not everyone's the same. They really try to make it beneficial and comfortable for everyone.
At Bayside High School, I always feel like staff and faculty are putting an extra step forward when it comes to their student success. They're very easy to reach out to and will always help you with anything academic related and non-academic related. The people you'll meet here are just wonderful and they're super easy to get along with. Community is just fantastic.
In Heritage High School, you can find a lot of different cultures, diversity, and everybody respects each other. And it's kind of like a really, really big family.
We have very successful students that are striving for excellence in many different ways. We have Cambridge programs, we have dual enrollment, we have CTE programs, automotive programs, the Academy of Environmental Water and Technology have a very strong athletic program, and then of course we have the best band in the business, and our performing arts programs are very good also. So all types of opportunities here at Heritage High School for a well-rounded student that enjoys the performing arts, that enjoys athletics, but also has college and career in the back of their mind.
My favorite thing honestly has to be our Cambridge program. The kids will have a chance of earning college credit while they're right here on campus with us. If the students earn their Cambridge diploma and also get 100 hours of community service, they qualify for Bright Futures, which will pay for their college for up to a 4-year degree, plus a book stipend. Our kids, they get along. Our teachers, they love them. And we hear this back and forth from the kids. We have visitors that come onto campus and they make comment about how pleasant our kids are to interact with. We are inclusive, we are robust, and your kids will feel welcomed here.
I feel like the staff here really does care about the students' success and just their well-being. We have great teachers here to get you prepared for the exams.
Here at Heritage, you can do everything at once. I can manage TV productions, live stream all the football games, and earn my Cambridge diploma at the same time. I love being a student here because it's so easy to meet new people. People aren't segregated into their groups of band kids or athletes or this or that. Everybody mixes together, so you can really make a lot of different friends at once.
Imperial's a fun place to be. The school is family, and that's what my classroom is. You as a parent become part of the family. You work close with the teachers. The teachers know each student. I have third graders that come to my door to wave at me and tell me good morning. So it's just a family atmosphere.
Your child's coming to a school that they're going to feel the love. They're going to feel that we care about them and their growth. We have a lot of teachers and staff members that put in the extra effort and time to get to know our kids and work with our kids. You come here because we do have quality educators, and we thrive ourselves on getting better and doing our best with our students in the classroom and outside of it.
We have some great programs, the robotics program. We have wonderful computerized programs where we're dealing with technologies, and we have a great art program where students can stay after school and, work on their creativity. The students are able to help each other out. They've got a lot of spark.
Everyone's helpful and friendly, and if you don't know something, if you just ask someone, they'll lead you the right way. You can be yourself and no one will make fun of you.
This is a special school that is always wondrous to come to in the morning. They're really special because these teachers, they've taught you for years, and they know you, they know your family, they know all of you basically.
We have the greatest kids, we have the greatest teachers, and we have an outstanding community. We believe in every child's ability to learn, and we believe it's our responsibility as educators to create access for them to access the educational world and have the success that they deserve. We are an AVID school. We're one of the few AVID elementaries, one of only 2 here in Brevard schools. And AVID, I believe, really helps create the purpose for why students come to school. It helps them understand what elementary school is going to do for them in the future. We have a lot of great programs like our drone teams, our sea perch teams. We have STEM clubs and STEAM clubs. We have orchestra. They've been growing vegetables in the garden. They're learning and exploring, and I have no doubt that we're cultivating the next generation of thinkers, innovators, and creators, and I'm very excited for what our kids are doing.
At Palm Bay Elementary, we have quite a few programs that are unique. We're a Special Olympics Unified Champion school, so we're super proud of our large exceptional education program. Part of that is our gifted student program. Our kids are super involved in lots of different academic competitions and different community events. So we have a lot of opportunities for kids outside the classroom to participate in authentic learning.
Palm Bay Elementary is a special place to work and learn and grow because of our sense of community and our commitment to our students. We give them the platform to practice their leadership skills.
At Palm Bay Elementary, the teachers make you feel really welcoming and comfortable here. It feels like family. The first day you came here, it feels like you're automatically just a part of it.
What's awesome about Palm Bay Elementary is where they always have something new every year or a month, and they offer new clubs or more hands-on activities. And I also like that you can make a lot of new friends in this school and have opportunities to learn new things in this school.
We have really grown and really been able to offer some very unique learning opportunities for students. I fully believe that the school is one of the best kept secrets in South Brevard. We have anything and everything you can imagine, and you're not going to find much like this in the district.
We're the only magnet high school in Brevard County where our focus is STEAM. We have so many opportunities within that. Not only the rigorous courses such as dual enrollment and AP and honors, we have a Pirate to Panther program where you can take college courses at FIT while you're in high school. It's complimentary to our students. AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. We provide leadership and community service opportunities. We have an AVID tutoring center. Students volunteer during their lunch to help all students on campus, so everybody gets support. We all have one goal in mind, and that's for our students to succeed.
Palm Bay Magnet High School is an emotionally safe environment. Its diversity is its strength, and when I say diversity, I don't just mean cultural or linguistic diversity. We have a wide range of academic abilities. We have a wide range of programs to meet every student at every level that they come to us, and we have such knowledgeable faculty, but they're not just knowledgeable, they're really genuinely caring, and they want to meet the students where they are and work to make them come up to where we need them to be and to where they need themselves to be.
It's been amazing. I've seen aspects both from in the classroom and in sports. We all support one another. The coaches are great. They're going to push you to be your best on and off the court. Our teammates are going to push each other. We know our strengths and weaknesses, and we continue to strive for the better for all of us and not just individually.
One of the things you notice if you talk to any of the adults on campus is how much they genuinely care for the students here. The goal of Palm Bay High is for everyone to feel included.
The culture of Port Malabar can be summed up as positive, supportive. Many of our teachers have their own kids enrolled here. Many of the teachers were students themselves here. So I'm very proud of that family-oriented, family-focused, very warm, welcoming feeling that we have here at Port Malabar. Academics and social emotional growth will be the focal point, and we will take pride in making sure your child grows and progresses.
Port Malabar Elementary is an incredibly unique place for your child to attend. We have several unique programs. We have an exceptional gifted program. We focus on multiple intelligences such as art, music, STEM, and the kids really shine. The teachers take such good care of the kids here. Honestly, safety is first, and after that, we just love your children so much.
When you walk in, you can feel it. There's love here, there's caring, we take good care of the kids, and they want to come back every day. We also have 5 teachers that are bilinguals. We're very proud of that. We try to have 1 per grade level. So if your student is struggling with English, we can accommodate them. Usted tiene un alumno que no habla todavía inglés, nosotros podemos ayudarlo y acomodarlo, porque podemos ponerlo en un salón donde la maestra habla español.
I like coming to school because the teachers care about me and like my own way. My favorite thing at Port Malabar is recess because it's the time where you make new friends and you get to spend time with them.
I feel like our teachers really do care about us and they comfort us when we may be having a bad day or something's going on either at school or at home. It does feel really special when we're recognized for our hard work because of our Pelican Pride Awards. Prepared, respectful, improved, dependable, and enthusiastic. I've had a really fun time here at Fort Malabar and I totally recommend it.
Riviera is a very open school. We'll do almost anything for our students in order to make sure that they're successful. We do believe in that village mentality where it takes a full village to raise a child. The thing that excites me the most is we're not stagnant. Every year, our expectations here for our students expand and they get greater and greater.
What gets me excited about coming to work each day are the kids. Seeing them learn. I enjoy greeting them in the morning, seeing their excitement for coming to school every day, and the positivity that they have, knowing that no matter what happens, we're here to support them and they're safe while they're here doing it. I'm really proud of the work that we've done at Riviera to make our core academics really strong, specifically in the areas of reading and math and science. I am very proud of the fact that we're all a tight-knit community and we're all working towards a common goal, which is for the students to be successful. We're full of instructors and staff that reflect, and so our number one goal is to make every day better than the day before.
For me and my team, we love seeing the progression that the students have. The light bulb going off is basically why we do what we do. We work hard with these students 5 days a week. So you're sitting with that student and those students working hard, and to see them progress, see them understand something, it makes it all worth it.
For someone new coming to Riviera, you can expect kind people and people that can help you. They don't just say the answer, they teach me how to get the answer.
I like science because we get to do some experiments time to time. They provide kindness, respectfulness, and mostly fun.
I am a product of Brevard Public Schools. I've been with Brevard Public Schools for approximately 18 years. Southlake is an amazing school, and what makes it special is the collaboration between the teachers and the faculty.
Well, students have different learning styles, and part of what we do in the Smart Lab is that choice. If they're interested in 3D printing or video or building, engineering, and I think that giving students the opportunity to follow their passions in the Smart Lab helps with engagement, helps them find that success. As students decide on the careers that they want to do, what they learn here is really going to help them.
I love the fact that we honor, respect, and take ownership in all the diversity and the differences and uniquenesses of all of our teachers, staff, and the students. Every aspect of Southlake is a teaching opportunity. Be ready to be enriched, get ready for the adventure of learning, and not just having one teacher, but having 50 teachers. Not just having one friend, but having hundreds of friends.
In my opinion, I really liked PE and the Smart Lab. We do things on the computer and things with robots, and I really like it.
You can go into school and go oh, I wonder what is going to happen today, because there's just new things every day to try. For me, you can kind of feel the friendliness about Southlake. You can wave at people and they'll wave back. You smile and they smile. I love Southlake because of stuff like that.
When I talk to fellow people and I say I'm at Sunrise, they say, oh, I've heard of that school. Oh, I know that school. It's always for really amazing things. We are making the kids more responsible for their learning now. We are all here for the children and just holding them up to, I think, higher expectations. Knowing that we will reach every child here on whatever level they need is why they should come to Sunrise.
Sunrise Elementary is a school community where it just radiates joy and love and a super passion for learning. Sunrise is well known for academic success and helping every student shine. Our teachers love what they do. They learn right along with the students, but they also collaborate with one another to plan and execute amazing, fun, and engaging lessons. And that's what I want for the future of Sunrise Elementary School. I want our little sea turtles that come here to be able to come, start when they're young, grow up in our school, and we want to be able to help them meet their full potential and help them shine as they become young adults in the world.
We came up with 3 standards that aligned with our core values, which is be safe, work hard, and be nice. And we run our day-to-day lives here at Sunrise that way, and we recognize students and staff and faculty that follow that mindset. You know, it's just a great guideline of what you should be doing at all times. Every teacher's classroom rules aligns with the Sunrise standards. You can ask any student and they'll tell you what the Sunrise standards are. We really work on having those kids take ownership of their behavior.
All the teachers care about all the students, and all the students look up to the teachers. Everybody's very kind, everybody's very nice, and it's just a great place to be.
All the teachers, they're wonderful. They don't treat the students differently. They treat all the students the same. They never treat you because of how smart you are. They treat you because of who you are.
We are a hidden gem. Where else can you walk outside and see a rocket launch? Deep traditions in this school, the spirit, the pride in this community is just unbelievable. You see it on this campus, you feel it as soon as you walk through the doors, and there's just so much pride in Titusville High School, you can't not love it. There's academically different pathways that we can lead our students. One is through the AP coursework or the more advanced coursework. We have the dual enrollment path, or we have the CTE path, which is the career technical education path. We definitely feel responsible for the child, the person, and then the academics on top of that.
We have so many things here at the school. We have great academics. We have all these amazing art programs. We have an amazing culinary program. We have an amazing auto program. We have a CNA 911 program. That there is really something for every interest of every child at our school, and it makes it feel like a family instead of just where you come to do something you have to do.
We have an actual community. It's not just a school, it's not just an institution, it is a community in which people are willing to help each other. The students and their enthusiasm and their gusto for learning is unparalleled. The academics here are tremendous, as well as the caring of the faculty and the teachers we have here.
I love all the teachers here. They're awesome. They make the day better, honestly. Half of the school is the atmosphere that is given by the teachers and staff and administrators, and you can tell that they really care about their students. It's really fun to have people that are passionate about the school and want to participate, and it's really good to have the whole school spirit at the level that we do.
Inclusion is super important to us at Titusville High School. Everyone's really friendly and you can really talk to anybody and everyone's here to help you. I'm proud of the atmosphere. I'm proud of the things we get to do. It's a good environment, especially for you to join clubs and be involved in the school. You'll have a good time.
Good evening. I'm happy to welcome all of my fellow board members and call the July 29th, 2021 school board meeting and tentative budget hearing to order. Whether you are in attendance here or watching from another location, my colleagues and I are pleased you took the time to join us. Pam, roll call please.
Mrs. Belford?
Present.
Mrs. Campbell?
Present.
Mrs. Jenkins?
Present.
Mrs. McDougall?
Present.
And Mr. Susan?
Present.
The board will now hold a moment of silent reflection and invite the viewing audience to join us. Thank you. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Did it go off? Okay. Okay, at this time, I would like to offer my fellow board members and Dr. Mullins the opportunity to recognize students, staff, or members of the community. Who would like to get us started? Ms. Campbell, was that you?
Yes, I'll just keep mine short. I wanted to highlight the videos that Government Community Relations has been doing related to our summer construction projects, and just encourage everybody to go out to our YouTube channel. I know not every construction project is highlighted, but there's been some at Stone, O'Galley, Mila, Pinewood, I think. It's really incredible the work that's been done, and since, you know, in the summer, who goes to school, right? So you as a community get to have aerial views and behind the scenes views of the major construction that's going on in our schools. So great job for our facilities department for all the work they're doing, but thank you GCNR for, or GNCR, for allowing us that inside view into what's going on in our schools.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. McDougall?
I don't think it's on.
Hold on, let me find the right mic for you.
There we go, that's right.
Okay.
I just want to give a shout out to our food service department. I went to their kickoff on, I think it was Tuesday, and for the managers. And Dr. Mullins, would you remind me how many meals they have served over this past year?
11 million.
11 million meals that our food service people have served to our community and our students. And I want to give a shout out to Kevin Thornton and his department for the amazing job they've done. So thank you, food service.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll go.
You can't push a button, Mr.
Oh.
Susan.
You're gonna let it happen.
Try that. Is your light on?
Magic right there.
Is your light on?
It looks, there it is. It's
Okay,
on.
you're good.
Hey, everybody, I just wanted to say, since we've been gone, I've been putting together that O'Galley corridor group to support. I guess we're looking for a name yet. Right now we have 7 churches on board. We have 5 major leaders inside the inner city. We have 14 businesses, and we have a group of supporting organizations that are coming on. And the goal is to take the O'Galley area so that everybody knows when they come across something that they can help in this way. One of the problems we have throughout our districts is that we replicate services. Right now, coming out of COVID, coming into the school districts, this is going to be one of the worst times in the history of education for the drop of knowledge, drop of services, drop of everything. So we're creating something in my district, which is the most needy, which is that O'Galley corridor area, and bringing in the churches and all the other organizations for support. So that was amazing. I want to say all the individuals that are there, thank you for that. I also wanted to thank Jack Parker. Many of you guys may remember him as the former sheriff. He's the vice president over at Eastern Florida State. We've put together, he's been working with our school district, but most importantly, some of the other fire school recipients from like Rockledge to the county to everybody else that have their fire, the fire stations, to take our kids from Brevard into Eastern Florida State's curriculum and then have them come out, like a pipeline that we talk about. But one of the issues that we've been working on is making sure that that pipeline, like we have great programs, but where do they go from here, right? So he's been instrumental with working with the county, with our staff and everybody else on a lot of different moving parts, even though it's not his deal. And I just want to give him a shout out. And we had 7 more total companies join that jobs program with the kids, 2 construction and 3 in healthcare, and then 2 just randoms where they're just giving the kids opportunities. And then I also wanted to say, I was selected to be the advocacy chair for all school boards in the state of Florida, which oversees all 67 school boards. That oversees the federal, the state legislation, along with a couple other subcommittees for all the school board's recommendations to the state of Florida's legislature and to the federal government. I met with Bill Montford, the head of superintendents, Ms. White, the head of Florida Association of School Administrators, and I met with our teachers union in Tallahassee to start discussing, like, we are forming a committee to discuss collaboratively education. Many of you don't know, but our organizations, even though we're in the same scope, are not in the same, we don't collaborate like we could for all of our children. So I think if we're all together working, we're going to do a great job. So I wanted to say those are some of the things I've been working on and give some shout outs.
Thank you, Mr. Susan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Mullins, did you have anything you wanted to share?
There it is. Okay, got the light. Thank you, Mrs. Belford. Yes, I wanted to recognize our human resources team. Over the last 2 weeks, we have hosted both a transportation or bus driver career fair and a substitute teacher fair. It took extraordinary collaboration across human resources, transportation, government community relations, educational technology to put these events on. We went in not sure how they would be received, but we were so pleased with the response and the feedback. 52 people came interested in bus driver positions. Our goal at the end of the event going into it was if we can just leave with 25 qualified individuals for drivers and transportation, that would be success. So we feel we've got a great pool to pull from for those. And then at the substitute career fair, we had 130 interested individuals come and learn about how to be part of teaching staff, if you will, through the venue of being a substitute teacher. So when you think about 130 doesn't seem like a lot when we have 4,000 classrooms, but that's more than 1 additional sub per school on any given day. And given the struggle we had last year, I know our schools would be thrilled to have the assurance that we have at least 1 more sub available for each of our schools. So many thanks to Human Resources and all of the other departments to help make that possible. It was a busy place here over those 2 days. It was a one-stop shop. You come in and get the application paperwork, you go through screening, you go through interviews, and you leave knowing you're a candidate for one of those respective positions. So thank you, HR, and all of the other teams, transportation, ET, government community relations. Just a great success for Team BPS.
Thank you, Dr. Mullins. I have just one quick one, and that is a huge thank you for the Superintendent Summit. Congratulations to Mike Alba for a great job pulling all of our leaders together, and thanks to our school leaders for investing the time. We had a speaker that spoke about relational leadership as adult social emotional learning. And that might sound really dry to some folks that are not engaged in the work that's going on in the classrooms. But he was a very engaging and entertaining speaker, and really, I think, brought the message home on several occasions. So thank you, Mr. Alba and Dr. Mullins, for your inspirational message, as well as we kick off our new school year and get ready to rise to all of those challenges. That is going to bring us then to the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Mullins.
You have to turn them on.
Sorry,
That's
I'm getting
okay.
you.
Thank you. Mrs. Belford and members of the board, on this evening's agenda, we have administrative staff recommendations, 1 presentation, 9 consent items, 6 items for the tentative budget hearing portion, 2 action items, 1 information item, and 2 board discussion items. Changes made to the agenda since it was first released to the public on Thursday, July 22nd, 2021 are as follows. Item A7 on administrative staff recommendations received revisions. An attachment was added to the superintendent's report on G8 and G19. The superintendent's presentation under the tentative budget hearing and discussion items on mask and equity audit were also added.
What are the wishes of the board?
I'd like to make an emotion.
So
He
I
has
have
it first, yeah.
You can second Mr. Susan's motion for discussion if you'd like, Ms. McDougall.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion by Mr. Susan, a second by Ms. McDougall, and that would open for discussion.
I'd like to amend the agenda in a way that we can focus on people who are public comment, for people who are speaking to the agenda, and anyone that is not on the agenda be after the discussion, the board discussion.
So I have a motion on the floor to move our non-agenda related speaker public comment section to the end of the agenda after board discussion. Is that clear enough, Mr. Gibbs? Do I have a second for that motion?
And I'm going to second it for discussion, and then I want to clarify, and then we'll go from there. So I'm seconding.
So you're seconding. So I have a motion and a motion for amendment and a second, which opens for discussion. Mr. Susan.
So what's happening is that we're trying to move the discussion and presentations and speakers to the pertinent, so that everybody understands what's happening. Ms. McDougall made a motion, which I support, to move all the speakers pertinent to some of the discussion points later on to when that happens, so that the individuals that are here for the budget and other things that are here can actually have the meeting, wrap up, and go home. And then the people that are here for the many, like hour worth of speakers, they don't have to be here for that. That's all. So we're just making a motion to move it all. Doesn't mean there's anything nefarious going on. We're just doing that. So that's all I want to do. Is that what you meant? Okay.
Fine.
So I have a motion and a second. I'm assuming you need a voice vote, Pam?
On the amendment?
Yeah, first the amendment, then the actual.
Yeah, first the amendment and then the actual. Okay. Do you need a voice vote on that, Pam? All right, so board members, give me just a moment to unmute your mics. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
I would like to make sure what we are voting on first. Is this the amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just checking.
Yes, so we have a motion to amend the agenda as presented, and we have a second on that. So all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, and the motion passes 5-0. Now, Mr. Gibbs, we need to revisit the original adoption of the agenda, or we're good? All right, so we are going to adopt the amended agenda. So I will entertain a motion on the amended agenda.
We already put it on there, but I'll move to approve again.
Second.
All right, and that opens that up for discussion. So point of clarification for you all who are in the audience this evening. This is our budget hearing, and the budget hearing must be completed today so that our finance staff can move forward on all of the things that have to take place that they can't do until the board has approved it. So what we've just done is we have moved anyone who is speaking on a non-agenda item to the end of the meeting so that we can get that budget stuff out of the way. There is some question, has been some question leading up to today's meeting about whether board discussion is an agenda item. Board discussion is not an agenda item. So neither of the items that are on the board discussion area will be considered agenda item for priority speaking, but our meeting shouldn't be that long to get to the rest of the issues. We just need to make sure that we're getting all of that budget information out of the way, okay? Okay, so with that, do you need a voice vote on that one, Pam? To to adopt the amended? Okay, so board members, give me just one moment to get your mics ready. All right, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. All right, and the motion passes 5-0. Dr. Mullins, will you please let us know about the administrative staff recommendations?
Yes, Ms. Belford, there are 9 persons on this agenda item for the board to consider.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Susan, seconded by Ms. Jenkins. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. All right, Ms. Escobar is requesting voice vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes 5-0. Dr. Mullins, will you please provide us your update on COVID-19 mitigation strategies?
Thank you, Ms. Belford and members of the board. Wanted to provide the board and the community an update on our COVID-19 mitigation strategies since the last board meeting where we provided an update on June 22nd. I'm going to begin with several items, several slides that are the same, repeat from the presentation on June 22nd. There has been no change to that information that we presented on June 22nd, but for the benefit of the community, wanted to revisit those things. We know that COVID has presented challenges for students and family members across our community in terms of challenges and struggles, not the least of which are academic and all of the disruptions that have occurred over the last 15 months and the impacts that that'll have as our kids return, what we hope will be a less disruptive school year. And I'm pleased that as we've met with schools and principals and leaders over the last few days in preparation for the school year, they are already planning and preparing to capitalize and leverage the additional dollars we have going into this school year, largely in part of the federal stimulus grant that is available for our schools and ultimately for our kids. But to visit back some of the slides from a few weeks ago, our continued mitigation strategies continue to enhance and elevate our commitment to our facilities, both minimizing clutter across our classrooms to be able to maximize social distancing where possible, as well as continuing some of the hallway traffic patterns that we implemented last year moving forward. Of course, our maintenance department is also very attentive to our HVAC systems. We've been running them longer every day to ensure we have maximum airflow, as well as being extraordinarily attentive to the filter changes that need to occur. In addition, we will maintain our custodial strike team, who will be deployed where needed and necessary to support our schools to ensure cleanliness. In terms of daily operations, again, we will maintain amplified cleaning procedures and protocols, emphasizing and prioritizing those high-touch surface areas across our schools. One change from last year, our buses may be fully occupied as we move forward. We did not have them at full capacity last year, as we anticipate they will be this year. But again, we will be continuing our enhanced cleaning practices on our buses, hand sanitizer dispensers as students enter and egress the bus, as well as we will have masks available for students to use if they choose as they enter the bus. Additional impacts across daily operations. Schools will continue to support family engagement through virtual events and meetings, in addition to carefully planned in-person events, although as we open up our campuses and have volunteers and family-based activities on our campuses moving forward. Our cafeterias will continue to provide grab-and-go opportunities for students. We want to thank our parents for taking advantage of the online PayPal type opportunity for students. We really significantly reduced the exchange of cash in our cafeterias last year and encourage parents once again to take advantage of that. Even now, they can go online and add funds to their child's lunch accounts. Locker rooms will be fully accessible and cleaned regularly as we move forward, so that is also another change from last year for our PE programs. In terms of professional development, we have restored in-person professional development that began just over the last few weeks, but also will continue moving forward. We will continue mitigation protocols moving forward, supporting our employees through online portals as well, particularly the orientation process. I want to mention the blended learning instructional experience. Some folks read that and say, oh, we're going back to e-learning. No, blended learning instructional professional development has to do with supporting teachers in the utilization of online platforms as part of the regular instruction. That is not an e-learning platform. We are not utilizing the e-learning platform this year. Actually, we don't even have the option to utilize an e-learning platform, as that was specifically approved and provided for by the Florida Department of Education last school year, given the situation we are facing. Also, in terms of student health, we will continue to support our medically fragile students through the development of a very specific individualized health plan. So our parents who have concerns, we certainly encourage them to reach out to their child's school, and we'll work with them to develop those plans. But we want to emphasize, and you'll hear me say it probably a couple more times throughout this presentation, that we depend on and we need our parents to be the first line of defense in the health of their children, and doing that daily health check of their child before they send them to school. And we fully support our parents keeping their sick child home, certainly demonstrating any symptoms of illness, keep them home and keep their child safe, but also those around them safe in their school environment. Additional provisions that we're making available for both staff and students is the availability of face masks if they choose to utilize those in our schools as well as on our buses. We also have in inventory extended supplies of PPE, hand sanitizer, additional cleaning products. We found great benefit in using the misting disinfecting machines. We're continuing to utilize those across our schools. But I also mentioned earlier the challenges that we anticipate our kids have faced through disrupted learning over the last 16, 18 months, and we have put in place robust academic support opportunities throughout our schools. Every school has been given an allocation of funds to enhance their academic support program opportunities, and they are developing those plans and responses to meet the needs of their kids right now and as we move forward into the start of the school year. But also our students will continue to be progress monitored 3 times a year in English, language arts, and math. Students will be provided those additional supports as needed. We also a few weeks ago, completed summer school. We had favorable participation in summer school this last year. We would have loved to have had even more students, but understand that it was a quick turnaround for parents to make the decision in summer school, and we'll continue to support them moving forward. And want to assure our families, as some questions have come up relative to how will we support students who may experience quarantine due to COVID. We're working with our teachers to support access to materials. Virtually all of our instructional materials are available online, and many of our teachers utilize those enhanced virtual tools like Google Classroom and so on to support our kids. So I'll talk about that a little bit more as we move forward. In terms of student activities, visitors and volunteers will be permitted to participate in structured school activities that are carefully planned by the school in consideration of student safety as we move into the school year. Principals have been instructed that they may approve field trips and pursue our regular field trip process, depending on if it's in county, out of county, or out of state. But we do ask that principals carefully consider gatherings or large group activities and what are some responsible and reasonable mitigation strategies to put in place to increasingly keep everybody safe. And where feasible, schools will continue to hold high-risk events outdoors instead of indoors, if possible. So that information was all presented several weeks ago. None of that has changed since it was last presented. But if the board recalls, there were still 6 items under consideration when we met on June 22nd, and want to provide the board and the community an update in response to those items this evening. The first is the process of contact tracing and quarantining of students. As a result of contact tracing, the CDC updated their contact tracing guidance, I believe just either last week or early this week. We have reviewed that. We have conferred with our Brevard Department of Health, our local DOH, and they continue to recommend those quarantine guidelines. We will be following that recommendation moving forward. There is a 10-day and 14-day quarantine period for an individual who is in close contact of a COVID case. However, there are additional considerations for individuals who have been vaccinated or can demonstrate a formal, confirmed, positive COVID test within the last 90 days. So we're training our school leaders in that process even right now to support them moving forward. In terms of supporting our students in the event that they may be quarantined, of course, we will work closely with a child and their family in the event of an extended absence, just like we do in other circumstances, and ensure that we are as supportive as possible to the student who may be removed from school for a period of time. And our teachers are prepared to be responsive in a host of different ways. Different classrooms, different types of content, different grade levels facilitate different levels of engagement. In some cases, that's a paper pencil instructional option for students. In other cases, a teacher may choose to utilize a Zoom in or a video instructional option for a student. But we'll work with students on a case-by-case basis, and our administrators are prepared to support teachers in whatever tool or vehicle that they identify as most feasible for their classroom situation. We will continue to have devices available for students who may need a device to go home with to be able to be increasingly responsive to the resources that are available to students. But again, you heard me say it before, we ask that our kids and our parents prioritize their child's health and be continually engaged in monitoring a child's health to keep the best interest of the child in consideration. Of course, we will work closely with any students who have an IEP 504 or ELL related services to ensure continuity of support in those situations. The next item, I believe, was number 3, our school clinics. We will maintain all of the health protocols we had in place last school year for our clinics, whether it was enhanced PPE materials in our clinics and keeping individuals separated and so on. There's been question about our case reporting and dashboard management. We will stand up, if you will, our COVID-19 data dashboard that we maintained all last school year. It will launch next week, August 2nd, as we have all of our teachers reporting back to their campuses on Monday. And then we'll maintain that as we have in the past, twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays, that are reflective of the data since the previous reporting. And then finally, the last couple items, the board may recall, and I don't know that our public even knew, the state did provide some minor allowances for our mandatory drills last school year, which we did put take advantage of. But this year, the state has said we must return to our full protocols for mandatory drills of evacuation and other emergencies. So those obviously will be put back into place in completion this coming school year. And then finally, the last item was guidelines for parents, parent or guest visits on our campuses. Of course, we welcome and want to encourage our families, our parents, to become a registered volunteer and make themselves available for scheduled and routine involvement and engagement with our schools. And we recall that this past year we had the attrition of our media assistants across our schools as an unfortunate but necessary budget reduction. And we had hoped when we were making that decision we could have volunteers help fill that need in our media centers. And we look forward to opening that opportunity this year as all of our schools will feel the full loss of a media assistant in their media centers. So again, we have our security office is in full swing, getting individuals cleared for volunteers. We are finalizing and getting our mobile screening process put into place and expanding that as well, so that we can increase the number of volunteers we have available to support our schools. Campuses will continue to remain secure for unscheduled visits. So lunch with students will not be permitted this year, as well as parents walking their child to class will not be permitted as we start the school year. Organized school activities for visitors, as always, consistent with our school board policy 8475, which requires the supervision of all guests by staff the entire time on campus. So with that, that is a full update of the mitigation strategies we have for this coming school year. Again, I'll close with to implore our parents and families, legal guardians, to please work with us to keep our schools informed of any child who may be experiencing any symptoms of COVID, so that we can all be responsive and responsible in keeping their child and other children safe moving forward. And if the board has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer those, and I've got my great experts in the back who can help me if it gets too difficult.
Thank you, Dr. Mullins. So board members, in just a moment, I'm going to turn it over to you for questions, comments, concerns, however you'd like to address it. I do want to mention that we have representatives from the health department here to answer questions as well. I did assure Ms. Moore, as well as our friends from the health department, that when we wrap up this discussion portion of our meeting regarding the presentation, they will be free to go, so they don't feel the need to be with us until however late the rest of us are going to be here this evening. So please take advantage of their presence while we are in this discussion portion of the meeting. At this time, I will open it up for any board member that would like to ask questions, comments, anything.
I just have one pretty simple question.
Ms. Jenkins, go right ahead.
Sure. My question is just for the health officials that are here, if you're able to answer this question or not, but where were we in terms of our positivity rate around last August, and possibly if you can give me the one in January, as well as where we are now?
Ms. Belford, or Mrs. Jenkins Maynard, can we have the Department of Health representatives introduce themselves first, just so everybody knows who we have with us this evening? Who's brave to go first?
I'm ready. Is my mic on? You can hear me. I'm Helen Medlin. I'm the Epidemiology Program Manager for the Department of Health in Brevard County. Sorry.
Hi, everyone. I'm John Davis. I'm the Community Health Nursing Director for the Brevard County Health Department.
And I am Anita Stremmel. I am the Assistant Director at the Department of Health in Brevard.
Thank you for being with us tonight. I'm sorry. Someone have the best person to respond to Mrs. Jenkins, please.
So I can give you probably what I looked at before I came here, because obviously I don't know all this off the top of my head, but I looked at the positivity rate at this time last year, and at that point in time it was 7%. And on our last reported data, which was last Friday, it was 20%.
So
Ladies and
I have
gentlemen, Ms. Jenkins, hold on just one second, please. I understand that we are certainly discussing some emotional issues this evening, but I'm going to remind the audience that this is the board's opportunity to have their meeting. You will certainly have an opportunity during public comment later to share anything that you would like to share, but I'm going to ask that you not shut out from your seats and interrupt the discussion that's taking place between the board and the superintendent or the health representatives, okay? Thank you. Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you. I honestly think I heard what somebody had said, and that was actually going to be my follow-up question. Is what does that 20% mean? Was that a one-day
Sorry,
percentage?
I'll clarify. So I was looking at the week. It's
Okay.
a 20% positivity rate over the week.
So a 7-day total.
A 7-day total.
Okay.
And again, that was the same for a year ago, was the 7%, was the average over the week.
So I kind of know the answer to this, but I don't know the specifics, so I would love you to tell me since you're the expert. Obviously, there's a difference in that number there. There's a significant increase in that number, but there's other changes too, right? So the ages that are being affected are not the same as well because it's a year later, vaccines are available. So can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, so let's start with positivity rates a little bit. So when you're looking at positivity rates, they are really showing you need people to be testing at the same time to kind of have those lower positivity rates. Sorry. So, it's basically looking at the rate of positives to negatives. Okay. So there is the difference in that. I think it's more important to look at transmission rates because positivity rates is related to a lot of healthy people going to get tested, and we don't have the ability to do that at this point in time. So again, if you look at transmission rates, it's cases per 100,000 of population. So last year we had 72 cases per 100,000 over a week. And this past week we were at 354 cases per 100,000. When we're looking at age groups, because of the success of vaccinations, we are seeing a decrease in the caseload in the older population, which has been significantly vaccinated.
Is there a new dominant age group or bracket that we're seeing here in Brevard? Because I know, back in the beginning of this pandemic, obviously we were really concerned about people who were 65 and older, and I would assume that has changed. So is there a new age bracket that we're concerned about?
Well, we're concerned about all age brackets, but yes, on our daily case list, certainly we're seeing more folks in their 20s, 30s, 40s. They're making up the vast majority of the daily case count. We do see pediatrics, of course, and we've seen them in greater numbers of late.
The hospitals are also seeing lower ages being hospitalized. In the past, we were looking at the older ages, and now we're looking in the 50 to 60-year-old range is the majority of the people who are hospitalized.
So I have one more question. We've been seeing a lot in the news lately that some of our local hospitals and health clinics are setting up tents, that they're using them right now. Can you explain to the public and to us what is causing them to do that now when they weren't doing that a week ago?
Again, we are at 353, was it, per 100,000. And you're going to see with the release of the information tomorrow by the state that it will increase a bit from there. So that's reflected in our healthcare system. They're being maxed right now. They're under heavy stress, and we have more of it circulating in the community.
Thank you.
Can I follow up to her?
Yes, Mr. Susan.
So I spoke to Health First and the steward about the tents, right? And actually, when I do daily checkups with the ICU docs and stuff like that and ask them, hey, what are you seeing? Are you seeing kids under the age of 12? What's going on? And one of the Health First guys said, hey, just to give you a heads up, we're going to put a tent out front. Has nothing to do with the increases and stuff. What we're seeing is a lot of people are coming in and they're saying, I think I have COVID. And once they break the threshold of the hospital, they have to be checked in and all that stuff. So they were trying to avoid the hospitalizations and all that stuff by seeing them inside the parking lot to allow them to vary between what's coming in. So it was one, to mitigate for future uses, but the other thing is they were seeing an influx of people that said that they had COVID and they were coming up there, but they didn't want to reuse the resources of staff to go through that. So it wasn't a situation that was being driven from a massive amount of cases that were coming through.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Audience.
So I had a couple questions, but I'm going to go after everybody else, so I'll wait until all you guys.
Hold on, Mr. Susan, hold on. I need to circle back to Ms. Jenkins. 'Cause
Yes.
she had a follow-up on, I think,
So
what you said.
I appreciate that, Mr. Susan, but the man that you
Ladies
spoke
and
to.
gentlemen, please lower your voices so that we can continue with our business. If we have to ask you again, you'll be asked to leave.
The man that you spoke to isn't here right now, and so I would like to ask the people who are here, do you agree with that? And is there a different way that you think that could be defined as to why it is there? Because that's not what they had just said to us.
You're
So,
asking them, but they're not the hospital.
well, we have a hospital representative right there.
Okay.
No, we're not representing the hospital. Again, right now they have more inpatients with COVID than they've had in the past. Okay, so that is a fact. And I think that's been acknowledged by their leadership, and it's been in the press. So I don't think that's breaking news here.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Susan, you said you wanted to wait on your questions?
Yeah, I was going to wait until everybody else had their time.
Ms. McDougall?
You going on?
Ms. Campbell?
Thank you guys for being here again. Dr. Mullins in the presentation referred to the updated CDC guidance for quarantines. So, and I have read through that, but it just for some clarification, it looks like that guidance was making for contact tracing and quarantine just a little bit different for K-12 schools than for everybody else. If you could clarify. So I think some of it's the same. If you've been vaccinated, you don't have, unless if you're asymptomatic, you don't have to quarantine. If you've had COVID in the last 90 days, and that's verified, you don't have to quarantine. That's the same for everybody. But then there was something about if you are in an environment where the person who tested positive was wearing a mask and the person who's exposed was wearing a mask, then you also don't have to quarantine. Can you?
Yes, I can
clarify?
answer.
Thank you.
I can answer that. Okay. So the CDC guidance, and I can read it verbatim if you wish. It says, exception in the K through 12 indoor classroom setting, the close contact definition excludes students who were within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, where both students were engaged in consistent and correct use of a well-fitting mask, and other K through 12 school prevention strategies such as universal and correct mask use, physical distance, increased ventilation were in place.
So is there anything that would preclude us from being able to use that exception?
I believe that you do not have a universal mask use. I'm not sure about your ability to physically distance in all classrooms and your increased ventilation at all schools.
Right. Thank you. So I had a question regarding, and this, I mean, CDC guidelines, I'm not asking you to explain the whole process of their decision making, but if you can give me some more insight. You know, when I have looked at the studies of people who have been infected with COVID, and obviously that's not a strategy that we're employing. We're not telling people, go let someone breathe on you so you can get immunity, but we do know that people have immunity after having tested positive. There's some question as to how long it lasts. I know the CDC has kind of arbitrarily, I've seen some studies, but they kind of arbitrarily picked 90 days. However, when I look at the studies, it seems that what they're saying is, I think it was 1 in 1,000, I don't know how old that data was, but 1 in 1,000 people who had tested positive for COVID were able to be, or had been reinfected. But then I'm seeing the data for people who have been vaccinated and how much breakthrough is going. And so I guess my question is, why are the people who have tested positive for COVID only getting the 90 days when we're not putting any kind of limitation at all on people who have been vaccinated, even from last December? Do you have any, I know that's not you guys, that's CDC, but what? This isn't like a concert. I appreciate you guys are here and being active participants, but it's really distracting and it's going to make the meeting take a lot longer also. So if you can let people answer the question, thank you. I don't really need any applause.
Certainly I can't speak for the CDC. I do know with other COVID infections, so the other coronaviruses that circulated throughout human society for lengths of time, that we had anything from 6 months to about 2 years. We do not get a lifelong immunity from the natural infection. Why they choose the differences, that I cannot tell you, I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, I appreciate it. It is frustrating to me as of a parent of a child who had immunity, and it's continued to work for her, but she's stuck with the 90 days as well, and will have to be quarantined. When I know that I also know people who've been vaccinated who have had the breakthrough cases. So, just as a note to the board, because we have chosen different guidelines, that is something that we could make an adjustment to if we chose. I'm trying to look at the studies and not the media, because the media, is interesting. No insult to our guests over to the right. But the information coming out is conflicting often. So one of the things that I have read and studied is that the new variants are more contagious, more infectious. I'm not sure if I'm using the right vocabulary word, but that they are generally, and over the history of virology, less lethal, less deadly. Is that an accurate depiction of the variants that we have going on?
I think that each variant has its differences. Certainly the Delta variant replicates much quicker, which is why it is more transmissible from person to person. And so, for example, if you're exposed, it will replicate much quicker. So instead of, say, taking 3 to 5 days to have symptoms, now it might take 2 to 3 days. Okay. With something that is that replicates much faster, your viral load can become quite increased as well with that. And understand that with any disease, the higher your viral load, the more infectious you become. Okay. Now I've lost my train of thought. What was the second part?
The second part was the deadliness, I guess, or of the variants as they go. Don't they generally become less lethal as time goes by?
No, I don't think that you can say that. I think that it is dependent on each variant and how it mutates and how it then affects our body. You can't generalize with any of these mutations. Each one is unique in its own way. And some can actually become more lethal to the human and others will be less. There's no rule.
Okay. One of the things that we're not able to see specific to Brevard because of the way that the Department of Health is posting the data just weekly, and the only thing that we can see specific to Brevard is our cases, our percent positive, and our vaccinations. So we're not able to see, and I was trying to see on the CDC website, because you can see some things by county there. I was trying to see if we could compare our hospitalizations, and by the way, thank you for saying that about the percent positive, because even that was told to us last summer when we had our roundtable. The percent positive is not necessarily a biggest factor, because if you only had 300 people come test that day, it's going to be a higher percentage, and we've had some off numbers throughout the last year. But the hospitalizations and deaths are an important one, and I know they lag. So we are having kind of a spike right now, and we're not as likely to see this hospitalization death numbers, spike as well. But generally now we're getting close to where we were at our highest point in end of January, early February, when we were at about 376 cases per week. Are we seeing a similar spike in hospitals? I know obviously our hospitalizations are going up, but are we seeing the same spike in hospitalizations and deaths similar to that, or are they not as high as they were at our high point?
The hospitalizations right now are higher than they were in January.
Okay.
And you will see tomorrow when the statistics come out that our case rates have increased as well over this past week.
Okay, thank you. I think and this I don't know if this is more for you guys or for Chris more, but during the spike that we had in that January, February time, did we, as we walked through the year, we did not see, this was consistent, it was anecdotal for the most part, but I think Chris Moore probably has more of the data, you guys that were working with her and her team. I just kept hearing that the cases were not necessarily passing around in the school, they were passing around, from families particularly, because those are super, the closest contacts, right? But also outside of school activities. Did we see more transmission in the schools during that highest spike time of the January, February?
You will always see that the community in the school reflects the community in which it is. So, when you have a high transmission rate outside of the school, you'll have a high transmission rate in the school.
Right, but we didn't really see that necessarily from student to student this past year.
It was also a different variant, so we're looking at something different right now.
I hear you. And I've seen it, honestly, going on in the community around me as well. We just had a local camp that had to be shut down because they didn't have enough student workers. And a band camp that was shut down this week recently as well because of numbers of cases and spread. I think that's all. Ms. Belford, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Ms. Jenkins?
Yeah, so just stemming off of Ms. Campbell's question about our spike that we saw in our community in January and how it kind of reflected in the schools because we reflect the community. Was there something that the schools were putting in place to potentially stop that number from climbing above what it was?
At that time, they were following the CDC mitigations, and I do believe that they certainly made a difference.
So do you believe that the fact that our students from 3rd grade and above wearing masks did not have an even bigger spike in Brevard Public Schools?
Well, it was a recommended mitigation strategy and an important one. It continues to be an important one.
Thank you.
Ms. McDougall?
Yes, first, thank you very much for being here. And Ms. Campbell has already asked about the quarantine, the CDC quarantine. That was one of my questions. And I guess I have a question, and I don't know if this is for Ms. Moore or for you all. How the contract tracing, who is going to be doing that? Are we going to be depending on you all to do that and to notify, or Ms. Moore, how's that going to work this year?
I could attempt to answer it, but since Ms. Moore is already on her way, she'll get it more accurate than I will. So.
Contact tracing is going to remain the primary focus of our schools. Only our schools are going to be able to get the detailed information about who's sitting next to who rode what bus, who was playing next to who at recess, who was out at testing, who was absent that day or not that day. Contact tracing isn't a day. Contact tracing is from the moment a student is ill, 48 hours before that, and up until the day that they are no longer there. At times, contact tracing is 1 day. Sometimes contact tracing is 6 or 7. So our administrators will continue to be responsible for that contact tracing.
Thank you. It does take up a lot of time. I know that Ms. Campbell talked about, the breakthrough cases. I just want to make sure that everyone's clear that the vaccine is not a cure-all. It is to make sure that we don't end up in the hospital and we don't get so ill. Just kind of like the flu shot. You can still get the flu if you get the shot. It's not something that's going to stop you from getting it. You hope it will, and it is very effective for many people. So we don't have any data, do we, on how this virus, especially the Delta, will affect our pediatric children or our teenagers. Do we have any data on that at this point?
In terms of the vaccine?
No,
I'm
in
sorry.
terms of you hear about these long haulers that they've gotten the COVID and they still have symptoms 3 months, 6 months afterwards.
Yes. That is in fact the case. We certainly know of folks like that.
And do we have any data for our children at this point?
Just to clarify your question, I believe you're asking if we have data on how the Delta variant affects children. No, at this point in time, I've not seen any specific data that shows any long-term. I don't think the virus has been around long enough for that type of information to be available. What I can tell you is that it's certainly the information that is out there, which says that children do transmit the Delta variant more readily than the other variants, and that we've seen that in our community over the summer.
Thank you.
Is that all for you, Ms. McDougall?
Yeah, this time.
Okay. Mr. Susan?
Thank you. You got me?
Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for the individuals from the DOH coming over here. It means the world to us. Right now, we have multiple agencies saying multiple things, and you guys are our closest lifeline to any piece that's actually got some relevancy in the medical area. So thank you so much for being here. I was going through a couple of these things, and I'm trying to follow up here. On July 21st, the CDC Division of Laboratory Services sent out a memo saying that lab PCR tests couldn't test the difference between COVID and influenza, that being one of the largest PCR tests that we've seen. Are you guys aware with that? And is that a possibility that we may be seeing influenza cases marked as COVID cases?
The PCR looks at the RNA of the virus. The RNA of the influenza and the COVID virus are very different. It's very specific. I'm not sure how they can mix the two up when they're looking at it in the lab.
So you guys haven't seen that memo?
No.
I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally the CDC. I thought that it was it's a PCR. It came to me from our actual docs from the ICU, showing me that, hey, this might be something you guys want to look at, and it indicates that the influenza rates may have been decreased and COVID rates may have been increased because of the fact that it couldn't determine the two. But anyways, if we didn't, we didn't. But let me ask you this: have the influenza rates dropped since COVID has started to a different level than what they were previous? Are we seeing less influenza rates than we were? And is it a significantly less? Like, can you speak to those statistics by any chance?
A little, yes. So influenza is seasonal, and each season we have different rates. you know, it's very, again, very depending on which, again, variant of influenza is here. We did see a decrease in influenza over this season. We often, our season often follows the season in the Southern Hemisphere. They saw a decrease in influenza there, and we saw a decrease in influenza here. One of the thought processes was that the masking of the community decreased influenza in our community. It also resulted in a decrease in RSV in our community. And what we have seen is an unusual seasonal increase in RSV as we have seen the masking taking off.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so if we can run through a couple of statistics real quick. Currently, under the current guidelines in the last 2 weeks, how many individuals under the age of 12 in Brevard have gone into the ICUs, have been admitted into ICUs?
We don't really have that data. That would be the hospitals who would have that data.
No. I mean, I checked in with the hospitals. I thought that they reported that data, and I apologize. I didn't know that they didn't report the ICUs
Since the end of the emergency,
Public health emergency.
from the end of the governor's emergency, that information hasn't been reported.
Okay, because the conversations that I've had, so you guys don't have any data on the ICU cases at all, whether they're median ages or age groups or anything, because they're not being reported?
We do speak with the hospitals right now on a daily basis.
Right.
That's where I got my information about the average hospitalization being 50 to 60. We don't go into detailed age ranges. I know they indicated that there were some children seen. Infants, I don't know.
There was a couple that went NICU because the pregnancies that when I was speaking to them that did, but I was more focused on the children that might be between the ages of 4 and 12, which is our truly grouping that we cannot vaccinate. So I was trying to look for guidance as to, we may be seeing increases in numbers. We may be seeing all of those things where my concern was hospitalizations and ICU cases. So if we can speak to that, do we have any statistical data showing cases between 3 and 12 or any of those grouping ages for hospitalizations at least?
We do not.
Okay. But the hospitals have that data, correct? Because they've been speaking to you on that, and I mean, they have spoken to me on it.
Yeah, I'm sure the hospitals do.
Okay, so
we don't get that detailed in our.
No, I understand. Yeah. I understand. I thought that they might. I apologize.
Okay.
Dr. Mullins, they have that. So if we can get those statistics from our hospitals, they'd probably be more than willing to give us what their numbers are over the last month. And I think truly, when we look at those numbers is where, when I'm concerned about the increases and everything else, is the health of the individuals and in that area is where it makes my decisions to do things. And from what they have been saying, and this is what was as of about 3 days ago, is that 95% of the people that were inside there that had gotten the COVID were unvaccinated inside the ICUs. The ones that were vaccinated, the other 5%, 100% of them were ones with underlying conditions. So when I was looking at the numbers, and this is not, again, this is me saying this, and this is not verified because I thought the health department had it, there were nobody that wasn't vaccinated that didn't have underlying conditions heading into the ICU. And as of them, as of 2 days ago, they had said that no child under the age of 12, between the ages of 3 and 12, had gone in there, and that was Health First and Stewart. So like when I was looking at making decisions, I was, okay, you know, those were some of the things I was looking at, and I wanted to make them available to you. But obviously, we have to go further and request that back.
Can I just jump in for a minute to
Yeah.
follow up with that?
Yeah.
I know that Dr. Mullins and I was at a COCO Commission meeting on Tuesday, I think it was, and the president of Stewart, the hospital in Rockledge, was there. And he said that his ICU is filling up. And exactly what you were saying is for people, 99% are unvaccinated people. So I wanted to, he just shared that with us 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So I wanted to share that.
So it's similar data. We're looking at it. So now, thank you for that. I wanted to ask, so we don't have hospitalization data, we don't have ICU data. We only have the numbers that are actually positive and negative, and that's based on 100,000, which was good, but we don't know if that could be, according to the laboratory services, possibly a change because of the testing for that PCR. All right, if I can run through, Dr. Mullins, the vaccinated and unvaccinated. I just got a text from somebody that was showing me that there's some quarantining times that have been kind of sent out to some of the people. A memo coming out of one of our high schools. So I was just going to walk through these quarantine times if we can, because I think there might be some confusion on athletics and all those pieces if I can walk through it. So Ms. Moore, if you can come down and answer any of these questions.
I think it's important we clarify the hospitalization piece.
What's that?
Can I clarify something?
I will. And
Thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Yeah, you bet.
So for students that are 13 to 18 that can be vaccinated, right? If we can just walk through this process. So I am a vaccinated individual that is sitting right next into, in a classroom, a student who tests positive for COVID or shows the symptoms. What happens to that vaccinated person if they are within the last 90 days vaccinated, like you had mentioned? Can you walk me through what that quarantine testing is, that quarantine procedure is?
So the 90 days and the vaccines are two separate things.
Okay.
So if a student is vaccinated and they are contact a case of school, as soon as we are notified and verify the vaccine, that student can return to school.
Okay, so
if they ever leave.
Okay, perfect. So if I am a student playing athletics, right, and I have the vaccine and somebody, same procedure, no different. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so I am a non-vaccinated student, okay, and this person tests positive. I go out and test negative for, there's no time period. How long is this student out for?
Sure. So as a contact to case school, as the flowcharts are currently written, and of course, I believe you guys have a copy of a draft of those that we sent. A student would be quarantined for 10 days. On day 6, and I don't have the flowcharts in front of me, so please forgive me if I tell you I get a day off, but my partners at the DOH will correct me. On day 6, after exposure, if they test negative, they can return to school on day 8. However, they can't participate in athletics until the 14-day period is up.
That's the one that I'm getting caught on.
I
Can you
figured you
explain
would.
that piece to me?
I can have the DOH explain that piece to you.
Sure.
You bet. Sorry.
And Ms. Moore, I appreciate you saying that we got those COVID numbers. It's just that the public didn't get those, and I wanted to walk through those scenarios because I have some individuals that are asking in this space those same questions.
Sure, and the reason the public doesn't have them yet is they're in draft form, and the last thing we want to do is put out information to our public that we're not ready to say, this is the way it's definitely going to be. So we're still meeting with administrators, we're meeting with the DOH, we're making sure that information is correct and tight, and as you guys are all aware, and as I'm sure the public is aware, information changes quickly as it relates to COVID. So we're going to publish those as soon as we're sure that they're ready to go.
And Ms. Moore, we can, as a school board, make the decision to change any of those quarantining ways if we choose also. When your process that you were going through as far as explaining, we're gonna work with all those people. We're part of that process too, so I just wanted to add that. I know you know that, so I wanted to add that, so thank you.
Thank you.
So somebody's gonna tell me the difference between the athletic teams?
Yes. So,
Thank you.
So really, it's the CDC guidance for quarantining, and it relates both to the testing on day 6, which shortens a quarantine to return or out of quarantine on day 8, or you can not do the testing and you can return on day 11, essentially, so 10-day quarantine, day 11. CDC recommends that you can shorten it as long as for the continuation of those days up to day 14, you continue the mitigation strategies that they recommend, and they are to wear a mask, they are to 6 feet distance, they are to stay out of large crowds, etc. So the thought process that is that playing sport, one cannot 6 feet distance. It is also difficult to play sport with a mask, and so allowing the student to go back to school, education being the priority, that we would try and agree with that type of mitigation, that they can return to school but not to sport until the end of the true quarantine, which is 14 days.
Okay, thank you so much. And that's the recommendation of you guys. I would like to try to recommend that if an individual tests negative on day 6, that they can continue their athletics and their studies. I would like to try to do that.
Can I make a comment on testing? So you can test negative on day 6, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to be symptomatic and positive on day 7, 8, 9, or 10, or 11, or 12.
No, I can. You are 100% right. It incubates. It does all those things. I 100% guarantee. But I would like to see what the appetite. I would like to see what the appetite of this board is. I'd like to make I won't do that just yet. I want to see if anybody in here would like to reduce the amount of quarantining for athletics and activities and everything else from the 14 or 11 days down to the 6, and I'll tell you why. Okay. These students, when they are gone in athletics or activities, 2 weeks can determine a kid's life. And being the fact, I went back and I was doing this with my old coach today, and I said, I think this is where I'm going to have an issue and where I'm going to dig in a little bit. I said, there were 3 games that I was in high school that defined my career as an individual. And I can remember those vividly today. And if I would have missed one of those games just because of a CDC recommendation that kind of doesn't follow the same one as being inside the school, I think that it just doesn't kind of fit. So I'd like to make the recommendation. I'd actually like to make a motion to reduce it down to the other one, and I'd like to see what you guys think.
So first, I'm going to remind the audience again, please, let us get through what we need to get through tonight. Mr. Susan, we haven't all had an opportunity to ask our questions, get clarifications.
You want me to wait until I'm done to make that motion?
Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Just so we can make sure we have all of the
Absolutely.
information?
I'll withdraw that. And then
Okay,
I'll make
and
it
I will
as soon as
circle
you're
back
done.
to you at the end of our discussion on this topic, okay?
Okay. So I have some more.
Misty?
Yes, Ms. Jenkins.
All right.
I know you haven't gone, and I don't want to jump in front of you. I just want to ask you. The things that I want to say are stemming from what other people. I'm sorry, I can't control my microphone.
Sorry.
Okay. The things that I want to ask and say are stemming from what the discussion that has happened. Do you want me to wait until you're finished?
That would be awesome,
Okay.
just in case they're addressed already.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So in some of the things it says that items still under consideration, educational services for quarantined students. We talk in there about I just want to verify, as you have said over and over again, that there are no e-learning options that are going to be forced upon our teachers at all.
That is correct. The only reason we were able to offer or provide e-learning last school year is because the Florida Department of Education, within their emergency order, made provision for that, and we had to submit a plan for approval to the DOE before we could implement e-learning. They have neither provided the emergency order to extend e-learning for this school year, nor provided any provision for a plan to be approved. So there is no provision from the Department of Education to provide e-learning, and as such, we will not have teachers providing an e-learning platform.
Okay. And then just wanted to make sure that that was resounded, and thank you for doing that, even though it was redundant. Dr. Mullins, case reporting and dashboard management. We kind of touched on it, but can you get a little bit in depth on that? Like, what are we looking at for that? What are your thoughts on that? Are we going to do the daily, because I saw the report that goes to the DOH that they post where all the schools in the state are inside of there with their rates and everything else.
Well, I can't speak to what the DOH is going to be reporting. That's their own process. Our process was we managed the COVID data dashboard on our website. It was updated on Tuesday and Friday of each week. That was inclusive of positive cases in schools who had positive cases from since the previous reporting period. So that same exact process will be continued starting August 2nd moving forward. We will be working in cooperation with the Department of Health because they will be the first point of contact for the contact tracing in cooperation and partnership with our schools who actually do the contact tracing like Ms. Moore explained, and then they will provide us the data to report to our government community relations for the dashboard.
Perfect.
Did that help?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Quick question is last year we had one of our schools that the COVID spread got so much it went into, we shut it down and we had to go to e-learning, right, for a couple of days while we cleaned and everything else. Do we have a mitigation strategy for doing that, being the fact that we're not going to be on e-learning? Is that going to be one of those where the teachers give out the homework like we did when I was in school when the kids weren't there, hurricanes, stuff like that?
Again, we don't have e-learning. We were able to utilize e-learning in cases where classes or in some cases a school had to close down. We simply shifted to 100% e-learning, but we don't have that availability now. So we will have to work on a case-by-case basis to support students and manage that.
And it's just for the parents to know that in the event that a school closes down, it's not that we're going to start sending them information to say, fire up your laptops and get all that stuff done. It's going to be a different strategy, kind of like what we've done in the past, where the teachers will give homework based on their AS400s or whatever, and the students will be able to work on that and everything else. That's all. I just wanted to make sure those were that guidance. I've had some inquiries about that.
I think that's the best explanation we can provide right now, quite frankly.
With that, I think I'm good until we get back to that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. Dr. Mullins, I'll start with a couple questions for you, just because we can get them out of the way and you don't have to go back to the podium or any of that stuff. Last year, we were able to work out some protections for our employees with regard to COVID leave, should they have an exposure, those sorts of things. Can you speak to what we're doing for our employees this year to provide some protections as well?
Yes. Dr. Thetty and her team have been working to work through the details of extending COVID leave again for our employees in the event that they test positive or are in a situation where they have to quarantine. And we are making accommodations in the cases that an employee can work from home or remote in, even in the cases of teachers, making that provision possible. Dr. Thetty, did I capture that pretty correctly, or do you want to clarify anything?
You captured it accurately. Thank you.
Thank you, both Dr. Thetty and Dr. Mullins, for that information. Another question, and something that I had mentioned to you, Dr. Mullins, and this one probably is more geared toward, I don't know, whoever wants it, take it. Our Department of Health friends, Ms. Moore, Dr. Mullins. One of the things that in looking at all of the ways that we can mitigate risk in our schools was screening testing. And there seems to be kind of two approaches to screening testing. There's like screening on a regular time interval, either the entire school or a portion of a school. And then there's also a district that is utilizing testing to offset quarantines. Flagler County, I believe, with their health department, has worked out a situation where they are doing rapid testing on students who are considered close contacts. And they're actually doing the rapid testing every other day throughout the quarantine period. Do you all have a recommendation on the feasibility of screening testing for our students here in Brevard in either of those situations, just as general screening or as quarantine screening?
Ms. Belfer, I think Mrs. Moore is going to come, or Ms. Moore is going to come forward.
I was hoping the DOH would jump in.
I'm going to take a stab at it. We just got that information or that suggestion, I believe, yesterday, and we started conversation with the Department of Health about that. We do, you correct me, Department of Health, they do face a challenge because they do not have large testing standalone sites established right now. Those have been closed down, if you will, and all of those staff have been reallocated to providing vaccines. So, for example, the large testing location at Eastern Florida State College, Palm Bay campus, that is not functioning right now. Individuals are taking advantage of pharmacies and their regular doctor's office or walk-in clinics for testing. So we started the conversation today. Feasibility, logistics is definitely a challenge, but I don't know that we've concluded the conversation, but we just began it today. But there are definitely some challenges there. Is that? You are welcome to correct me if I misrepresented anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking into some rapid testing, but there's some questions that we've got for our legal folks that are still unanswered.
Super. So then we'll just kind of put that as one of those. We'll have a follow-up on that at some later time. Okay, super. And while we're at it and speaking to some extent to Mr. Susan's concern about, there was also some recommendation, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it came from CDC guidelines, but recommending specifically, even if we couldn't manage to do screening for all of our schools on a regular basis, could we potentially screen our athletes on a regular basis to cut down on potential exposure there? So not expecting an answer now, but just as we're looking at our opportunities, if we could just have that consideration as well, I would appreciate it. I believe it was Ms. Campbell earlier that brought up the exception to close contact. And Ms. Moore, I know you and I spoke to this yesterday, but if our health department friends could just clarify for me, it sounded like when Ms. Campbell asked, is there anything from keeping us from taking advantage of this, that it wasn't just the lack of a universal masking policy that would keep you all from recommending that exception. Is that correct? Or maybe the easier way I should ask it is, if we had a universal masking policy, would we no longer have to quarantine students?
Well, again, that's a CDC recommendation. And as your infrastructure stands now, it doesn't meet that criteria.
So just for clarification, even if we had a universal masking policy, our physical infrastructure would prohibit us from taking advantage of the exception. Is that correct, John?
Again, ideally, you would have the masking policy in place, which is obviously not the case. You would need at least 3 feet distance in your facilities. So again, that's their recommendation. They're comfortable putting that out if those measures can be met. So I'm not sure, we don't determine that.
Right, right. So and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I just want to make sure I understand your recommendation, and I'm not asking you to weigh in on universal mask or non-universal mask. But if we had universal masking in our schools and we had students separated by 3 feet, does that meet the criteria for us to take advantage of the exception, according to your perspective of our district? And the reason I'm asking is because there was also one other element there of ventilation, right? It wasn't just 3 feet and masks. So I just want to make sure that we understand all of the things that we would have to do to be able to get to that opportunity to not have to quarantine students in the classroom.
That's the way it reads. Again, that's not coming from us, and we're not going to make that determination.
Okay, super, thank you. One of the things that was mentioned earlier was with an increased viral load, you get an increased transmission. And I know that, transmission, I guess. I know that you all don't have very specific information about hospitalizations, but one of the things that I have heard both from Maria and Patty at the health department, as well as several of the medical professionals in our community, is one of the things that we seem to be seeing with this Delta variant is that people are getting sicker faster, which I think is one of the things that you all mentioned, and that it is progressing much more quickly. So we are seeing people end up in the hospital at a higher rate than we did previously at an earlier point in the infection. Is that something that you all have heard?
That's correct, and that's what we're seeing.
And the other thing that I have heard, if you can clarify or dispel, is that many of the people who are ending up in the hospital are like closer to 40s than the upper numbers that we were seeing, right, with earlier variants?
It's the reason that we're not seeing the older age group in the hospitalizations is because they're vaccinated. So yes, there are the older group being hospitalized. Some of the, but typically it's the unvaccinated, and because we have a higher level of vaccination in that age group, then it's going to decrease the hospitalizations of that age group. The amount of vaccinations that we have in the 65 and younger is lower, and we're seeing, so the burden of hospitalizations is a little higher in that age group. So it really reflects those who are vaccinated and the percentages of vaccination in those age groups.
Super, thank you. And I want to touch just a minute on the pediatric aspect. Mr. Susan mentioned that he had heard that there were no children under the age of 12 in ICU in Brevard County from the medical professionals. I'm sorry?
3 to 12.
3 to 12
PD,
for COVID. But do we have a pediatric ICU in Brevard County?
No.
Yeah. So would we see, even in our reporting, would we see pediatric hospitalizations for Brevard County?
We would in that, yes, because the report on a child or anyone who is resident in Brevard County, whether they're hospitalized elsewhere, the statistic goes to the county of residence.
And so are we, the other thing that I'm hearing from medical professionals is that, as Mr. Susan referenced, we're not tending to see a significant spike in pediatric hospitalizations, but we are seeing a significant indication of spread among pediatric populations that we did not see with the earlier variant. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
That's accurate.
And so, figure out how to ask this. Should we be encouraged by the fact that we're not seeing hospitalizations, or is it too early in pediatrics specifically? Or is it too early for us to really know the impact in pediatrics because we didn't necessarily, we're seeing things differently than we did earlier on in the pandemic, right?
Yes. So hard to say, but we're certainly seeing more pediatric cases. We're not seeing the hospitalizations. We are seeing the transmissions and the outbreaks within that age group. It's difficult to say what will be in the future, but I can only speak to today.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't have any magic 8-ball either. So, with regard to the pediatrics, are we also seeing that pediatric patients are, in our contact tracing, are spreading the virus to adults at a much more significant rate than we saw with the earlier variants?
We're seeing the transmission in pediatrics has increased to what it was in the previous, and we are seeing transmission from the child to the parent at home. Yes.
Okay, super, thank you. I believe that is all of the questions that I have for you right now. So I will circle back and see if any other board members have additional questions for the health department at this point in time. Ms. Jenkins, was there anything I did not cover that you wanted to get to?
Yeah, thanks.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, well, first and foremost, Mr. Susan, that memo that you said was sent to you, just a quick Google tells me that that is a social media viral post that is misrepresenting the CDC announcement of the COVID-19 PCR test.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Audience members, I'm going to ask you again, please stop interrupting the business of the board.
So if I can respond to
Please
it?
stop interrupting the
I'm not
business
accusing
of
you
the
of
board.
doing anything wrong.
Mr. Susan,
You said you
take a
received
deep
it.
breath.
And you should be ashamed of yourself. Read the Nuremberg Code.
Stop.
If you guys would please escort him out, and we are going to take a brief recess.
It's ridiculous.
right, we are back in session. And Mr. Susan, I think you had requested to respond to the memo that Ms. Jenkins referenced.
Absolutely. Thank you for the time. I just want to let you know it is not from a social media, viral, whatever it is. It's literally the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, cdc.gov, and anybody that goes ahead and types in lab alert changes to CDC RT-PCR for SARS-CoV-2 testing will find out and go to their website on their site, and it reads, in preparation for this change, the CDC recommends clinical laboratories and testing sites that have been using the COVID or the CDC 2019 CoV-RT-PCR assay select and begin their transition to another FDA-authorized COVID test. CDC encourages laboratories to consider adoption of a multiplexed method that can facilitate the detection and differentiation of SARS-CoV-2 and influenza viruses, which in that statement from their site says that that test has difficulty doing that. I had every right to ask the Department of Health for their opinion on what was on the CDC's website, being the fact that every single one of our recommendations comes from the CDC site. I wanted to make that clarification. I texted it to you, Ms. Jenkins, so that you can verify and then also look at it to verify that it comes from the CDC website. Can you please do that? It's on your cell phone.
So
I just want that part cleared. It's not that I look on social media websites that are not
Mr.
there.
Susan.
This is from that site.
Hold on.
That's it.
So, thank you, Mr. Susan. So, I believe that the Department of Health is requesting to address the memo as well. Is that correct?
Thank
that
you.
I'm hearing from.
I would love that, but can I get clarification that it was not from a wild site and that might...
So, Mr. Susan, I would have loved to give you that clarification if you had submitted that to us before bringing it up here at the board.
I would like Ms. Hang on. Can I please have Ms. Campbell verify
and
that
secondly,
I sent it days
All right,
ago?
Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Susan, stop.
No,
Can I
hold on a
please-
second.
Okay.
I want to clarify. I'm not accusing
but
you of
here's
anything.
what's going on. This needs to stop because we're interrupting each other. If you all want to
Okay,
have the
it's my
mic
turn
and
to
want
speak.
to have discussion, then you are absolutely welcome to do so. But speaking over each other is not getting us anywhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I will be happy to recognize you all to respond as long as we were doing so respectfully and not interrupting and speaking over each other.
Okay, I believe I had the mic before we went to recess.
I don't think we are reverting to recess, but I will be happy to come back to you, Ms. Jenkins, momentarily. Our friends from the Department of Health, I would like to give you your evening back. Would you like to respond or clarify the memo in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, I'm sorry, when you asked the question previously, I didn't understand your question.
Audience members?
I have seen that, a CDC report. It is actually a laboratory alert, so it's basically out there for labs, okay, professional labs. And what it's saying is that at this point in time, the PCR testing that has been done within the laboratories was done under an EUA agreement, and that those EUA agreements are going to be going away and they have to be using FDA approved. Also, when it talks about the influenza and the COVID testing, one of the things that they're wanting to promote is the multi-testing. So when your child goes to a pediatrician, they can do one swab. And on that swab, they can do a PCR testing and they will test multiple diseases. So it'll be a COVID, influenza, RSV, and several other diseases all at one time. So I'm a little confused about the question that you had asked me in the way that I interpreted the lab alert.
Thank you so very much for that clarification. We appreciate it.
You want me to just follow up?
What are you wanting to follow up with?
She said, I didn't understand your question, and I wanted to say thank you for getting where you were. It was where I originally was. I was trying to just get down to the bottom of one of the memos that was sent to me from an ICU doctor, one of the largest ICU docs in the entire, that he runs the ICU in the state of Florida. And I did send it to you via text, and Ms. Campbell just verified it. I'll ask her to do that in a second. But that's all. I was asking that in the event that it couldn't determine the two, they were asking for a separate one, and I didn't know if you could get to that. And I read that to believe that that test did not determine between the two. And so in the event that we needed to change, could it be? And that's why I was asking about the influenza rates. That was all I was asking.
Yeah, I didn't, I'm sorry, when you were asking that question, I had read that article, but I hadn't read that, that in the article, so I didn't understand.
Sure. No, that was all. And that's why I was just trying to get down to the bottom of it. If those influenza, that's one of the biggest topics that we have here, is that the influenza rates are lower than they should be, and it could be COVID. And I wanted clarification because you guys are the people that are in charge. So I just, as far as the CDC and the DOH,
And
that's
as
all.
I said previously too, you know, we have seen not just influenza decrease, we've seen multiple diseases decrease, and that was because we were socially distancing. We were staying inside, we weren't going out to restaurants, we were wearing masks. So all those things that we put in place not only helped us with COVID, it helped us with multiple diseases. And you can see that in the disease reporting that we've received throughout the state of Florida and throughout the United States. So these mitigations do work. They work not only for COVID, but they work for multiple diseases.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Susan.
She did get the text.
Ms. Campbell already verified that we received
I
the
already-
text earlier
I
in
already
the week.
verified
Ms.
that. Thank you.
Jenkins,
Thank you.
Did you want to finish?
Did you want to respond to?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. It was
I've
on
been
the
asking
CDC
to.
website, and I gave it to you guys.
Great. Okay, well, is it my turn now? Okay, so I'm going to restate what I said.
Okay.
Okay, I said viral posts misrepresent CDC announcement on COVID-19 PCR test. Here was my concern about the statement you previously had made and you had asked them. It sounded as if there was an issue with the PCR test that would have false positives for COVID because they might have been influenza. So my question to the DOH is that what that memo is telling us?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. But
So hold on, I have the microphone. I'm not attacking you. The sounds of the room might make it feel that way, but that is literally what I read off of my screen, and that is how I interpreted what was asked. And I want to make that clear, that the change in that lab doesn't mean that those numbers are inaccurate prior to July 21st. And I think that's really important to re-articulate to the people who are listening. We have a lot of questions about hospitalizations, and as much as I care about that and I care about the numbers increasing, I'm glad we don't have children in ICU, and I'm glad we don't have them hospitalized, but we all know that they can still spread it to the rest of the community and to their families. And you guys had already given us some information about how our hospitalizations are rapidly increasing, so I think that's really important to bring up again. I do have a question for, I believe it would be for Chris Moore. You might not want to get up yet because maybe it's not for you. But when we're talking about sports, I would love for somebody to please come up and tell me how many athletes were quarantined, how many had cases, how many games were canceled this school year due to COVID.
So I apologize to the board. We do have that information. Dr. Ramjet did keep that information. I can have that collated into you by Monday.
And I appreciate it. I didn't expect you to have it. I know it was just a conversation that came up. From my memory, I'm not quoting this by any means, but I feel like when we were given the amount of activities that were canceled, it was around 200. But I would love to come back to that number and talk about that. I do have a question for the DOH. And I've asked this in the past, but forgive me, I don't even know if you are the same people who had answered for me last time. But have you seen any negative patient outcomes with children wearing masks?
No.
Thank you. So I have one last question.
And I think that you
Oh,
can
I'm sorry.
reflect to that American Academy Association of Physicians and what they state on their website.
I have one question, and I have a funny feeling you're not going to answer this one for me, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So if I am a teacher in a room with at least 30 students, given a pretty standard class size, would you recommend that I be in that room with those 30 students without any of us wearing masks currently?
No.
Again,
Thank you.
you know, we're not here to dictate what the policy of the school should be. Okay, but at the same time, I think common sense measures are common sense for a reason.
I have one question and a follow-up.
I'm going to ask our audience again to please keep the chatter down so that we can hear each other and we can hear our friends from the Department of Health, and we can get through this and move on to our other points, okay? Ms. Jenkins, are you done?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Susan.
So I had one follow-up at the CDC, and then I did want to say, Ms. Jenkins, my follow-up question, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, that I had jumped in there, right? That was inappropriate. Ms. Jenkins, if you can just verify that for me and for everybody that's here, that the accusation that this was not a CDC website memo was not part of that, like you accused me of, and then also, can you verify that I sent it days ago? That's all. That's all I just want to know.
Ms. Jenkins, would you like to respond to Mr. Susan's
Yes.
request?
So I did not say that it was not a CDC memo. I read, if I did, I'm sorry for that, but I read specifically, viral posts misrepresent CDC announcement, which in of itself says there was a CDC announcement, right? And I am concerned about how the question was asked and how it wasn't yet answered by the DOH that would lead the public to believe that these tests were not accurate and they were falsely claiming people had COVID. That is not helpful to spread to our community, and I felt like it needed to be clarified. Can I verify that you sent me an email? I cannot do that. I'm being honest with you because we've had hundreds of emails. I also had a really wonderful state representative put out my personal cell phone that has been bombarding me constantly. So no, I can't. But did you just text it and I just read it? Absolutely. And I'm not saying you may not have emailed it, but I have not seen it. No.
I apologize. It was I said it again. It was a text that I sent to all of us a couple days ago prior to your cell phone being sent out, and I just wanted verification that you had received it. I didn't know if it's good. We're good. I'm okay.
Yeah.
Last question. So there was some clarification coming to me from different people saying that quarantined individuals at the rate of actual COVID positives was extremely low. Is there a can you speak to that? And from the medical groups that we were working with had said that the number was less than 1% of individuals that are quarantined later turn in to have COVID. That was all. That was the statement made. I'm just looking for verification if we have statistics on individuals that were quarantined if they turned positive. I didn't know if that was available or
No,
not.
I'm sorry, we don't.
Okay.
We don't keep that type of statistic.
Okay. No, it's not. It's just a question. Thank you. It was one of those and I forgot to ask it. Okay.
We don't keep a statistic, nor do we, in the general public, follow up with every quarantined person to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it. I have no more questions for DOH.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. All right, I'm going to ask for one last round just to make sure before we thank our friends from the Department of Health for joining us this evening, because I'm sure that with everything that we're dealing with in our community, they are ready to go. So is there any board member that has any additional questions for the Department of Health? All right, thank you all so very much for always making time in your schedule to come and join us and help us to better understand the challenges that we're facing in our community. Like I said, I know you all have been running ragged and pulling your hair out. So the fact that you have taken time to come and be here tonight, we appreciate. And thank you so much. I hope you get some rest this evening. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Susan, before we move from the discussion of mitigation strategies, you had made a request to reconsider the quarantine.
Mr. Gibbs wanted to interject into that.
Yes, so Mr. Gibbs, if you would like to weigh in on that.
Yes, I was just going to advise the board, there was nothing on the agenda regarding a vote on mitigation strategies for tonight, and I confirmed with Pam, even the mitigation strategies portion of the agenda for the superintendent's report was not added until Monday or Tuesday of this week. Reasonable notice is defined and held up by courts to be 7 days. Florida statute says 7 days for agenda notice. Board policy says 7 days for agenda notice without good cause. It would be my recommendation to move any vote to the 10th.
So, Mr. Susan, given that guidance from the general counsel, are you comfortable postponing that? Are you still pushing for a motion this evening?
No, I want to push.
You're pushing for a motion this evening? All right, so Mr.
And I'll explain why. And Paul, thank you. This is nothing against you. You can do this. You got me muted. And I'll explain why. Paul, great point, right? We're not on the agenda. It's inside one of the presentations, but it came in late, whatever it is. Look, when I used to write laws in the state of Florida for Greenberg-Traurig, we used to do them based upon the fact that when we did a law, if we wanted to amend that law, we had to do it with subject area inside of it. Okay, I would make the same argument here today that in the event that we were discussing something on record that was in here, and it says literally things to be considered, our general public has to make decisions on what they're going to do, and we don't have but a couple of weeks before school starts. So with that, I might be wrong, but I want to try to make the motion, and if my board doesn't support it, that's okay. We can bring it back on the 10th. But I would like to make a motion to reduce the amount of days, no past 6 if there were no symptoms on the quarantine for individuals that were not vaccinated from the ages of 13 to 8 on to 20.
All right, so I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second on that motion?
I wouldn't mind giving a second, but we also would not be able to take any kind of a vote unless we've had public comment on that, which means we wouldn't be able to take that vote, just FYI, until the very end of the meeting. And I don't feel comfortable. I wouldn't want us to, actually, I don't want us to vote on it tonight because I feel like we need to follow the protocol that our council has given us. If we need to take a second and table it until such a time as we can be noticed. Paul, can you give us some more, Mr. Gibbs, can you give us some more guidance on that?
I would just recommend that any motion get moved to the 10th, and it can be put on there as an item for the board to vote on.
Do we need a second to do that?
It can be put on the agenda. Yeah, the board can
withdraw my
move to put it on the 10th.
Yeah. If there's no second, then it dies, and then I'll make another motion right after.
So, Ms. Campbell, clarifying, you are not seconding the motion from Mr. Susan. Do I have any other second on Mr. Susan's motion? Hearing no second, the motion dies. Mr. Gibbs, your direction on how to move forward so Mr. Susan can achieve what he's trying to achieve is for him to go ahead and put in a request for that to be put on the August 10th agenda?
Yes.
So, Mr. Susan, are you formally requesting that we put on a vote to modify the athletic quarantine period for the August 10th agenda?
And not just athletics, because you want to talk about singing and everything else. All schools, all activities past the 6 days.
Sounds like you want a workshop on the
No,
quarantine
we don't need a workshop on it. And I have the mic technically, so please don't interrupt me. The thing is that here's the bottom line. I would like to make a motion that we table the motion until the second meeting, that anybody who is between the ages of 13 and 18 or 13 and 20 that actually are quarantined can return within the 6-day period if they show no symptoms and can show a test.
It's 8.
I thought she said 6. I wrote down 6.
Test on 6, and then you can come back on 8.
Okay, whatever. 8 days. Let's go. It'll be better.
Don't interrupt him.
So, Mr. Gibbs, Ms. Jenkins, please.
No, you could say it to him too.
I'm saying it to all of you.
Thank
It's
you.
exhausting this evening.
Sure.
That's it. You guys
Mr.
get the motion.
Gibbs.
Bring it back. We'll vote for it. Put it on the agenda. Let's go.
Do we have sufficient what we need to have at this point to move forward on this issue?
I think, Pam, do you know what they're asking to be placed on the agenda?
You know what? We don't have to notice it for a while, so I'll just tell you afterwards and we can put it on there. How's that? To clarify for clarification, since I can't do it today. Okay?
Are you good with that, Ms. Esquire? Okay, super. All right. That is going to move us into the consent, oh wait, I'm sorry. We are at public comment and we do have one speaker who is supposedly speaking on an agenda item. Yes, ma'am. We didn't vote on administrative stuff?
I thought we did. That was the opening vote. Yeah, we did. And we approved the budget.
Yes, we did.
We did.
We did not approve the budget, Mr.
I mean, we
Susan.
approved the agenda, sorry, the agenda. We approved the
Yes,
agenda.
so Ms. Escobar, we did, according to my notes, we took a voice vote on the adoption of the agenda and the administrative, yes, and the administrative staff recommendations. And I had both at a 5-0. Mr. Susan and Ms. McDougall motioning on the adoption of the agenda, and Mr. Susan and Ms. Jenkins motioning on the administrative staff. You are most welcome. All right, that is going to bring us to public comments, and we have one speaker who is signed up to speak to an agenda item this evening. That is going to be Crystal Coates. If you would please approach the microphone. We have a microphone in front of me. You have 3 minutes. Keep it appropriate for kids. Crystal Coates.
She's right there.
Are you speaking on, I have you down for mental health plan. Are you speaking on something else?
Well, I had a couple different things that I wanted to address, but I didn't know it was going to make me special. I thought I had to put what I wanted to talk about.
Ask her if she wants to push it to
So would you like to speak at the end with everyone else?
Well, I'm here now. I suppose
Okay.
if you want to hear me, if that's
All
okay. I'm with my daughter. She was going to speak, but then she decided not to. But she,
Yeah, can you just get close to the mic
get
for me so we
taller,
can hear you? You
and
can
get
raise it or
taller.
lower it, whatever you need to do.
There you go.
well, how about that?
There we go.
That'll work. Yeah, that's less embarrassing. Oh, okay, my 3 minutes. So firstly, I want to say thank you to Dr. Mullins for the mitigation strategy with the individual health plan. There were a couple things that I wrote down that I thought were positives. So the individual health plan, I think, is good. And then for opening up for volunteers and field trips and getting as close to old normal as we can get, I suppose, for lack of a better term. I've spoken at another meeting before. I'm very new to this process, so I'm trying to learn, so forgive me if I say anything silly. This is the only platform that parents have to speak directly and be as involved in decision-making for our kids as we can be. So it's understandable that both sides of whatever we're speaking about are going to be very passionate. And you guys are, for the most part, pretty patient with all of it, especially newbies like me. I wanted to speak about the mental health plan because I actually wanted to see if there was a way to have access to that plan and if there was going to be access to it before the meeting, because it's such a broad term. And as it was pointed out to me by a board member on Facebook last night, mental health and counselors and things of that nature don't require parental consent, even though taking a picture of my kid at school requires parental consent. So I'm curious as to where exactly those monies are going to go to, because there was also an issue with some trainings that everybody here is pretty aware of that were called mental health also. So I'd like to make sure that that's accessible to parents and that plan is published. I know you're voting on the funding, but is that proposal available? I don't even know if we can have this interaction. Okay, never mind. The other thing I wanted to speak to was, of course, masking. I want to throw my name out there as being for masking remaining optional. Again, if you want to mask your child, you have the option to. My child is here. She's going into 3rd grade. She was forced to wear a mask in 2nd grade, even though it was optional then, and we're not doing masks again in our family, anywhere. So that's that. what's the other thing? I had another thing announced. Okay, I'm sorry. There was another thing that I had. Oh, the equity. Just to bring up, in case anybody didn't know, equity is not equality. Equity is guaranteed equal outcome, not equal opportunity. We haven't always had equality, but we've had it for a very long time. So, equal opportunity. It's not the school's responsibility to raise our kids. It's ours.
Thank you, Crystal. Okay, that is going to move us into the consent agenda. And Mr. Gibbs, once again, I believe I have to ask for your assistance in navigating.
Consent agenda.
Oh, it's not.
It's on the procurement section for action items.
All right, never mind. Then Dr. Mullins, that is going to move us into the consent agenda.
There are 9 agenda items under this category.
Thank you, Dr. Mullins. Does any board member wish to pull any item? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. McDougall and seconded by Ms. Campbell. Is there any discussion?
We're gonna have fresh.
All right, hearing none, please vote.
X out and come back.
Can you just refresh?
I hit refresh, but I'll do it again.
Didn't that-
Just a second.
I just got mine.
Still on.
Jennifer, is yours coming up? I'm showing you this.
I'm restarting it real quick.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a voice vote on this. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
I got
Aye.
it. Aye.
Aye.
I put it in just.
Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes 5-0. All right, we are now going to recess the school board meeting and open the tentative public hearing for the 2021-2022 proposed millage rates and tentative budget. Dr. Mullins.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, Ms. Cindy Lisinski, Chief Financial Officer, will make a presentation on the proposed 2021-2022 millage levy and budget. Mrs. Lisinski.
So good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Mullins. The purpose of this public hearing today is for the board to adopt the FY22 proposed millage rates as well as the FY22 tentative budget. You will be approving the final millage rates and budget on September 14th. And then you can see here, this is the agenda. So the truth and millage legislation requirements are detailed under Florida statutes. Trim timelines are very prescriptive in law, and the clock started on July 1st. The total timeline to budget adoption is 80 days. The statute dictates the order of the business during the budget hearings, and trim requirements require 2 public hearings for open discussion of millage rates and proposed budget. So you can see here that millage is a term that represents, actually it's just the tax rate on property or real estate. 1 mill is equivalent to $1 in taxes per thousand in taxable value. If your home has a taxable value of $100,000, and you're assessed 1 mill tax rate, you will pay $100 in tax. So the Florida Education Finance Program is the centerpiece for financing Florida school district operating costs. Funding for FEFP combines state funds primarily generated from sales revenue and local funds generated from property taxes. The split is actually about 65-35. So the required local effort is that a local amount that we levy to get that 35%. So it's key to understand that the Florida legislature sets the RLE, so you can't move that rate up or down. That's set by the legislature, and the school board must levy that RLE, or they will not receive that 65% of funding. So in order to receive funding in Florida, you need to levy that amount of the RLE. And then you can see on this slide the required local effort for 21-22 is 3.602, and the basic discretionary operating and the capital outlay, they are a fixed amount. The legislature sets the maximum, and that's what we've done over the last 12 years. And so the total millage is 5.850, and maintaining these millage rates at the same level as in the previous years will help us continue to serve every student with excellence. This slide just shows you the comparison of the total millage rate from this year and last year, and you can see that there is a reduction of 0.092. So the actual millage rate this year is less than last year. So you can see that the millage rate went down this year. Okay, so this slide shows you the historic millage rates, and you can see that the millage rates have declined every year since FY12, while our property values increase in the county. You can also see that the capital outlay and the discretionary remained fixed. So TRIM requires that we compare the rollback rate to the proposed millage rate, and the state rolls back the rate as property values increase to bring the total dollars taxed roughly equivalent to what you paid last year. So as values go up, the millage requirement goes down, and that's about the same amount that you've been taxed the previous year. When the rollback rate is less than the proposed millage rates, we must advertise a tax increase. And so for Brevard Public Schools, the proposed millage rate is 2.16% higher than the rollback rate. And so when that happens, then you have to put a notice in the paper, and that went out on July 24th. And again, you can see that the proposed millage rate is higher than the rollback rate. And so the certified school property values, the tax roll, this is a really telling slide, and it's very important because the certified school property values is a large component of how education is funded in Florida. And you can see in FY09 that it was the highest annual tax roll prior to the Great Recession. And then since 2013, you've seen that property values have continued to grow. And, you know, I guess when you see 2021, the 48 billion, 0.8 number there, that is the number that we are assessing this year. The 21-22 is current projection for next year. And what's interesting is on March 23rd, the projection said that this number has doubled since March 23rd. So to me, it's very startling that, you know, in a time of such economic uncertainty, that we increased $3 billion from 20 to 21. This is mainly due to the high demand for homes driven by low interest rates and growth, new jobs, and especially in the South. The 21-22 projected growth doubled, like I said before, in March. And this is, an absolute good news story. It's something that you wouldn't have thought a year ago, that we would have increases this high in our property values. So just to kind of break this out a little bit more for you, the required local effort, like we talked about, is required to levy in order to receive state funding. That total amount goes to the general fund, the operating funds, and that is $179 million. Then you take a look at the discretionary funds, the .748 mils, and that garners us $37.2 million. And then the other thing that this garners is for the school districts, if the average FTE, when a school district levies the full amount, and if the average FTE, which is a full-time equivalent for students, is less than the state average, then you get a state compression supplement, and we will receive that because we were below the state average, and so the state will also provide $7 million to our budget. And then this last one is the local capital improvement, and that's 1.5 mils. And you can see here that generates $74 million. We have to take $37 million off the top for debt service. We also transfer $10.3 million in maintenance labor for facilities. It also covers our property insurance, and it leaves the capital needs at $21 million. Now that's about $2 million higher than it was when we had the capital workshop, and so we're going to reconvene our committee, take a look at the unfunded list that we had, that we said we'd buy these down if more money came in, but we're going to relook, make sure if we, see if we can fund different things in different ways, if it's still a requirement, and also if there's any emergent requirements that may be more important. So we're going to take a look at that, and then we'll bring it back at the next budget workshop for approval. So how are school taxes calculated? So there's the assessed value at $100,000, and if you have the homestead exemption of $25,000, the taxable value would be $75,000. You divide that by 1,000, you multiply it by the millage rate, and then so for an assessed value home of $100,000, the school property tax would be $438. And this kind of brings out a little bit more. This slide illustrates the changes in a school-related property taxes for a homeowner over several years. And you can see in this example, in 2016, the property taxes were $1,210. And then, as long as they qualify for Save Our Homes, as we go on, we see in 2021 that the amount that they are taxed is $1,142, and that is actually 9 cents more than they were taxed last year. So altogether, over 16 to 2021, the change has been $67 that they paid less. So that's kind of interesting to me. But again, that's more because of the as the values go up, we bring down the, or the state brings down the millage rate. And so what does this mean for families? The average family will pay about $1,000 in property taxes on a home assessed at $200,000 for public schools for Brevard. And over the course of 1 year, that averages out to $2.80 a day. And you can see that $2.80 per day covers a lot of things. The teachers, the schools, the counselors, the electricity, water, school bus, I mean, just everything. And it's just critical. All these things are critical in providing every student in Brevard Public Schools a world-class education. So this is the final slide, and the budget development process started in December, and we're nearing the end. It takes a long time, and both operating and capital budgets are balanced. And I guess I just want to go back a little bit, and we are in a very different place than we were last year at this time. We were facing so much uncertainty about the economy, what would it look like, the length, the severity of the pandemic in the county, the state, the nation, and globally. The board made very difficult decisions and made reductions in anticipation of a budget reduction due to loss of enrollment for FY22. And, we're incredibly fortunate because of the federal dollars and being held harmless this last year that we didn't have any major revenue reductions. As a result, we have some one-time savings that we were able to use in order to balance the FY22 budget. Although not ideal, it is consistent with how we utilized ARA funds during the Great Recession. We still have a lot of uncertainty around enrollment and how much enrollment will rebound this school year. So we will continue to monitor that and make necessary adjustments in order to minimize the dependence on these one-time dollars. And make sure that we have the right funding and the right amount to ensure that the resources available are there to meet the needs of every student to have a world-class education. You can see this is the proposed budget. There will be some changes when we come back in September, mainly because we're still closing the books. And we may have additional federal money that we would have to include. And that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lisinski. Does any board member have questions for Ms. Lisinski? Ms. Campbell?
I don't think we have heard anything about it yet. I know we haven't heard anything about ESSER 3, which is from the American Rescue Plan, but have we had any further updates from the state regarding when we could expect ESSER 2 funding, which is the one that was passed in December?
Yeah, so the state did come out with their the guidance, and Dr. Sullivan could probably talk to that better than I can, but all the different all the different applications, they're due by August 12th or 13th? 12th.
Good news.
So it is very good news that the guidance finally did come.
I actually saw an article just this week, and I can't remember which publication it was in, but it was talking about all the money that Florida isn't using yet. And I, as a school board member in the state of Florida, it was a national article. I wanted to say that's because we haven't been given it. It's not because we're not using it, because those funds are going to pay for many things that we have already put in place, including our summer programs, correct, Dr. Sullivan? So do you want to give us any further updates on when we can expect those ESSER 2 funds?
Well, I can't really give you that, but I'll tell you our current operating plan. So back in March, we had actually received an original RFA, request for application, from the Florida Department of Ed for CRISA grant, the ESSER 2. And then we heard nothing, and we turned it in. And we hypothesized they were going to change the guidelines. We just couldn't get clarification. About a week ago, we received from the DOE 4 RFAs, requests for applications for ESSER 2, so essentially replacing what they had originally asked for back in March, statewide. So they've divided the ESSER 2 funds into 4 categories with designated set-asides. So category 1 is academic assistance, and for Brevard Public Schools, it's approximately $10.8 million, where we submit a plan that's entirely focused on academic assistance. The second one is technology. It's about a $2 million set-aside, and our application will be focusing almost entirely on devices for students. The third set aside, and each of these are separate grant applications now, is non-enrollment assistance, and that's where we identify students who were enrolled in Brevard Public Schools for school year 2019, didn't enroll in school year 20, I'm gonna go backwards. School year 20, did not enroll in school year 21, or did not appear in our 2 survey periods, meaning potential chronic absences. And then we are submitting a plan to specifically target those needs around $2 million. The 4th iteration is now called lump sum, fancy name. And in the lump sum grant, we identify each of our anticipated plans alongside the 15 allowable expenses identified by the U.S. Department of Ed and the Florida Department of Ed. As you mentioned, we were well on our way. We were prepared for the moment the DOE released. So between now and the 10th-ish, we're targeting, we are rewriting what we had originally planned on in the scope of the new plan. No substantial changes in our anticipated expenditures. Quite frankly, the vast majority of our plan goes for academic assistance. So we had originally written over $30 million worth of activities in academic assistance, pared it down to 10.8, and then put the rest in lump sum, if that makes any sense. So working under the new paradigm, as Ms. Lisinski mentioned, it is due to the DOE by the 12th. I hope to get updated drafts, of course, to Dr. Mullins well before then, and then, of course, as always, he shares with the board. Once it gets to the Florida Department of Education, it goes through like a 17-step review process. And so we hope that they'll be expeditious in that process. New to ESSER 2, the Florida Department of Education, alongside the state legislators under the direction of the governor, built in a legislative approval process for the funds. So this is nothing we've ever seen before in any federal appropriations. So what we believe that will be on current information is after the Florida Department of Ed approves the grants, we have no reason to believe ours won't be approved. They're really targeted items for the spirit of the grant. Then they convene a legislative committee once all of those get through that process to review the grants. So we're not as optimistic as we once were on the timely release of the grants, but we're very optimistic that our application is entirely aligned with the U.S. Department of Education's guidelines and the Federal Department of Education. So we feel really confident, especially, like I said, the vast majority of our plan is on academic assistance, technology, and of course continued mitigation strategies, PPE, things like that. I think you've seen some draft version already, and again, we're working fast and furious with this new information and this new deadline. So I'll say yes-ish, like I always do. If I dream big, I'm going to hope by October.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you, and thank you for being
And,
flexible on all this.
to echo what was said, there has been no release from the DOE regarding ARP ESSER, and it's my understanding that the U.S. Department of Education is yet to receive the application from the state, which the approval of the state plan precedes their ability to then disperse to the states. So you are correct in your interpretation that we have not sent down 2 or 3 because we have not received 2 or 3 or had the ability to receive 2 or 3 yet.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Lisinski, once we get that information, then we'll build that federal money into the budget.
Correct.
Either before, if we have it before, that information before the September 9th meeting, or in future amendments to the budget. Correct. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
And the other thing to add is we are and will cash flow where we need to. We don't want to stop, good things going on for our kids.
Right.
Waiting for money that we know is coming.
Right. So just to reiterate what you just said, in other words, we haven't waited to do the necessary academic programming that we needed to do to catch our students up because we didn't have the money yet. We were able, knowing that it was coming, we went ahead and, because our whole summer program was based on that, correct?
You said it much better than I just did.
That's right. Well, that's all right. Thank you.
Well, I'll add to that there's several positions within ESSER number 2 that are intended to be funded, and we have judiciously released the approval to advertise for those positions and hire them starting now with every anticipation that they'll be supported through ESSER number 2, and then we cash flow it, and then we do an amendment to reimburse the district for those positions.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything for Ms. Lisinski? Mr. Susan?
Thank you, Ms. Lisinski. I'm very proud to have you as our CFO.
Oh,
You
thank
do a
you.
great job. Ever since you've come on, you've been honest, you've been open, and I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done. You've been very transparent. These are set up correctly. You know what I mean? You do a great job. I'm just going to ask some questions that you don't need to respond to that we'll then address at a later time. You know what I mean? Because I didn't send you an email earlier explaining which ones I had issues with. So you don't have to write any of it down. I'll follow up with you, but I just wanted to walk through so you could kind of see where I'm coming from. On page 4, so we got this, I think, last Friday, roughly, proposed tentative budget, all funds, right?
Correct.
I just wanted to say, okay, so page 4, looks like we're increasing the administration departments and decreasing supportive services. I know this is part of a plan that we talked about, but in here it just looked like we were doing one with the other. Those were direct area coordinators that are referenced on page 6. Okay. Page 9, the FEFP went from an adopted revenue of 161 million last year. We amended that to be 162, and then our projected revenue was 146. It's just a $16 million drop, you know what I mean, and we can talk about it. Then, let's see here. Had some concern because I saw that we adopted a budget for transportation, utility, custodial, environmental services, maintenance, all the way through here in 2021. And then many of those same areas are being decreased even though we spent, so like, say for instance, transportation, we went from 18 million under the adopted budget. According to the amended budget, we spent 19 million, but then under the tentative budget, we're spending 17. So just some concern wrapped around capital services that I represent. And then the one kind of common theme that I was looking in here, and Dr. Mullins, you could probably do something for the school board members, is wrapped around medical insurance. On page 13, line number 9400, it says medical insurance paid from fund, which is the 3100, right? And then it says that it's in the budget for next year. Then it says additional medical insurance commitment under the same 9400 line of 5 million that we adopted the budget this year, but then we're only putting in the tentative budget for 3 million next year. So if you follow the same theme for health insurance, and I'll come back to page 13 on another one, if you look on page 14 at the bottom line 232, we are showing an adopted budget of $39 million from last year, a spend of 45 million, but then we're only putting in a tentative budget of 42 million. So there's just a little bit of a seesaw, that's all. And we'll address that on kind of a medical claims and stuff. I want to kind of dive into that before. And then I'm looking at...
Mr. Susan, I just remind you, just for the public's case, if you remember, we have been overspending in medical, and that's why we've had to put in those one-time funds to balance it. So that's part of the explanation there.
If we were going to be doing the one-time funds, it just didn't make sense that we were gonna reduce what we were spending. You know what I mean? So
We're on a-
basically, we have an adoption of 2021 adopted budget of 39 million. We spent 45, apparently, right? But then we're only adopting 42 million, meaning that if we spent 45 and we know that's coming, we may need to adjust that.
Sir, if I may?
Yeah.
This is Karen. We do have the 3.1 million. I reduce our premiums every year by that amount, the expense, and then I put it in from fund balance.
Okay.
So that's why you see that decrease. As soon as we've opened the books, I'll put the 3.1 million back, and we'll be back where we started.
I saw that. If you wanted to reference it, I was also under that same medical line. If you look where it says additional medical insurance commitment, there's one that says 5 million, and then we're only doing 3 million on that same one on page 13, if you were reference. We don't have to get into the seesaw. I just wanted to reference some of these things, and then we can come back to them.
Okay.
Ms. Strickland, you don't have to respond. We'll talk about it. And then, again, in the health insurance. So in the health insurance trust fund reoccurring commitment, we put in an adopted budget of $4.7 million. According to this, we amended the budget at 2.9, and then we tentative budgeted at 7.1. So that's under assigned, and then if you come down to unassigned, additional medical insurance commitment of 5 million, it says we amended the budget for 0, and then we're only putting 3 million in. So there's just a lot of fund balances that if we can get some explanation on, that would be great. All right. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Does any other board member have any questions for Ms. Lisinski? All right, then we will open the public hearing. Hearing is now open for public comments. We will, in accordance with Florida law, accept the speakers in the following order: the 2021-2022 proposed millage levy, followed by the 2021-2022 tentative budget. Is there any individual that would like to address the board on the 2021-2022 proposed millage levy? Is there any individual that would like to address the board on the 2021-2022 proposed millage levy? Is there any individual that would like to address the board on the 2021-2022 tentative budget? You gotta go to the mic.
Does this get rid of our time for public comment?
No, it just has to be directed specifically at the budget.
Okay. I do have one question, maybe, and I don't have a whole lot of experience reading budgets of this extent. Did I see towards the end that our school board is, or our school district is negative $7.7 million?
So I can't respond during the hearing, just like we can't respond during public comment, but if you would like to send me an email, I'll be happy to follow up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any individual that would like to address the board on the 2021-2022 tentative budget? Please approach. Yes, Ms. Escobar has asked if we could please have the speakers state their name. The first one was Katie Delaney, Ms. Escobar. Your name, ma'am?
Tanya Johnson. I'm a teacher at Highland Elementary. Wanting to know if there's anything in that budget for teacher salaries, increase of salaries.
So I can't answer questions on the budget. If you would like to send me an email, I'll be happy to respond, okay?
Okay. Yeah, and I also did want to comment, and I'm just extremely frustrated as a teacher. I have some of the best scores in the state of Florida, teach math. Yet I stayed at home with my kids for a while, came back into the classroom, again, have some of the best scores, yet I'm making the same amount of money as a student who just graduated from college. So it's just really hard on me with the, the years of service, my scores speak. And, it's just amazing to me that I make the same amount of money as a brand new college graduate. It just makes no sense to me, even though everyone out in the public heard teachers got raises, and no, new teachers did, but veteran teachers who have, put in their time and everything, no, so.
Thank you. Is there any individual that would like to address the board on the 2021-2022 tentative budget? That was enough times, or I need to ask a second time after the last speaker? All right, the public comment portion of this hearing is now closed. That will bring us to the recommendations for the adoption of the proposed millage rates and tentative budget. Dr. Mullins.
There is a total of 3 separate motions for the board to consider. I will read each of these recommendations into the record and request board action for each. A, adopt proposed 2021-2022 millage rates of general fund, required local effort, 3.602, local discretionary, 0.748, capital outlay, 1.50, total, 5.850.
What are the wishes of the board?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Campbell, seconded by Ms. McDougall. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Please don't go away. Okay, hang on.
And the motion passes 5-0. Dr. Mullins?
The second motion for the board to consider is B, adopt a 2021-2022 tentative budget of general, $655,528,812. Special revenue, $190,854,695. Debt service, $38,041,944. Capital outlay, $294,743,936. Enterprise, $1,174,575. Subtotal, $1,180,343,962. Less transfers, $66,511,992, for a total $1,113,831,970. Internal service, $81,800,771.
What are the wishes of the board?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Campbell, seconded by Mr. Susan. Is there any discussion?
Correction on that, it was $711 on my agenda page.
I have 771 as well.
Oh,
Ms. Lisinski, can you?
On the electronic, it says 711.
That must be a typo. It is actually 771. That's what we need to read into the record.
Right.
And that's what we did read into the record,
So the
right?
verbal read in the record is correct, the printed is incorrect.
Yeah, the online agenda says 81, or on internal services, $81,800,711. So you did read it correctly. It's just the one public facing is not accurate.
On
That's
the
correct.
attachment, it's correct. On the
So do we need to make a change to the agenda, or we're good?
As long as he read it correctly, so that's
Okay.
what you're approving. I just want to make sure the motion was getting approved correctly.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. So I have a motion by Ms. Campbell and a second by Mr. Susan. Is there any discussion? All right, please vote. And the motion passes 5-0. Dr. Mullins?
The third and final motion for the board to consider is C, authorize the superintendent to take the following actions. 1, notify both the property appraiser and the tax collector of the proposed 2021-2022 millage and the following rollback rates. General fund rollback rates, required local effort, 3.560. Local discretionary, 0.7209. Capital outlay rollback rate, 1.4456. Total rollback rate, 5.7265. Number 2, notify both the property appraiser and the tax collector of the final public hearing on September 9th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. at the Educational Services Facility, Viera. And 3, adjust the revenues and expenditures if necessary prior to the final public hearing.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Susan, seconded by Ms. McDougall. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. The motion passes 5-0. Prior to adjournment of the hearing, the following statement must be read. The proposed 2021-2022 millage rate necessary to fund the tentative budget exceeds the rolled back rate by 2.16%. This hearing is now adjourned, and we will reopen the special board meeting. All right, Dr. Mullins.
All right, we will move on to item G25 on procurement solicitations. Mr. Gibbs.
Yeah, there's a problem with G25's item D, RFP 21-446-P-KR flexible spending account. There's a discrepancy on the document that needs to be corrected, so we need to pull it. So the motion needs to be to approve G25 without item D.
All right, board, I will entertain a motion to approve item G25 without item D.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Campbell, seconded by Mr. Susan. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wait, I'm assuming, did you need a voice vote on that, Pam? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the motion passes 5-0. And we are not going to vote on the pulled portion, correct, Mr. Gibbs? We're just going to move on to G26. Okay. Dr. Mullins.
Item G26 is on department school-initiated agreement.
What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Susan, seconded by Ms. McDougall. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please vote. The motion passes 5-0. All right, we will move on to the information agenda, which includes items for board review and may be brought back for action at a subsequent meeting. No action will be taken on these items tonight. Dr. Mullins.
There is one item under the information category.
Does any board member wish to discuss the item under the information category this evening?
Yes, Ms. Belford, if I could.
Absolutely, Ms. Campbell.
There was a question about this particular item, but I just wondered if the attachment that's on this information item, I know we're not voting until August, but the attachment is actually just a reiteration of the agenda item, and it's not actually the mental health plan grant. So I'm wondering, is that the correct attachment? She's saying no. It looked like it was supposed to be the grant, the actual grant, but it actually is just a, like I said, it's just a repeat of the agenda item. Can we, I know by the time we're voting on it, we can get it corrected, but are we okay with that, Mr. Gibbs? We're good, okay. So when we come around next time, when we're voting on that in August, Ms. Moore, can we get that attachment corrected? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any additional discussion on the information item on the agenda? All right. So that is actually going to bring us to our board discussion points, and I think it would be a good idea for us to take a brief recess, recharge, and then we will come back for that discussion and get into the end of our public comment, okay? All right, we are back in session, and Ms. Jenkins, I am turning the mic directly over to you. You had 2 discussion items that you requested for this evening, one being masks and the other being an equity audit. So I will hand the floor to you, ma'am.
Sure. Do I have to speak about them in the order that they're in, or what?
No.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start with the equity audit first. This was something that I briefly brought up to you guys when we were together discussing over the superintendent's evaluation, and I think it was something. I think it's something important that I wanted to have a conversation out in the public and with all of you because we couldn't really talk about it in detail. I think it's wonderful that this board hired a director of equity and diversity, but she's been here for, I believe, 7 months now and doesn't have a plan in place like the rest of our other departments typically do every year. And one of the biggest barriers for her is that she's still struggling to completely get all of those resources and tools she needs in place in order to put that plan into place. Yes, there's actions being taken. Yes, they're looking at vendors to use. I think it's important, though, for us to have a discussion as a board whether or not this is something we really want to prioritize and get a move on, because it's been 7 months. She can't put a plan in place by herself. She's one individual for this entire county. And so it's really important to have a third party come in, do an audit, just like we do for all the other departments, so that she can get moving on a plan. Because one of the questions that I keep getting from most of our constituents is, well, what is she going to do about it? And it's a great question, but she can't answer that question until we accurately assess every single department and where those discrepancies lie. I was really happy with the response to the last board meeting where we were all presented those disparities in academics, but we know that those disparities are in many other areas, in discipline, in workforce. And so I think it's really important that as a board, we make it known to the superintendent to kind of push forward and get moving on that.
So oops, sorry, used to the other button. So I believe, and Dr. Mullins, feel free to speak up if I'm mistaken in my understanding. I believe that our current holdup, I shouldn't say holdup, we are in the process of exploring the options for an equity audit and waiting on staff to bring us recommendations for a vendor on that. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
Just so
I got to get
folks
back
under-
into multi-mode.
We're having technical difficulties. We can't turn our own mics on and off, only the board chair. That's why we're having such difficulty with the mic. Yes, I meet with Dr. McKinnon very regularly, along with Dr. Sullivan. We discuss the progress that we're making. We are having ongoing discussion about that. It's neither accelerated nor de-accelerated. We're continuing to walk that out. But looking at what an equity audit would look like, what are the potential consultants to utilize, and so on. But no decision has been made, or no proposals have been brought forward at this time.
Do we have any potential timeline? Has that been discussed at all? Like when you expect to have something back to the board, or as far as recommendations?
We have not identified a timeline at this point.
Okay. So, Ms. Jenkins, what are you wanting from the board at this point?
So I just want the board to have this conversation so we can make it clear to the public, as well to our director of equity, that we support her position, we support her work going forward. I know there was some conversations about the potential price point of that audit, and I just think it's really important that we're really intentional about it and we get a moving on it. Because to be perfectly frank with you, she's receiving public records requests because people want to know what she does and what she plans to do. And she can't answer that. And so I think it's our responsibility to give her the tools that she needs to set a plan in place, just like every other department in our district.
So do you feel comfortable with what has taken place this
absolutely.
evening? Are you ready to?
Yes, and so the reason why this has to be a discussion is because of Sunshine Law. If this becomes an item that costs a certain amount of money, it comes to the board to vote on. So we're not allowed to have a conversation about something that could potentially be voted on outside of the Sunshine. So no, there's no action that needs to be taken, but I wanted to have a discussion with you that this is a concern of hers, and it's a concern of mine because it's been 7 months since she's been here. So I just, again, from the progress and information we had from the last meeting, I thought it was really important to talk about.
Awesome. Thank you for bringing that up. Did you, Ms. McDougall, it looks like you might want to weigh in.
Just one thing. So, Dr. Mullins, I understand that there is no timeline, but I think we need to really have an endpoint. I mean, I know that all of our staff are busy, but I also think that we need to be at least something to shoot for when will we have some information? Is it months, weeks, years? I guess I just want to know, have a clearer picture where we are on that. I mean, I agree with Ms. Jenkins, but at the same time, you said, well, there's no plan at this point. So how do we get there? I guess is what I'm asking. How do we get there? What do we need? What needs to happen?
Well, I'm certainly happy to meet with staff to develop it. I'm not prepared to give the board a suggestion this evening because I've not been given or warning that the board was expecting that this evening. So I'm happy to work with staff and bring something back to the board. If the board would like a workshop, we can accommodate that as well.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Campbell.
Yes, thank you. I'm uncomfortable with a couple things of the way they've been presented this evening. One is that I don't want the public to sit here this evening and think that Dr. McKinnon has been sitting around twiddling her thumbs with nothing to do for the last 7 months. That's absolutely not true. And if someone did a public records request for what she's been doing, she's been quite busy working with our departments, working with our schools who have invited her in. Hey, we have this program going on, and what can we do? We want to make sure that we're opening up opportunities to students who may not have taken advantage of these opportunities before. And so I just think we should be careful with our language going forward with that. Also, when we do a survey or an audit, there's always the thought of what are we going to do with this data, because we're not going to spend money on an audit or data dive or whatever without having a purpose. I know we won't know exactly what we do with it until we get the information, but that's some conversation I know I would like to have with one-on-ones before we move forward with anything. So I'm not, I don't think that there's, first of all, we're drowning in data. We have data right and left, all kinds of data. So it is also not necessarily accurate to say that we don't have data on certain things. To have an outside audit, we do that in other departments, yes. But it's, again, not that we don't have any data. Dr. Mullins presented a lot. We've had other data presented to us when it comes to our HR numbers and our discipline. Chris Moore has presented that in an extensive workshop this past year when it comes to our discipline and behavior plans and our watch list that we were on, and all that gets tracked by the state. So I just want to make sure we're presenting the situation accurately. Whether or not we do an audit, like I said, I want to have that conversation with Dr. Mullins too, as well, just try to figure out what, not having had this discussion before, because you briefly mentioned it the other day, I'm not prepared to give direction one way or the other without knowing what exactly are we looking at, what type of audit, are we looking at. I just not prepared to give that direction this evening.
May I follow up?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yes.
You okay? All right. So I just want to make it clear, I didn't say that Dr. McKinnon doesn't have anything to do. I meet with her quite frequently on a regular basis, and she's absolutely super busy. What I did say is that she cannot answer what it is she is going to do as a plan of action. She does not have a formal plan of action, and that's not a discredit to her. She would say that to you. And what I do have an issue with is that we're questioning this audit, but what other audits have we questioned in the past? We spent $357,000 on audits just in the year 2021. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 audits. I would like to know if any of those were questioned for how they would be used. I'm not really sure how we think the data would be used negatively. And I understand that we have loads of data on academics and things that the state requires us to report, But Dr. McKinnon herself will tell you there are many, many areas that we do not assess because we don't go beyond what the state requires. And if we're going to move forward on this and we're going to make a difference and we're gonna start making some progress, there are areas that she really wants looked into. So again, I wasn't looking for any direction here, and I wasn't looking to put pressure on Dr. Mullins to give you an end date, but ultimately the conversation was so that you could be aware that there wasn't an end date and that it's been 7 months. And I think there needs to be, I'm with Cheryl, there needs to be some end date in mind to show that we actually are committed to this change, not that we're just going to present those disparities of data over and over again, year after year. And as you saw last board meeting, those numbers haven't changed for the past 5 years.
Ms. Belford, can I follow?
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Mr. Susan, I had a request from Ms. McDougall, and then I'll come to you, okay? Ms. McDougall?
Yes, I just want to state that I know we have the RSM is our risk and audit committee group that we have. And I remember as a board member that every year they ask us, what do we think would be important to as an audit? And so I don't believe that that as individual board members, we have things that are important to us. And so I would want to make sure that we are not discounting another board member's request for an audit, because we've never done that before. So I just want to put that on record, that we all have the ability to ask for a particular audit, and I'm hearing that Ms. Jenkins and I both are interested in something like that.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Mr. Susan? Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. There was a report when I first got elected. Dr. Blackburn actually sent somebody to do some sort of an equity piece, right? I would try to dig that up. It was when we first got elected. It was 2016. There was a gentleman that came up. We allocated dollars for it, and he came up with some kind of he interviewed all of us, and he came up with it. So there's one. The audit committee, which is the function of RSM, you have a representative on there, and they meet, monthly, quarterly, and they adjust which audits that they're going to do for the year based upon feelings of transportation or whatever. I think that is where the appropriate ask for an audit would be, if you were asking how you wanted to do that, because those individuals, I think, may have done an equity audit recently. We can check, right? But the idea is that what is the direction of them, and if we make an audit request, what has to be taken off or what costs have to be increased. And I think that's the appropriate place to ask for the recommendation to come back to us first. I really do, the audit committee. That's all. Because they know more about the audits and the RSM and everything else, and you have a representative on there. I was just trying to suggest that. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Susan. So are we wrapped up on equity audit?
I just want to say one last thing about that. So RSM, I don't believe is the appropriate channel for that. I don't believe that's the route that they're going, nor is it my job to figure out who they're going to use to do the audit by any means. But it's my job as a board member to advocate for the progress we presented last week that we felt so passionately about, that we actually make move on it for once. And with all due respect, even if there was an equity audit done 6 years ago, that's not data that's going to be relevant to us today. And so when we hire somebody, and there's been a lot of conversation about the fact we spent money to hire this person, which I know we didn't. I know that it was a wash with other positions that were changed. But if we aren't going to commit to this role and this position, then why do we have it in the first place? And so I just thought it was a really important conversation for us to have.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. All right, Ms. Campbell.
Just one last thing. I think that committing to the position and knowing what would be in that type of audit are not necessarily, for me personally, I want to know what's in there. I don't think that we are limiting Dr. McKinnon's role or the work that we're doing because of when we talked about last week, when we listened to people from the community, and when I've heard people community come to me personally and say, as I shared last board meeting, what are you going to do about the disparities? We can get to work on that. Our staff is already getting to work on that. They're not waiting around for the information that we would get from an audit, because we do have enough information that we need to be working on, and that is, again, there's no hold on the work that's being done on that department. Maybe it can be more refined, defined, and I would like to look into that. I'd like to have more information about that. But I'd like to have that more information before I would be able to give direction.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. All right, nothing else on equity audit, then I think Ms. Jenkins, you are free to move into masks.
Yeah. So before I really dive into this, I kind of want to talk about something that's going to spiral back into the mask conversation. So I think it's something that I need to address, and I need to address it publicly. Some things were said tonight on this dais that I was personally offended by, and go right ahead.
Hold on, Ms. Jenkins.
It's fine. I don't care.
No, hold
I don't
on.
care. I truly
All right,
don't care.
this is the final time. I'm going to ask that you all not interfere with the business of the board. Please leave, sir.
I will. I can't handle it.
Okay.
You guys have been sitting there mumbling nonsense for hours, man. Jesus Christ. People got your head so far up your ass you can't see the light of day.
All right, we are going to resume our business, and if the audience continues to interrupt with our resuming of our business, we will ask additional people to leave, okay? Please be respectful. Let us communicate to get our business done so we can get to the opportunity to give you the microphone, okay? Ms. Jenkins, please resume.
Thank you. So what I think is important for me to talk about, like a comment, and I know you didn't mean this way, Mr. Susan, and I'm not blaming you for this, but I think it's important for the public to hear this, and you can roll your eyes at me all you'd like, sir. When you passively say you sent something to me before my phone number was given out, and I hear, I'm tired of it. Well, I'm tired of stuff too, and I think it's important for the public to be aware of the topic we're about to talk about and what has happened. In April, I received a phone call from a chief of police and a city manager asking me not to return to my home for 4 days. There were people 20 feet from my door. Let me read to you some of the things they said to me. This is just, honestly, I'll just read one thing. We have a surprise for you, fascists. We have a surprise. We're putting an end to you. We're going to come for you and make you beg for mercy. I have a 4-year-old in my house. For weeks after that, people were lurking around my home randomly. When I was here at a board meeting, they were lurking around my home, taunting my husband and my 4-year-old daughter. There's a man in this room who was part of that, who I see every time, yes, sir, you, who gives me threatening gestures every board meeting. There's extra security presence in this room who follows me every time I get up and tells me which way to walk. And yes, my phone number was given out today, but I have a state representative personally texting me, calling me a piece of garbage. And so to act like I didn't do my job because I didn't read an email was offensive to me. And this is all started from a conversation about masks. So this was all started on a conversation about masks, and I'm going to remind everyone.
Recess.
Please, we step out for a minute, please?
And we are back in session. Just a couple of points of clarification for our audience. One, Mr. Susan alluded to it earlier. Items on for discussion cannot be voted on tonight. So there's not going to be any vote on anything that we are discussing the remainder of this evening. What we could do is request it be added to a future agenda, as we did with the quarantine issue, or we could schedule a special meeting. So our plan for the remainder of the evening, in the event that I have to interrupt the flow of the meeting again, we will clear the boardroom. The board members will remain in the boardroom, and public speakers will come in one by one from outside. Okay? You can certainly watch the live stream of the meeting. I'm hoping it's not going to become an issue, but the truth of the matter is we need to get through what we need to get through this evening without further disruption. So, Ms. Jenkins, I believe we left off with you on your mass discussion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So ultimately, the point of me saying all that is just that I'm one of the voting bodies of this board who wasn't even here when the mask mandate was put in place. I didn't even vote on a mask mandate. And when I was elected, I immediately became the target of that. And so I think it's important for the public to understand how that affects these conversations. And the personal cost of my job is extremely high, but I truly deep down feel like the cost of not being here and not doing what I believe is right is higher. And so everyone in this room is well aware of where I stand on this issue. I'm not going to go into defending it in detail because we had a conversation with the DOH. I asked all the questions that I care about. But the one thing I do want to say is I'm the only person on this board who was in a classroom when COVID started. And I'm the only person on this board who was in a classroom in August. And I was the only person on this board who was fearful in the summer when there were 11-hour meetings debating over a word in a thesaurus of how serious we were going to take a mask mandate. And so I am passionate about this because I have a different perspective, and I acknowledge that, than everyone else on this board. My other perspective, Elizabeth Toro, Wayne Moore. I shared a building with Elizabeth Toro, our first teacher to die from COVID in March and August. Wayne Moore, my husband, shared a building. He was a colleague of our second teacher to die from COVID. And so, yes, I have a very different perspective, just like everyone in this room. But I think it's really important for people to understand the perspective that I come from, that it's not some conspiracy or a political agenda. It is from a personal experience with 2 teachers that we lost and being in the classroom. And now I have a little girl rolling into kindergarten, and so I have a different personal experience as well to worry about. But I just want to continuously remind people that I am one of 5. And we don't all have to agree, just like we didn't agree in May. And I also want it to be known that I encouraged this board to have that vote in May when I knew very clearly it wasn't going to be in my favor. Because I think that the public deserves to have an answer when they were asking for an answer. And the reason I put it on the agenda tonight as a discussion was because we've got flooded with concerns and emails like it was COVID starting all over again. And I felt like the public had a right to hear where we were on this issue, especially because of the changing climate of COVID, and especially because of all the other school boards that are having this conversation. There's no reason for us to drag this out. We should just be talking about it, because no matter what side of the issue you fall on, I don't think you want to wait for us to have this conversation any longer. There's just no point to it. And so, again, I don't want to go into the details why I support masking our students. The only thing I'm going to say is that our numbers are no different than when we had masks in place the last school year. And the statement that I made in May as to why I did not vote to remove them was because I wasn't comfortable predicting how August would look. And I think I was right. And I was uncomfortable because we don't have vaccines for students under 12. We don't have the option for vaccines under 12, and our mask mandate was for children younger than the vaccine that is available for them. I want to make one more thing actually very clear as well. The reason why I believe in this mask mandate is because I don't believe in mandating a vaccine. People think I do. I don't. We don't have a right to ask you if you're vaccinated or not, and I don't think we should. But if we don't know if you're vaccinated and we're not going to make you get vaccinated, then the only way to ensure the safety of our staff, even our unvaccinated ones, I care about them too, and our students that are unvaccinated, I care about them too, and the unvaccinated family members and community members that they interact with on a daily basis, who I also care about, is to wear a mask while we're seeing the numbers that we're seeing, and to remove them quickly when we don't need them anymore. Because again, that is something I agree with. When that is something we should talk about, we need to talk about it. We don't need to wait. We need to talk about it and move on. And so, again, I just wanted to put it on the agenda because it is clearly a concern of the community, and I think it was something we needed to acknowledge. Thank you.
So, Ms. Jenkins, just to be clear, you're not requesting any action at this point in time?
So I'm aware we can't vote tonight, and that wasn't my intent anyway. I assumed this conversation would hopefully lead to us putting it maybe on the next meeting. I don't know if we have to make a motion for that. But I mean, teachers are returning to school on Monday, and so many of them want to know if that's going to change or not. And so I think sooner than later we need to have that conversation. No matter what the result is, it's got to happen.
All right, any other board member wish to respond to the discussion item? Ms. McDougall?
I do. First, I want to know, do we need to make a motion to have it on a next board meeting or on a special board meeting? I guess point of clarification there, Mr. Gibbs.
You don't have to have a motion to ask for direct for it to be put on the next agenda. If you want a special meeting, you can call.
Okay.
For a special meeting.
All right, so first I want to make sure that it's on at least the next meeting, and then I can talk to Dr. Mullins and Madam Chair, yourself, if we need a special board meeting sooner than later. But I need to weigh in, because I was one of the five of us at the time that voted for the mask mandate. Matter of fact, I was adamant on changing the language. Because we see how well it worked when we had it optional this summer at Riviera Elementary. Not so well. So, and what I'm hearing from medical professionals across the gamut, from the Pediatric Association to for the doctors, from our local hospitals, that this is one thing that will help stop the spread. Hand washing, social distancing, changing the filters, and the mask. Do I love wearing a mask? Absolutely not. But if it's going to keep our staff and our children in school, I am going to support this going forward. So I wanted people to know where I stood and why I stood for this.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. Anyone else want to weigh in? Ms. Campbell?
So, obviously, Ms. Belford, you're probably going to, I would imagine, bring this up because you've shared with us before that, the governor's made it pretty clear what he intends to do with school districts who put a mandate back in place. That's just, everybody in this room is probably aware of it as well. I do think, we are in a different place than we were last year. Obviously, our numbers are higher than we were at the beginning of the school year. They're about where they were at our peak in January, February. But we are in a different place. One of the ways that we're in a different place than we were at that point, and I mentioned it in our May meeting, is that we do have the vaccine available not to our youngest, but to our most vulnerable, to our adults, especially to our older adults. And when we look across our numbers, one of the things that I don't have it pulled up right this second, but among our elementary schools, which people have been the most concerned about because our under 12s are not able to get the vaccine, among our elementary schools, which included our primary grades who were not required to wear a mask, and I do understand many of them did it anyway. You know, our elementary school that had the most cases, I had 32. And I won't list a school, but that document is not up on the Florida Department of Health website anymore, but I've saved the last one. And so our elementary school that had the most cases was 32. And just for our reminder, all that data, when we had to report that, the Department of Health, that included some kids who were e-learners. If an e-learner tested positive, we had to include them in our data, even if they were never on campus. And so, because that's how the state shared those numbers. So when we look at our elementary school, like I said, that had the absolute most cases across, and it was a pretty good size elementary school, it's in the 700 student range. They had 32 cases. Our highest was a secondary school, which has almost 2,000 students in it. They had 102 the whole entire school year, or September to May 28th at least. That's when they tracked it. Had almost 2,000 students, 102 cases, and again, that's with almost 2,000 students. And many of those were, that school happened to have a high percentage of students who were e-learners, and if they were e-learners and they caught COVID, they still were included in that number. So we're in a different place. I would like, here's where I am. I think the masks made a difference this year. I do think they did make a difference. I know the Commissioner of Education came out in the spring and said, oh, didn't really make a difference, but we haven't really seen the data district to district and how many e-learners were there, how many of them were wearing masks anyway. You know, there's been no data to come out and to show that study of which districts had mask mandates, which didn't, and who had more cases. But here's what I would say to where I am on this. I think I would like to encourage our community and our parents, knowing the data, where we are now, knowing especially the quarantine guidelines, because I feel like one of the most frustrating things this year for the public, for our staff as well, is that we were having to quarantine healthy students. Because that was part of the process, as part of the contact tracing. I'm just going to give a reminder and reiterate what the Department of Health people said, is that there's, especially if you're in the secondary level and you're concerned about having to lose seat time for higher level classes, for athletics or whatever, there's a couple of ways that you can avoid that. And one is you can get vaccinated. And I'm not pushing vaccines. I'm just saying that's one way that you can avoid having to be quarantined. The other thing is, I know there's a lot of, I'm encouraging parents, as I'm hearing cases right and left, I'm encouraging parents, go get your child tested, because I know that our family, we have done the do-it-yourself test to find out if we were positive, but those do not count. Or some people are like, I'm just gonna keep them at home. Take advantage of the 90 days, even though your antibodies are going to probably last way longer than 90 days. The CDC, the Department of Health, and we are giving you at least 90 days. So go ahead and get tested if you think your kid potentially could have had COVID, because you need an official record, and that way you'll get those 90 days. And my personal belief is that at the end of 90 days, we're going to be down past this hump. And so you can save your kid from having to be quarantined unnecessarily. So if you think your kid might have had it very recently, see if you can go get tested and get that positive test so you can take advantage of that. The other thing is just we constantly need to reiterate that people whose kids, or if your kid is sick, please, please, please keep them home. Please, please, please keep them home. And then I would also say, have your child wear a mask. And I'm not saying, where I come down on this is I don't want us to reinstate our mandate. But I do want to encourage us, and I've been consistent about this, even though last summer I didn't want us to have a mandate. I was fine with us leaving it strongly encouraged. But I also told the public, get your kid a mask and be ready. But I also am aware, listen, we have to balance. Nobody's going to be happy. We're not going to have happy people all around. There's no decision we can make that everybody's happy, just like we talked about in May. But I also want us to acknowledge, and I think we all do, that there have been some detriments to the mask wearing. There have been detriments to students who are autistic, detriments to students who are even staff. I've had one of our principals talk to me about how asthma developed over this last year. I mean, that is reality, and we've had to weigh those things in the balance. What's the most important thing? Is there a way to meet? But I will tell you, I really seriously, considering the CDC guidelines have been, they're making that exception for people if there's general masking. I would like to see, for those who haven't been vaccinated, especially for those who haven't had COVID in the last 90 days, I'd like to see, and I'm already seeing it. When I go into a store and I'm at you guys, I'm seeing more people wear a mask. I'm seeing the uptick of people. So I think people are going to take it seriously. I really don't think that if we don't have the mandate that we're going to have a mask-free free-for-all. I think people are taking it seriously. Maybe not as many as you'd like, but I think people are taking it seriously, and we can look at that. I would be willing in a couple of situations, just tossing this out here as a possibility for our discussion later. Our bus situation is a little bit different, and I'm not sure how the state level leaders would feel about this, but I would be curious to see what the rest of the board would think about having, we did have a separate level of masking requirements on the bus, and I think because it's such a short time, but it's also a time when students are much closer together than they are in the classroom, that we might consider the possibility of having a mandate for the buses. Also, we could have, I think, and still be in compliance with what the governor's asked us to do, we could have mask requirements for visitors on campus. And I meant to ask this to the Department of Health where they left, but when we talk about our clinics, if we have a student who's symptomatic, are we, before we had, when they came to the clinic with potential symptoms, we had them immediately put on a mask. Did we, is that going to be part?
I believe we're returning to the full clinic.
Okay, so in the clinic, if they're symptomatic and we're isolating them, they would have a mask on. Okay, just want to make sure that's in the case, because in those cases, we know it could potentially be having a positive case. That's where I am, and I'm sorry if that seemed all loose, but I'm not in favor of this returning to the full mask mandate, but there's a couple things that I wouldn't mind us taking a look at that I think would be in line with what the governor's asked us to do, and would give our staff as well who have been vaccinated or tested positive, the ability to make that choice as well.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Susan, did you want to weigh in?
No, I'm good.
Can I
Let's
just
get rolling.
follow up one thing?
Let's go.
Yes, Ms. McDougall.
Ms. Campbell, you said that one of the largest schools only had 32. As I recall, I believe that, I know we closed one whole school, and did we close 2, Ms. Moore? She's shaking her head, yes. So we closed 2 schools last school year.
We did.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure that our public remembers that. Basically, I just want kids in school. I want kids in school because that's what we really, that's what we have to do. And how do we keep them safe? We keep them safe with fencing, SROs, cameras on the outside. We do all sorts of things to keep our children safe so they can get a good education. But I just wanted to bring up that we did close 2 schools for COVID last year. So that's all.
So, Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to go back to you, and not to put you on the spot, but just to understand, what is it that you are hoping to get out of this discussion? Just a public awareness of listening to the discussion, or?
So if it's not going to be on the next board meeting, I really, given the timeline of when our teachers are going back on Monday, I think we need to have a special meeting just to have a vote on the record.
So let me.
I think that's what people have been asking of us. I think that's what our staff's been asking of us, and that's what I'm requesting.
So you're requesting a special board meeting next week on a vote to mandate masks. Is that what you're asking for?
Or to review the mask policy?
Yeah, the mask policy, yeah.
Is that significant clarification, Mr. Gibbs, as
You
to
can,
what? Are you?
You can call the chair has the authority to call a special session,
Okay.
or 3 members of the board can call a special session.
Ask a couple quick questions.
Yes.
Just clarifying.
Hold on. Yes, Mr. Susan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, besides the chair making that request, does that take a majority vote to move to put something on a special election or a special meeting if she didn't?
Yeah,
Make it?
three
Okay.
board members, the superintendent, or the chair.
And then, Ms. Jenkins, if you can kind of qualify what your statement would be. Are you trying to say mask mandates for staff and students, students below second grade, no, high school kids, no mask? Like, can you just kind of verify where you're going with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Jenkins?
I'm just proposing we revert back to the policy that was the way it was written. So third grade and up, students and staff.
Okay. So that will be what was on the agenda. Okay. And are you going to make that, or do we need a motion for a majority?
Well, I think it would be, and maybe we have discussion along this line. I think it would be important to know if I'll be frank, I hate to schedule a special board meeting if we don't have a majority support to reenact the policy as put forward. So if we're just revisiting the policy from last year and we do not have board support to do that, majority board support to do that, I hate to pull in staff and law enforcement and parents and for absolutely no reason. So, unless you all feel like there is.
I do have a question though. So like, for instance, I mean, clearly Katie and I are not going to agree, but Katie did bring up things that are a concern to her that involve a mask. And so we would have to have a special meeting to have that conversation, correct?
So Mr. Gibbs, our mask policy, does it detail third grade and up? Can we make changes to that without?
If you're making changes to the actual policy, it would be rulemaking.
So it would have to go through the rulemaking process. So we would either have to accept the policy as presented and authorize the superintendent to enact the policy as presented, or we would have to go through the rulemaking process to modify the policy?
Yeah, you could do if you deemed it an emergency for health, safety, welfare, you could do an emergency policy just for school buses if that's where you wanted to go with Ms. Campbell's idea that she threw out. And then you could build that in over the 90 days. That's why the emergency policy provision's there.
Okay. And so if we have if we call a special board meeting next week and the board could then vote at that time to have a modified policy?
You could vote for your policy implementation, as has been, recommended as well, or you could vote for an emergency policy only for buses.
So since we have the policy already, that's there still, we can't just implement part of the policy, is what you're saying?
It's rulemaking, we'd have to.
I don't think it references buses at all. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Well, and volunteers and everything.
Well, we didn't have to have separate with the buses because we.
It was just
It was a
mandated
general,
across
right.
the board, so
Right.
buses were not singled out.
Right. And I'm not really sure exactly where I fall on that. I just think that that's one area where I think it's probably one of the most risky places because students are very close together. And it's a short time. I don't know.
So am I?
I have no desire to go to it. So
Okay.
if
So
you do.
I'm not asking for a special meeting. No.
I'm not asking for a special meeting.
So, Mr. Susan, you do not want a special meeting. Ms. Campbell, you do not want a special meeting. I also am not going to be in support of a special meeting at this point in time, although I would certainly be willing to, as we see how things play out, if we decide, next week that we would like to call a special board meeting, then we could certainly reach out to Mr. Gibbs and request to do so. But I think that we are, given where we are at this moment, I just am not in support of that.
And Madam Chair, if we can get hospitalizations and ICU rates from the hospitals in the meantime too, I'll follow. But I was just asking if we could get the data that we didn't get from the DOH. That's all, the ICU rates, the hospitalization rates by age bracketed, that's all, Sorry.
Okay. So is there any additional board member discussion on the mask at this point? And are we all clear as to how we, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, so I do have a question, Mr. Gibbs. So we were focused on a special meeting. So what does it take for it to be on the next agenda?
Request.
Just a request?
Yeah.
Okay, I request that it be on the next agenda.
So, Ms. Huh?
Any member can put an agenda item on the agenda? Okay.
Yep. So, Dr. Mullins, you have that request down? Okay. Anything else, Ms. Jenkins?
Madam Chair,
Dr. Mullins, yes.
can I just ask clarification so the agenda item that would be back on the agenda would be for the board to vote on the reinstatement of the existing board policy, the board mask policy?
8420.02.
Is that correct?
Any additional clarification? Are we good? We good? Okay. All right, that is going to bring us into our public comment section. And as we get into this,
Okay, let's go.
all right, we have 39 speakers signed up this evening. I do not know how many of those speakers are still with us, given the lateness of the evening. To that point, and given the fact that we have gone through our board discussion, you all have an idea as to what the plan is moving forward, and masks will be discussed in 2 weeks on August 10th as well. Should you wish to waive your public speaking time, you are certainly free to do so. If you would like to stand up and say I'm in support of masks and waive the rest of the time, you're welcome to do so. At the same time, we will absolutely honor everyone having the 3 minutes that they signed up for. So just throwing those options out there. All right, our first speaker is going to be Thomas Jefferson. As Mr. Jefferson's approaching, keep in mind that each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. We have a clock in front of me to help you keep track of your time. When your time is over, you will be asked to stop and allow the next speaker his or her turn. Always keep in mind that reasonable decorum is expected at all times, and your statement should be directed to the board chair. The chair may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when time is up. It's personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Should an individual not observe proper etiquette, the chairman may request the individual leave the meeting. Let's all encourage an environment appropriate for our children who may be present or are watching from home. All right, we will actually, Ms. Escobar, do you have the list? May I get that? It's just easier for me to track my threes. I apologize, Mr. Jefferson. I will be right with you. All right, so our first three speakers will be Thomas Jefferson, Charles Langworthy, and Nancy Lopez. Mr. Jefferson, you may begin as soon as you're ready.
Try the other one, bud.
Might
be that.
Hello?
That one's working.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to point out for everybody here that we had a board member tonight that talked to the health department and asked a specific question, whether that person on the health department would want to be in a class with 30 kids without a mask or without a vaccination, and she was looking for a no answer, and yet that same person sits on this board without a mask tonight in front of 100 people, just like that same teacher. That's hypocrisy, okay? So I just want to start with that so everybody understands that the person sits here without a mask who wants to make our kids wear masks, okay? So I'd like to start by saying that we, the Patriots of Brevard County, made a grave mistake last year allowing this board of dictators to put in place a mask mandate on our children at school. We will not allow you to put a mask mandate or any other mandate on our children anymore. The children of this county are our children, not your children, and we as parents decide what is right for our children, not a board of dictators. This is America, not Nazi Germany. However, each day in America, it seems as if we are getting closer to Nazi Germany, with all the dictators telling us what to do, what to say. Telling us what to say. It is not the right of any government body to tell us how to raise our children, especially not the job of 5 board members. Mask option is the only constitutional option, allowing parents that want to send their kids to school with masks to do so, and allowing parents that do not want to send their kids to school with masks not to do so. That's what freedom of choice is all about. This is not even the school board's decision to make whether our kids wear masks or don't wear masks. This is only the decision and the parents' rights to decide what their children do. The last time I checked, the government and school board members aren't raising my kids, I am. These school board members don't feed or clothe or provide for our children, we do. We, the people of Brevard County, are fed up with 5 members trying to tell us what is right and what is best for our children. We are here to say, you will not mandate our children to wear masks anymore. Give me liberty or give me death.
Thank you, sir. Charles Longworthy. Charles Longworthy, going once, going twice. Nancy Lopez.
It is a long night. I just want to say I'm pro-mask, and I yield my time to the next speaker.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, next three speakers are Nicole Hosey, Marin Caldwell, and Finley Caldwell. Nicole?
Good evening. My name is Nicole Hosey. I'm an attorney locally here in Brevard County. I have 3 children. 2 of my children attend Riviera Elementary School. I'm requesting that this board revisit the mask mandate. On July 19, 2021, my son contracted COVID-19 when he attended summer school at Riviera Elementary. I want to point to the fact that my son did attend school last year in person and did not contract COVID-19. This board removed that mask mandate, and less than 2 months later, my son tested positive for COVID. It was 11 cases that we are aware of at Riviera Elementary and an unknown number of individuals who had to quarantine. It's time to seek the experts. It's time to look to what the CDC says, and we had experts here today explaining the importance of wearing a mask and the importance of how COVID is going right now. This is not the time to be guided by your feelings, by what you're comfortable about, but facts, common sense, and a large consensus of the experts. I understand people have different perspectives of this on the argument with this mask. I completely get that. But what we have to do is we have to keep the best interest of every children in Brevard County in mind. If masks are not implemented, we can look to see more hospitalizations, more deaths, more continued quarantine in this coming school year. I'm not sure how something as simple as a mask has become so political. At this point, party affiliation should not be a priority. It's time to reevaluate why you ran for board. Why are you on this board, and is your goal for the best interest of the children, their well-being, and their health? If every child in Brevard County schools are wearing a mask, that does not just protect my child, that protects every other child and every other person in this community. Some children wearing a mask or mask being optional is not enough. My child is an example of that. He wore his mask to school every day and at summer camp and still contracted COVID. No parent should have to go through what me and my husband went through on July 19, 2019, the fear we had of what we did not know what was going to happen to our kid. That disrupted our personal lives, it disrupted our professional lives. The only way to protect our children's health and the well-being is to require masks. In this country, we all have rights, and my rights end when it begins to encroach on someone else's rights. My parenting decisions may be different than others in this room in those households, but all children have to go to school. If another parent's decision is not to allow their kid to wear a mask to school, that could result in my child being sick, at that point, you're encroaching on my child's rights, my child's health, and the rights as a parent. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hosey. Maren Caldwell. Finley Caldwell left as well. Catherine Delaney, followed by Thomas and Adair Connor.
Hi. I want to start off by saying I can't believe we are here again. If we are going with the argument that masks save lives, I just wanted to repeat what the experts said. Correct mask usage is the key. Children are not going to wear masks correctly. It's just not going to happen, and that was proved this year. That being said, that's not my opinion. Masks do not work in slowing the spread of COVID-19. My son's kindergarten class was not required to wear masks last year. Guess how many times they got quarantined? 0. That is because masks are relevant in stopping the spread of COVID-19. Stop with the fear-mongering. It's not working. Our school district has so many pressing issues to deal with other than masks, like the performance of our student body and the achievement gaps. I'm going to say this loud and clear. If you vote to force my child to wear a medical device, I will withdraw my 3 children from the district, along with their funds. I know there is a large amount of parents who are ready and willing to do the same thing. That will greatly affect the budget for our district. This is not a threat, it's a promise. It's simply something that's going to happen. Quarantining our healthy kids without an e-learning option is detrimental to our children's education and flat out discriminatory. Now, I sent somebody up there an email that talked about their presentation about the achievement gap, and it frankly disgusted me. From what I understand, and the reason why I'm talking about this is because they have refused to answer my question through email. It sounded to me that he said that the reason why we have an achievement gap is because our teachers and administrators are possibly unknowingly racist and biased. I find that disgusting. We need to put the funds towards helping our kids who scored 2 or below on the FSA. We don't need all the equity training. We don't need all the diversity training. This is 2021. My kids were in the park the other day. They didn't care what color the kids were. They played with the kids in the park. They don't care. Stop trying to make race an issue when it's not. Educate our children.
Thanks, Katie. Have a good night. Thomas?
Hello, my name is Thomas Tomas, and I'm not good at this, but I have to tell you, this has been the most passive-aggressive game of whack-a-mole I've ever heard. Personal feelings shouldn't be brought out onto the stage, okay? Just a short while ago, by the way, all of us, I'm 62, all of us were in the phone book. All of our phone numbers were published. Just so that you understand where I stand, we're not wearing a mask. My children will be going to school and they will not be wearing a mask. So I listened to someone previous to me say, oh, well, you're infringing on me. No, let's go back. Let's think for a second. And I'm all over the board, I understand that, because I'm not prepared. I'm just pissed. So she said, Okay, you're infringing on me. Well, no, let's go back to the smoking thing, okay? We don't have smoking indoors because you're infringing on me. We didn't say to the smokers, oh, well, you can keep smoking because by making you stop smoking, that's infringing. No, it doesn't work that way. There has to be an action and then a reaction, in case everybody remembers, okay? So you're infringing on me by telling me that I have to bring my kids to school with a mask. I'm not infringing on you by sending my kids to school without a mask. We're doing nothing. We're just going to school, which is exactly how it's supposed to be. Just go to school. This whole, the whole freedom and USA and all of that, I believe in that. I'm not right or left. I could care less what color you are or what persuasion, or I don't care. I always say that if you take somebody from the far right and you take somebody from the far left and you sit them down at a table and say, listen, I'll be back tomorrow. When you get back, you're going to find the two of them there just chatting away. You know why? Because we're all right there in the middle. So let's stop this political nonsense. Okay?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to stop pointing at our board members.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
I'll refrain from that. Let's stop this political nonsense. You're not going to force us to wear a mask. The governor is going to back us up on that. And you guys are just going to have to deal with it. You are, no offense, I'm sure you're all wonderful people, every single one of you. But you're not going to vote on something that we've already voted on as a state. All right?
Thanks, Thomas. Excuse me. Adair Connor. Jennifer Dunn. I have my speech, but after everything, I just want to say first that I'm really, this one's better. I'm really disappointed and sad that you think that it's okay to take special moments and memories away from myself and my family and my children, such as walking my child into his second grade class, not holding his mother's hand. It's not acceptable. I'm here again to address my concerns with you about allowing me to parent my own children. I am the mother of two boys who attend Brevard Public Schools. So first, I would like to say, I do not co-parent with the government, okay? I will decide what is best for my children. I will no longer allow you to make decisions regarding my children's health. And I am prepared to withdraw both my children if you try. Per HB 241, the Parents' Bill of Rights, as a Florida parent, you have the right to make health care decisions for your minor child. We should not be having this discussion again. Let me parent my children. Thanks. Matthew Dolly, followed by Sarah Chiavario and Rachel Riberte. Matthew?
Hello, Matthew Dolly from the Village Joliet, back at it again. I had a thing prepared, but we kind of went off rocker tonight, as we all know. Whose sad story wins? Because I brought my kid up here a few weeks ago or whenever it was, and I told you about how my kids, because they're in the grades that don't have to wear masks, were purposely singled out by staff members, segregated, and treated differently. My pre-K child was sent home so many times with no problems at all, not displaying any health abnormalities, for the sheer fact that he didn't have a mask on. So many times that our pediatrician wrote a note for us to give to the principal, say, stop sending this kid home, he's not sick. And then when I called this teacher to talk about it, she's sick at school. A teacher that's at the age that if she catches COVID, she's gonna die. But you're sending my 4 or 5-year-old home sick who doesn't have any symptoms because he's not wearing a mask. My second grader in his music class, him and all the boys that didn't wear masks, We're sat in the back and segregated, and we're told by the music teacher that people that don't wear masks are super spreaders. Like, where does this end? You know, whose sad story wins? Like, really, was this going to be a virtue signaling contest? And I want to also speak about the climate of these meetings tonight. I'm just going to give you the honest perception of me being dummy self sitting here and watching. We have specialists come in, and I think every person up here was somewhat a little guilty of this. We're not asking these people's questions to find a truth, which would be a better path to the children. We're asking these people questions to either solidify our argument of what we want or not. And that's got to stop. That has got to stop. All right? And that's both sides. That's both sides. We need to be our mission to serve every student with excellent as the standard, not to serve every student with what we think would be best for them. All right? That's our job as parents. Some of these parents are not going to do a good job of certain things. All right? I'm not a fan of the screaming and yelling. I'm not a fan of the hoot and hollering. That's why I stay quiet. Every person in this room with a mask on or a mask off is a human being. For real, we have children, we're ever arguing about whatever. Set an example for your children, people, for the love of God. Set an example for your children. All right? Do you want your children to act like this? Treat people with respect and dignity. And that goes both ways, because people over there are guilty and people over there are guilty. Eat a slice of the humble pie. We all need to treat each other like human beings. Maybe we get somewhere better. 3 minutes ain't enough. Bring coffee next time.
Thanks, Matthew. Sarah?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Sarah Chaverio. I am a student pursuing 3 degrees in behavioral science. I'm a registered voter, taxpayer, wife to a husband who is involved in the commercial space industry, and most importantly, I'm a mom to 2 children attending BPS next month. I have 4 topics I would like to address. As people are concerned with rising cases of COVID again, I urge you to keep in mind how damaging the masks were physically and mentally to the children. I hear a lot of people concerned about COVID cases rising and talking about masking, quarantines, and lockdowns again. But I also hear many mental health clinicians talking about the mental health crisis and fallout from these things. I plead with the board to consider the mental health of all children. Mental health is just as important as physical health. Due to the lockdowns, quarantines, and being forced to wear a mask, overdoses, suicide, anxiety and depression numbers are up 30%. These are statistics from a neighboring county. I have yet to reach out to our local sheriff's office and get the numbers for Brevard County. I implore you to continue to keep masks optional and the medical status of minors private. Do not quarantine healthy children with a different medical status than their classmates. Separate is not equal. Do not discriminate children by class due to their parents' own personal, private, religious, and medical choices. That is creating more division and not unity or equity in our classrooms or school community. After the past year, the school community needs unity and healing. That's why medical choices for minors need to remain private and masks need to be optional to stop the division in the BPS community and start to bring people and parents from all different points of view together. That is the future, to learn from our differences and each other. Continue to keep in mind that mental health is just as important as physical health, as I said before. Therefore, healthcare choices of minors should and must remain private. My family and I look forward to a wonderful school year and building relationships with administrators and our wonderful teachers. Just wondering when we will be able to volunteer in the classrooms this year and support our schools and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel? Followed by Chloe, who I'm guessing is coming with you. And then Jeff Sharon after that.
So we're here to say that we do not co-parent with the government. We do not agree that there should be any type of mandate. Personal family choices should remain personal, and within the family, and I think that goes for bringing all of your personal business right up to the front of the board also.
You can talk to us, Chloe. We won't bite, I promise. You guys have a good night. Jeff? Jeff, Sharon?
Yeah, it's Jonathan
Jeff?
Schumann. Jonathan Schumann?
No, it's Jeff Sharon. There's probably a Jonathan Schumann on here someplace. Bill Hickman, followed by Jordan Johnson, and then Christina Baker. Bill?
Can you hear me? I'm a nurse. I work locally in one of the hospitals. Over the last year, I've seen dealing with COVID and all of the after effects, families, everything. I had a lot of prepared stuff, but you know, what's been said here tonight has really kind of made a lot of this. The Delta variant has tripled the transmission rate. We've seen cases skyrocket here locally and across Florida over the last 3 weeks. Today, Health First reported 172 COVID cases admitted, 95% of which are unvaccinated. I do question about pediatrics because there's, I've heard the 15-year-old on a ventilator. So, interestingly, Fox News affiliate in Jacksonville yesterday reported from a pediatric infectious disease specialist that there was 20 cases. They heard back from 2 hospitals, one of which that had 13 pediatric cases, 5 of which in the ICU. The other hospital reported 6 cases. So they are happening. We don't have great resources here, so it's a concern. If it's a serious case, it is going to be sent to Orlando. So, you know, these are things that need to be taken into account. I support having masking specifically because of what I've seen. But I think at a baseline, it is the best mitigation strategy that we have available to us to universally protect everybody. The staff, the kids, it's the best option right now. Were there a better one, we'd all be pursuing it. Do we want to stay wearing masks forever? No. I've been wearing this thing 12 to 14 hours a day. And would I go without it if I could? Yes. But in business, we look at what is going to give us the biggest bang for the dollar. The strategy, the simplest strategy to come through that's going to make the biggest difference is putting a mask on kids, putting the masks on the staff to help stop transmission. Why did we have a non-existent flu season last year? Kids wearing masks, kids being super spreaders of flu, and running around being in close contact. They were masked, so it greatly reduced what our numbers were. So there was effective strategy. You know, questions about the testing, the CDC is pushing over straight to actually being able to use tests that were already there. PCR tests did their purpose under emergency use authorization. And regardless of what happens with the state, we have a responsibility here in our community to keep everybody safe. So the best of all possible options is to do that.
Thank you, Bill. Jordan Johnson, followed by Christina Baker, and then Damani Hosey.
Good evening, board members. So talking about my favorite thing tonight, quarantining of students and staff. I will start with saying I think it's crazy that we're 12 days away from school and we're just now getting this information. First of all, this has been talked about and talked about and talked about, talked about. I've been here since last September. I've talked about quarantining healthy students. Do we have those numbers, Department of Health? No, we sure don't. We don't know how many quarantined students never got COVID, but they weren't allowed to go to school. So that's fantastic. So then I get to school today for registration. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to start with this. Public comment. Public comment. There's 30 minutes allotted for public comment. I understand the issue with we're all speaking off task. I'm not really. This is mitigation strategies. I guess I accidentally wrote quarantine and I should have wrote mitigation strategies. There were several people here with really young children, and I think that maybe it could have been motion like, hey, we have this 30 minutes, we have one speaker. Is everybody in agreement that anybody with a baby, a kid, do you want to go ahead and take out of the allotted 30 minutes? Okay, now back to the discriminatory policies that I learned at school today, 12 days before school starts. I don't have a lot of options here. Under the direction of the Brevard County Health Department, which is not my child's educator, quarantine periods will range from 10 to 14 days. It's a mystery, maybe because they, I wear a Moms for Liberty shirt. My kid gets an extra few days. Students and staff who are fully vaccinated will not have to quarantine. So, update for you there. This is news. You can fact check it. The CDC just updated guidance today that vaccinated individuals who have been exposed to COVID should be tested 3 days later. So your policy needs to reflect something there. With all the talk of equity and achievement gaps, here we go. This is not an equity policy. Not everyone can get the vaccine. Not everyone can, 12-year-olds can't get it. It's not FDA approved. It's still under emergency use. So you have a policy right here, plain black and white, that doesn't give everybody a fair chance. And if you want to encourage mask wearing so much, why don't you make the policy, hey, if you wore a mask, you don't have to be quarantined as long, since they work so well, right? Like there's a lot of different ways around this, but to say that non-vaccinated athletes who are contact to a positive case will not be permitted to participate in athletics until day 15. So we have a quarantine period of 10 to 14 days, but if you're an athlete, it's 15 days. And as it was brought up earlier, these are major moments in these children's life that determine so much, but I'd like to just put out the fact that a learning event is just as important as a sporting event.
Christina Baker.
Hi, I'm Christina. I am definitely not for the mask. I mean, it just kind of doesn't make sense because the kids are still getting together. They're having extracurricular activities, they're gathering, they're doing all the things that they would do in school outside of school. And then they come in to school and then you guys want to mask them. But if it's not consistent all the time, it's not going to work. And it's not working. My daughter's a thumb sucker. She has figured out how to put her thumb under her mask and suck her thumb at school when the teacher's not looking. So can guarantee you that there are many other students that are picking their nose and God knows what. And the whole vaccine thing is just kind of crazy to me because they're like, you gotta get your vaccine, but now you have to wear a mask because you're still getting sick. And Pfizer is now wanting you to get another shot. And nurses are telling nurses, they're saying that they're admitting 50-50, that 50% of the people they're seeing are vaccinated. You got a 50-50 chance of getting sick. Everybody does. And now it's 50-50. I also heard a board member ask the DOH about, okay, never mind, I want to start over. There has been little to no mention of emotional and mental health for children due to mask wearing. There was one question asked to the DOH about it tonight, which I'm confused as to why you would consider the voice of the DOH over the voice of the parents that listen, talk, and care for our children. We have shared stories in the past with you about how mask wearing has negatively affected them, and I'm sure all of you have received plenty of emails from parents on this matter as well. Are you actually listening, or do you think you are required to decide what's best for us?
Tamani Housie, followed by Aisha Hosey, and then Sarah Hayfield. I think I said Housie instead of Hosey. I'm sorry, Dr. Hosey.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. My name is Damani.
Yeah, can you raise it or?
Okay. Hello?
Perfect, thank you.
My name is Damani Hosey. I'm father of 3 children in Brevard Public Schools, and I'm a family physician to thousands of patients in Brevard. I'm back before this board today to renew my plea to reinstate the mask mandate so our kids can have a safe school year. I'll get straight to the point. Without a mask mandate, I'm preparing to remove my unvaccinated children from Brevard Public Schools because I cannot in good conscience send them to classrooms where exposure to COVID-19 is almost guaranteed. The mask mandate should have never been eliminated in the first place. The science told us that masks are effective at preventing COVID-19 spread. 0% of our kids under 12 and only 22% of kids over 12 in Florida are vaccinated. Unvaccinated children can become severely ill and die from COVID-19. More kids have died from COVID-19 than the worst of any flu season in recent history. In the past week, there's been more than an 80% increase in COVID infection amongst children of all age groups in Florida. Since you rescinded the mask mandate, a new, more contagious, potentially more deadly Delta variant, which we all know about now, has emerged as the dominant COVID-19 strain. The state of Florida has become a pandemic hotspot with 20% of all new COVID cases in the U.S. And Brevard has become an epicenter in Florida with a surge in cases, hospitalizations, and percent positivity. The number of COVID cases in my own medical practice has been on the rise, when for weeks I hadn't seen any cases. The CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the World Health Organization now all say that all children, regardless of vaccine status, should be masked for indoor instruction. Maintaining this mask optional policy is getting more and more irresponsible by the day in light of these recent COVID trends and scientific recommendations. Having unvaccinated kids and school staff together in confined classroom spaces is a perfect scenario for COVID transmission. The Delta strain of COVID is opportunistic, and it will find its way into our schools and into our children. Please stand up against those politicians in Tallahassee and use your local power to get masks back on kids this school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hosey. Aisha Hosey, followed by Sarah Hayfield, and then Dustin Platter.
My name is Aisha Hosey. I'm a registered nurse, retired, and that is my son, who I'm very proud of. I am speaking to you as a grandmother. I have 5 children in Brevard school system, all 5 of my children, my grandchildren. I have 1 grandson that already graduated, and I have another little one that's on the way. I implore you, all of you, from the superintendent to all of the rest of you, to protect my 5 grandchildren. I am not asking you to do everything for children. At home, we are protecting them. And we had not had any incidents of COVID in our family until my grandson went to your summer school this year. When you dropped the mask mandate, we sent 2 of our children to summer school. 1 of them came home with COVID. You wanted to know what it's like for parents to take care of children? Your child does not have to go to intensive care for it to be a problem for the family. You're looking at a child night and day because he's running an elevated temperature and he has a dry cough. His mother and father cannot go to work because they are now quarantined as well. The little sister, we have to isolate. Do you know what it's like to isolate and quarantine an 8-year-old from a 4-year-old? It is extremely difficult. I am saying it, but it's necessary. We did not want the 4-year-old to get COVID and for us to have another one that we had to worry about. I implore you, I'm very disappointed that you did not have that extra meeting. Things are changing with COVID every day. What you decided in May does not apply to what's happening today. We have a new strain of COVID that is very virulent. It is affecting our children in a way that's different when we first started this pandemic. We are living in Florida. That's one of the 4 greatest states with the increase of COVID. Okay? We can't just look in the past. This disease is changing, and our policies must change with it. Do not send our children unprotected. And when they get off the bus, it's the school that is protecting them. Yes, it is. You talk about liberty.
Ma'am.
Our children.
Face this way. Thank you
Oh,
so very
I
much.
ran out of time. Oh, I'm sorry. Please protect
Sarah
my
Hayfield.
grandchildren and all of
Thank
the
you, ma'am. I'm going to have to ask that you put the
Your
microphone down and
children
step
as well.
away. Ma'am,
In Brevard
please put the mic down for me, okay? It's time for somebody else to speak. Thank you. Sarah Hayfield, followed by Dustin Platter and Elise Strobel. Sarah Hayfield, Dustin Platter.
Good evening, school board and fellow parents. Tonight you heard many people shouting for you to listen to their side. So let me start by making this point clear. Tonight you're being forced to make a choice. You can listen to the medical experts, the scientists, and the parents trying to protect their children, or you can listen to the moms who want their child's comfort placed above everything else. It really is that simple because the choice is that clear. A month ago, we looked forward to sending our kids back to school. My daughter would be starting kindergarten and my son the gifted program. We recognize how important it is for them to get that education firsthand. Instead, we have seen Florida's numbers have increased from a 7-day average of 1,200 to 13,000. Hospitalizations among under 18-year-olds have increased 68%. And the reason is simple. Because a group of liberty moms and freedom fanatics refuse to wear a mask. Those very same people are here tonight asking you to side with them to implement their policy that literally has us in the current situation. Last year, with a sizable portion of students at home and the rest in mask mandates at school, you still had 700 children get infected. This year, the mask is spreading faster and hitting children harder. If you drop the mask mandate, you are guaranteed to have at least another 700 children infected. We want our kids back in school, and as parents, we are doing everything we can to protect them while trying to ensure that they get the education they need. Once the vaccine is approved, we will get it. We will give them every tool possible to be safe, because that's our job as parents, to give our kids the tools they need to be safe and succeed. But until the vaccine is approved, we need your help. During World War II, we came together. We sacrificed to ensure that we won. We didn't complain. We didn't argue that helping the Allied cause was against our freedom. Miami-Dade has reinstituted the mask policy. Brevard has done so as well. Your job is to protect and educate our kids. Help set the example. Follow the science and the experts. Reinstitute the mask mandate, at least until all the children have the opportunity to get fully vaccinated. And I just want to add, Ms. Campbell had mentioned some numbers earlier, and it was accounted to about 5% being infected, and that was with a less transmittable rate and with masks. So without masks and a more virulent rate, it's going to be even higher than that 5%, and you're going to have more than 2 schools shut down. I keep hearing the side talk about freedom and their choices.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to just stop referring to the other side because it's divisive, okay? If you would like to share your opinion, we welcome it.
There are a group of people who are trying to sit there and say it's all about their freedom and their choice, but just like drunk driving, that choice is impacting my child. If I send him to school, he can get infected. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Strobel, Alyssa Bobbitt, and then Carrie Geraci.
Hi everyone, my name is Elise Strobel.
I'm 15 and I'm going into 11th grade at Melbourne High School. And the first thing I want to say is there's no flu and any other diseases because it's all getting counted as COVID. I made the choice last year to go to school because I can't learn by sitting at home and listening to a teacher speak. I sat in a classroom for 90 minutes while my teacher sat behind a shower curtain wearing a mask and teaching through an overhead. X's between seats at lunch because you can't get too close to the people that you hang out on the weekend with. Worrying about getting dress coded for not wearing a mask correctly. Our schools, and especially this school board, is supposed to be looking out for the best interest of the students, not playing into the media and the government's little game. My best friend got COVID last year, but yet still had to go onto quarantine 2 other times after that. She got a viral throat infection from wearing a mask 8+ hours a day. My biggest stress last year was getting that call from the dean's office saying I had to go down because I'm getting quarantined again, getting taken out of my class and my learning time to go online. These couple of months masks free has taught me a couple of really cool lessons. My biggest insecurity has been my skin, my acne, like a lot of other teens that struggle my age, and wearing a mask all day was the worst year for my skin. It's finally starting to clear up and heal. Chorus has been a passion of mine since I was in elementary school, and it was ruined by wearing a mask and singing outside 6 feet apart in the heat and cold. The only reason why I decided to sign up for chorus this year is because we're supposed to not have to wear a mask. There's so many people that passed out outside because of how hot it was because they had to wear a mask, on top of heat exhaustion and oxygen deprivation. We have a scientific microscope at my house and placed a mask under it. One hole is big enough to allow thousands of the tiny particles to go through, and that's supposed to keep us safe. Our own Secretary of Health and Human Services said that they want the government to know every single person that gets vaccinated. I don't think they have that right. When I found out that, I was shocked and horrified. I work at a restaurant where masks are not required and no one has gotten COVID, and we still make our food better than McDonald's. Why is it that boys are allowed to wear tight jeans, skirts, and crop tops with no issue, but as soon as I have my shoulders showing, it's a distraction? I get distracted by people wearing tails, ears, and dog collars, but does that opinion matter? No, it doesn't. My biggest problem that disgusts me is how even elementary schools kids get to identify as whatever they want and walk into the boys and girls restroom. I don't know about everyone else, but when I go to the bathroom, I like to be surrounded by the people of my gender. I don't want a guy coming in with me. I have a 5-year-old sister, and I really hope things change before she gets much older. And let me just say...
Thank you, Alyssa. Have a good evening.
My name's Elise.
Elise. Alyssa is up next.
Hello, my name is Alyssa, and let me just say, drop the mask. Us, we do not like wearing a mask. I am in high school, and let me tell you, I'm walking around, walking up and down stairs, and I can't even breathe. We are in gym class, we can't even have fun anymore, because the sports, can't even play them. Because why? Because you're too close, 6 feet apart. We're walking around the track. You're supposed to be 6 feet apart. If you're with someone, you have to wear a mask over your nose in the 90-degree heat. There's people dehydrated, lightheaded, nauseous, goes on and on. Like she said in chorus, there's people passing out because we have to wear a piece of cloth that doesn't do anything. Nothing. I'd also like to say that the dress code at Mel High is ridiculous. There is guys wearing skirts and heels, and I wear a shirt that shows a little bit of my stomach and my shoulders, and I get yelled at. Referral. It's ridiculous. There's girls, dyed hair blue, chains, and I can't wear a shirt that shows half my stomach. It's ridiculous. I literally had to go to the doctor because I got an infection in my throat from the mask. It's ridiculous. This needs to be stopped. We have 5-year-olds going into kindergarten. Their moms can't even walk them to class because of COVID. It's sad. I mean, really. Sad. You want to say something? I have a 5-year-old here with me. Do you want to say? Okay, thank you.
Carey, followed by Jonathan Schuman, and then Avalon Strafford. They should both work.
Hello,
It's
can you
just-
hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Carrie Joyce, and I wanted to start by addressing the thought about pediatric cases. Kids wore masks all day at school, but then we watched them go out into the neighborhoods and run around with their friends all afternoon without masks on. So, I mean, there's that for you. And in listening to all of the questioning of the Department of Health, what comes to mind as I'm listening to all your questions is, what about natural immunity? That doesn't ever seem to be something that is talked about. So each of you have the opportunity to be a true leader. Nationally, other states have watched how Florida has stood up to the politics being pushed down onto the nation like lockdowns. We did as a state. Governor DeSantis has bravely set examples on numerous fronts. One that comes to mind is the lawsuit against big tech censorship. You too can be brave and set new ground. You can stop the perpetual fear. Be brave, say enough. Our children here tonight, at home, everywhere, are watching what we do. Show the children that you can be brave enough to stop saying, what if? Every single day we are faced with risks. Teach our children how to be brave, to face life's challenges, make the masks stay optional.
Thanks, Carrie. Jonathan?
No, okay. Sorry. Distinguished board members, like Jennifer Jenkins, I've had two vaccinations. Second one was difficult. The first one was no big deal. But I wear a mask now because my wife is dealing with leukemia, and her blood count is not good. And I dare not bring home this virus because she won't survive. I lost my mother to the virus back in 2020. She took her 6-8 weeks. She fought hard, but she lost the fight. I want you to visualize, I want everyone here to visualize the virus. You can't see it, it's too small, so let's pretend they're bees. If you had a whole room full of bees, and they all had good stingers. Maybe they were the newer version, which is the African bees. You would find that you'd want to cover your face. You wouldn't want to be stung in the face, stung in the eyes. Okay, some of you would be allergic to it. You might end up with anaphylactic shock. By the way, I'm a biology teacher. And I got 2 days left and I retired. I've taught over 4,000 students. And I'm proud to have served this community and to have worked with your kids, okay? So anyway, the thing is that this virus is changing. It's about 2 mutations away from solving the population problem on the planet, okay? I mean, right now it's 1,000 times more virulent than the original form of this thing. Okay, and our only way of fighting it is to keep from getting it, because if we get it, it has an opportunity to mutate. Now, the thing is that, masks are a problem. I give you that. It's a problem for me to teach with one. This one's 5 layers thick, okay? Luckily,
Mr. Schuman,
I can
if you
still
would
get
just
through
keep
it.
it directed this way for me,
Sorry.
okay? Thanks.
So anyway, the thing is that I've given you 2 articles by email. One of them deals with Demings in Orlando, who declared a state of emergency there. Their positivity rate is about equivalent to ours, maybe just a little bit higher. And the fact is, if we don't get a handle on this, it's going to get out of control like a wildfire going through Palm Bay. I remember that time too. good chunk of the city burnt down. Couldn't put the fire out, didn't have enough water. Well, you know what? If this virus gets a good handle on us, we're not going to be able to put that out either. Okay, and there won't be any way to go to escape it. I thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. Avalon Strafford, followed by Christopher Finn, and then Ashley Joyner.
Good evening, Chairwoman Belford and members of the board. I'm here to talk about masks and simply start by saying enough with the mask mandate. They are causing me to be anxious, nauseous. They are hard to breathe in, and it's hard to hear people when one is speaking while wearing one. These masks are also covering the beautiful faces of my friends, classmates, and teachers. I have missed seeing their smiling faces throughout the school days. Additionally, there have been numerous studies done that concluded masks are causing more harm to us than helping us. I refer to an article entitled Masking, a careful review of the evidence. In this article on page 13, it covers the ineffectiveness of masks, especially after wearing one for longer than 20 minutes due to saturations from one's breath. On page 21, there's a list of possible harms from wearing them, which far outweighs their benefits. It has also been proven that school-age kids are not the super spreaders of this virus. And again, it does more harm than good, both mentally and health-wise for us to be wearing a mask. Especially for longer periods of time. I would like to close by stating and reminding the board that we live in a free country where there is still freedom of choice when it comes to personal decisions regarding our health. I have wonderful parents. I have wonderful bonus parents that always has my best interest at heart. I do not and will not be co-parented by the school board or by the government when it comes to these type of decisions.
Thanks, Evelyn. Christopher Finn. Christopher Finn.
Thank you for staying so late to hear what we have to say. It's been a long night, and I appreciate you all being here. I am a father of 3 children. One of them actually is married and now moved on, but I've got 2 still here in the school district. One goes to Stevenson. The other one goes to Jefferson Middle School. I also have an exchange student that'll be coming this year. She'll be going to Merritt Island High School. I am super proud of having my children go to school. The thing is, last year, we started with e-learning. Now, it didn't take a week for us to decide that e-learning was not going to work out for our second grader, all right? You try to put a 7-year-old down in a chair for 6.5 hours, that is just, it's crazy. So I am pro staying open for school. I really need the schools to stay open because the benefit he had when he went to school and Miss Fleer was there. She's an amazing principal. She actually accommodated us. She listened to us. She's wonderful. She's such an asset to the county. But she listened to us and she set up standards and we had the mask mandate in place. And you know what? It was a wonderful year at Stevenson. Now, my daughter, she decided to continue with e-learning and she kind of liked that because she didn't have to get out of her pajamas. But the thing about that was she didn't get any socialization and she's really excited for school this year. But I also remember there was a period of time at Jefferson where I was getting phone calls like 2 or 3 times a week letting me know that there was another COVID case and another COVID case and another COVID case. And I get it. It's really hard to get the kids to wear a mask. It really is. But they can do it because they have done it. And I'm coming to you as a father. And I hear a lot of passionate people, a lot of students, and I get it because you know what? I also teach at a local university. And I hate getting up in front of people and having to speak with a mask on. It's super uncomfortable. It is harder to breathe. But the fact is that I'm doing my best. I don't need to wear the mask. I mean, I'm fully vaccinated, and I was a breakthrough case, all right? So I'm like a COVID Avenger right now, okay? Like I could walk into a room and I'd be fine. But my children aren't. And that's what I worry about is my 8-year-old son, he can't get vaccinated. And so if at the very least our elementary school kids could actually wear masks, at least until we have a vaccine, that would be something. You know, and then to end it, just because I'm a little bit funny and stuff, but I think I am, so I guess I am. But I always tell my kids, and I'll change it a little bit, but you know, if you have a bowl of rice and you put just a little bit of mud in it, it's still muddy rice, okay? It doesn't matter if you ask people not to put mud in it. If there's mud in it, there's mud everywhere in it. You're not going to eat it. Say, here, have some rice. Well, I don't think so. There's mud in it. Well, that's the thing about optional masking. We know very well. I love this county, and I love the people in this county, but only half of them are going to do the mask, period. So if we do it optional, it's just not going to work. So I'm please asking you to reinstate the masking policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Ashley Joyner, followed by Scott LaBouffe, Janice Crisp, and then Daniel Espinoza. Ashley?
Hello, good evening. A little closer. First, I want to start with talking about the masks.
Yeah. Ashley, if you could, either one. Thanks. I'm going to reset you, okay?
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to start with talking about the mask. I want to thank all of you for coming back in and talking to us. I also want to thank those of you that asked the proper questions that should have been asked of the Department of Health, which they had no answers for. So they are saying, you know, that most of the children are not even displaying any serious effects. There are some, but most are not. However, children are 50 times more likely to die from the COVID vaccine than they are from the actual virus, per Dr. Michael Yedin from the Pfizer VP, a former Pfizer PP, who headed the research into the respiratory disease. The amount of myocarditis that these vaccines are causing in children and even adults is appalling, and it should cancel the vaccine mandate as it is. I do not agree with children being vaccinated, and I do not agree with mandating a mask on a child. I think it should be a choice. I'm not saying that they don't need to wear a mask. I'm saying they can wear it if they want, if they feel safe. Obviously, the masks aren't working if we're having all these cases. The next I want to talk about was the CRT training that came up, and I wanted to speak to that. It's clearly got a trickle-down effect to the students, regardless of whether you're training the students or teaching the students to it or not. There was a school here in Brevard that a yearbook page was dedicated to protesting. I don't know about you or the schools that you grew up in, but when I look back at my yearbooks have nothing to do with anything outside of school activities. Yet here we are. When these kids go and pull their yearbooks for their children in the future, they're going to have to explain to them, well, it's protesting on the basis of a color of someone's skin, which is racist. The school also decided to change their mascot to cultural sensitivity. The students voted, and I think it was somewhere around 60% initially against it, and then, oh, let's re-educate and revisit. So now I'm changing the schools. So the amount of money going into changing this school could have gone to the teachers as a bonus for what they had to deal with the 2020 school year. It's a good thing that Governor DeSantis recognizes this and is hoping to get these teachers a $1,000 bonus starting this year. There are wonderful teachers in this county, and they deserve more. Bless those teachers who are the last line of defense against the ideology of CRT. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott?
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for having me. I just wanted to say simply that I will not be allowing my child to wear a mask this year. If you guys put the mandate back on, I'll be pulling my child out of the school. I was here last month. I talked to you guys. I had a few concerns. One was that, you know, we get up here as parents, we take the time to come to the meeting, we step up here, we talk to you guys, we have concerns, and you know, honestly, I don't know if you guys care. I don't know if you listen to our concerns. There's no way for us to measure your reaction to what we say, other than by the rules that you pass and the mandates that you pass. So it would be really nice, since you guys have our names, you have our addresses, you have our email addresses, you have our phone numbers. There's plenty of ways for you to correspond with us as parents. I think it's only fair that if we take the time to sit here for 4 hours, speak our mind, let you know where our concerns are, that you should probably reach out to us as parents and let us know that, number one, you hear what we're saying. Number two, you're looking for the answer, or you found the answer. Whether we like the answer that you give us or not, I think we're entitled to an answer to our concerns. That's all.
Thank you. Janice?
Thank you. I would just like to say kudos to the little bit of drama that went on today for the media that was here. The phone number that went out publicly was not a private phone number. It was published throughout the person's campaign and given to the...
Move along from that, please, Janice.
I'm sorry, but this Constitution right here gives me the right to speak. Thank you. And if you need to read it, I can give you this personal copy, as I had planned to tonight. Brevard school members, I just want to remind you that your behavior tonight violated policy 0123, and I would like you all to take a look at it, as you have agreed to have certain conducts when you come to us. And the behavior that went on here tonight, bringing personal issues up, violated that policy in that conduct. And walking out on us as we sat here for 3 hours with children, people might have missed work, that violated that code of conduct, and I am ashamed of your behavior. You also signed a loyalty oath that states that you uphold the Constitution of the United States. I know some of you may not be aware of what this document means, and I brought one in case you need to read it, but it states that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is at the forefront of each and every God-given right and man-made law that we have in this country. The definition of liberty is the condition of being free from confinement and the condition of being free from the oppressive restriction of control by government and other powers. Moreover, our Governor DeSantis has signed an executive order to end mask mandates given by counties. School members are not an entity of your own, but you are a part of Brevard County, funded by tax funds and your very seats created by the Brevard County Charter. I would argue this puts you under the same authority as what the governor signed an executive order of. You have no authority to give a mask mandate. It should remain the option of the parent. I understand there is stories, there's deaths, there's hospitalizations, and there's cases, but you are here to educate the children, not to assume the health responsibilities of any child here. This was more like a health board meeting tonight than an education board meeting. That needs to stop. The politics needs to stop. You're here to educate our children. Start doing that and stop trying to be the doctors. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Janice. Daniel Espinoza. After Daniel will be Ashley Hall, Chris Bird, and then Riley Siebel.
My daughter will be attending Brevard Elementary School. Unfortunately, the pandemic has been turned into a culture war. However, I think we need to rise above this and listen to the scientists to protect our young children. Without vaccines for children under 12, that only leaves masking. COVID is a preventable illness. We need to be proactive and not stand by and watch the Delta variant sicken our children unnecessarily. The negatives of COVID infections vastly outweigh the negatives of mask wearing. I'm also in favor of tailoring the mask policy to elementary students or for others who are the most vulnerable.
Thank you, Daniel. Ashley? Close.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Ashley Hall. I'm the Brevard Chair of Moms for Liberty. Masks optional, period. You know where I stand on this. I also want to point out the hypocrisy of tonight. Many different hypocrisies, but to say that masks in one form have shut down schools or have sent our kids home to quarantine when they've been masked, and then to turn around on the other hand and say that flu is gone because of masks, look at the hypocrisy there. There are so many different contradicting statements made by the Department of Health, by multiple people. We have got to get back to normal. We have got to get our children in a normal state of affairs. We cannot continue to run away from a virus that is going to be here forever. It's going to mutate. It's going to continue to run its course like the flu, like the common cold. How many variations of the common cold are there? Hundreds. We cannot continue to run from sickness. We can wash our hands. We can do the things that we do. We know we need to do. We don't need to have 6 feet distance. We don't need to have masks. We don't need to do all of this masking on buses or masking our visitors. That's one good way to not have volunteers, because I will tell you right now, I will not go into the schools if I have to be masked. So please, can we just stop with this and go back to normal and educate our children? Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Chris?
Good evening. Okay. Hopefully it stays in place. I originally was going to just talk about the mitigation strategies and the quarantining, but then the mask came up that we were going to discuss that possibly tonight, and I think it actually fits together. My daughter is entering freshman year, and I have looked forward to her high school years forever, because I just think it's, you know, the most memorable years of everyone's life mostly is their high school years. It's the years we remember, the things we did, the athletic programs, our teachers, our friends. My daughter is not only an athlete, but she is also chorus, musical theater. She wants to do it all, okay? And the only person who seemed to get that tonight is Mr. Susan. So I want to thank you for that. You recognize that this, what we're talking about here, is taking away memories from so many kids. My daughter has friends up to the age of 18, and watching their high school years be ripped from them these past couple years is depressing. And I am just sickened by the idea that I am going to have that ripped from her. This past year, we're talking about mental health. It has been horrible for our family. It's too much to discuss in public, okay? I know I'm not the only one that's going through what we're going through right now. Kids need to return to normal, like was just said. It is so important. That's why Governor DeSantis is making it a priority that our kids return to normal. I understand that there are concerns, and there are a lot of people out there that are hearing different things from different doctors. This doctor says this, the CDC says that. You know what? There is no consensus. I heard someone say there's consensus. There is none, okay? For example, if you haven't watched the roundtable with Governor DeSantis, the doctor, Dr. J, I can't say his last name, pronounce it, from Stanford, points out that the CDC has not been willing to differentiate between being hospitalized from COVID and with COVID. So if a child is hospitalized for a broken leg and is positive with COVID, they are classified as COVID hospitalization. How are we supposed to know what the true numbers are with that? The doctor also said regarding masks that the CDC has not produced any randomized control studies and mixed correlational evidence to show that masks are even beneficial. Dr. Fauci would agree with that. He said so in a public email.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate your time this evening. Riley? After Riley, we have James Blackman, Alex Wybush, Leah Donaldson, and then Samantha Seahall, maybe?
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Riley Seibel, and I'm going to be a sophomore at Satellite High School. I'm a proud member of the Satellite Academy of Fine Arts program and have a strong passion for music and theater. These are a couple key reasons we chose to move to Brevard County and chose Satellite High School when moving here a year ago. First and foremost, I would like to thank each of you who voted in favor of lifting the mask mandate beginning in June. Because of your wise vote, we got to kick off the summer with an amazing fine arts experience throughout the production of Big Fish. We got to see the expression of our fellow actors while performing. We got to breathe freely while dancing, and the audience was able to relate to our characters by watching our faces and the emotions expressed. We can't ever underestimate the importance of human interaction through expressions. We need to see our teachers, we need to see our fellow students, we need to see our audience, and most importantly, we need to breathe air. The dangers of singing and performing outside in the Florida heat and humidity while wearing a mask that covers all of our air holes far outweighs any other risks. There is plenty of evidence to back this fact, and we absolutely cannot go back to this dangerous practice. I ask you to please continue making decisions based on what's truly best for the well-being of the students you represent. Please don't let the game of politics sway your decisions. I came up with this in the middle of the meeting. With regards to the Department of Health, and I say this with all due respect, I tested positive for strep throat last year and refused a COVID test. My parents received a call from the Department of Health the next day to discuss, quote, my positive test results. How can we be sure that these types of false reportings are not a common occurrence? Just food for thought. Thank you.
Thanks, Riley. James Blackman.
Good evening, board members. I don't know, I'm confused and perplexed. This feels like the twilight. I came here because I wanted to talk about the bastardization and the hijacking of critical race theory, but I was told that that wasn't on your agenda. And then I was concerned about these moms.
Sir, keep it focused on me, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Moms for Liberty. And I also wanted to address this, this gap in achievement between black and brown students versus whites. But the way you guys acted with this mask issue causes me to put those on hold. My mama say put a pin in those things and come back to them. I will tell you guys that Procter & Gamble spends a lot of money to convince us that a bear will snuggle up to the toilet and wipe his hiney with Charmin. A bear defecates in the woods. Fat meat is greasy. And listen to me. Everybody keeps saying that they don't know how this became politicized. Yes, you do. It was a hoax by the Democrats to get the president out of office. Disinformation, misinformation, lies, gravity works. Masks work. Black folk are not treated fairly in Brevard County schools. That's why there's a gap. I went to the bathroom and ran into one of your board members, and I reminded him that he's been captured by the lies. We had an election in November, and they're still counting ballots in Arizona and want to count them in Philadelphia, anywhere black people live. You say this is divisive, but what has happened is there's a misinformation, there's a disinformation campaign, and you're being lied to. And you know you're being lied to. You know we don't have a right to go into the Capitol and try to kill the vice president, but yet you want to follow behind people with that nonsense. I'm going to tell you something. The truth is,
Ma'am, you have a right to exit.
Not while he's speaking.
Can I have my 10 seconds back?
I've stopped the clock, Mr. Blackman.
I'd like to have my time back.
I'm working on it, sir. Ma'am, please find your way out now.
Listen, I'm going to say this and I'll sit down.
1 second, Mr. Blackman. I gotta get your... Okay, go ahead.
I had a brain fart and don't really remember where I am. I just know that I was embarrassed by this board kicking the can down the road. We've known for the last 30 years that there's an achievement gap between black and white students. And y'all want to study and study and study. It reminds me of Tim Scott from South Carolina.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
know that
Blackman. We appreciate you joining us this evening.
and he wants to study
Alex
He
Wybush.
wants to study him being a no knock one.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman. Mr. Blackman, please. Alex?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to start out by thanking the school board for being flexible and changing the policy for masks from mandatory to optional. I appreciate that. Thank you. Making that decision took courage and leadership and was the right decision to make. The usage of masks and vaccines should be a choice by the parents, not the school. Okay? I understand some parents would prefer everyone wear masks, double masks, 5 vaccines, whatever. That's all good. But that's their decision. And the way it should be is it shouldn't be mandatory for anything. We care for our kids, not the schools. Okay, so I appreciate that you guys did that. In my opinion, wearing masks makes it more difficult to communicate using both verbal and nonverbal cues. That's undeniable. So some of you that are wearing masks or not wearing masks, I can't tell when I'm talking what you're thinking or what you're feeling, or it's harder to hear you, So imagine being in a school and trying to, listen to the teacher and you can't understand what they're saying. Or you're like, are they smiling at me? I don't know. So when people are wearing masks, it's difficult to understand what they're saying and what they're teaching. So wearing masks negatively affects the learning experience of my children. Your mission statement behind you states that your mission is to serve every student with excellence as the standard. Generally speaking, I think that the school board does a good job with that, and I thank you for that. Okay? I think the policy of masks being optional best fits that mission statement because it allows students to have the best possible learning experience. Another thing I'd like to bring up is, and have the board address in the future, is the absence policy related to COVID. There's been a lot of talk of quarantining and things like that. My son was sent home a few times during the school year for simply having a runny nose, which is common for kids of elementary school age. Snot-nosed kids, thing. He never had any other symptoms such as fever or coughing, but was still sent home. He was sent home and required to get a negative COVID test to return to school, which caused him to miss valuable class time and puts an undue burden on the parents. Sometimes this process took several days, especially if he was sent home on a Friday. Can the school board please address this issue and how it will be taken into consideration in regards to excused absences and loss of learning opportunity? This is especially key for students with IEPs since the school is required to meet those commitments. In closing, I noticed that the school board members are not all masked, which I think is a good thing. It's more difficult to understand and communicate with the board members that are masked because it's harder to hear you and we can't read your facial expressions. I'm grateful for those that chose not to wear a mask. I'm simply asking that you continue to allow parents to make that same decision for our kids. Please have the courage and leadership to leave the masking policy as optional. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Leah Donaldson? Leah Donaldson? Samantha, I'm going to butcher their last name, Cihal, Cihal?
I want to thank you guys and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say thank you. This is my first board meeting. It's been interesting, I'll say that. My son is supposed to go into kindergarten this coming school year, and I would like the mask to remain optional. I'm a medical professional. I work in the field. I have a master's degree in cell molecular biology. I know how to read journal articles. I know how to participate in research. So I've done a lot of my own research, and I feel very confident in my and how I feel about this. That being said, my son's been in VPK this year, and he goes to a school that's 3 to 6 years old, so they have VPK, they have kindergartners, and they have the 3-year-old class. Since January, one child has tested positive for COVID. Mind you, they're mask optional. Most kids, I think all kids don't wear masks there. We have not had one instance of having to quarantine, and that's just been my experience this year with the mask being optional. One child since January. So I just wanted to put that in there. I also wanted to ask about natural immunity. If you get an antibody test, can't that count for something with the quarantining for the kids this year? That hasn't really been talked about, and I know that some colleges are also using that in lieu of vaccine, like if a student doesn't want to get vaccinated. I just wanted to see if there's something that you guys could come up with or talk about, discuss, whatever it is that you guys do, but to try and help with some of the quarantining for kids that are asymptomatic or not sick. So thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. All right, that concludes our public comments for this evening. Thank you for your patience as we work through all of them, both to our audience and to our board. The only thing we have left on tonight's agenda would be a superintendent's report. Dr. Mullins, do you have anything else for us? No, ma'am. Hearing nothing further, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great night.